Chapter 651 Fight to the Death. It really hurts. However, this long-lost pain also makes me more excited. Ha ha ha! The speaker laughed wildly. His dented body began to recover and grow. And the black light energy in his chest also, then it becomes even brighter. You don't know that after I got the weapon, I wore it, and felt the impact of the nuclear explosion at close range during a nuclear test. The deadly high temperature melted my armor in a short time. But that was all. I said, however, it is impossible for humans to compete with gods. Even the strongest weapons of humans cannot stop me. I am invincible in this world. Jiang Lushi. From the moment you were noticed by me, your life has been I control it. And your secret will also help me complete my ultimate evolution. As the speaker spoke, he walked step by step towards the base vehicle. Jiang Lushi's heart kept sinking. He could actually withstand the impact of a nuclear explosion at close range. This was completely beyond Jiang Lushi's imagination. Although human technology is not good, it is much easier to destroy. The high temperature at the center of the nuclear explosion fireball has exceeded the temperature of the core of the sun. It is difficult to imagine that weapons can directly withstand it. But now that the speaker is wearing weapons, his strength far exceeds any strong person Jiang Lushi has ever encountered before. Those with superpowers are as different as a mouse or a dinosaur in front of the speaker. If according to the classification of superpowers, the strength difference between each level is 20 times, then the speaker's strength is at least level 4. And his limit may even be close to level 5. And Jiang Lushi's strength can only be considered top level 3 at best. The gap is too big. This is the biggest life and death crisis Jiang Lushi has suffered since the end of the world. Brother Jiang, Li Yusin gently held Jiang Lushi's hand. Jiang Lushi's prediction was good. The speaker was much more powerful than she thought. The so-called pursuit of victory did not exist at all. At this time, the Shurring team had undoubtedly reached a dead end, and Li Yusin could not think of any possibility of escape. Jiang Lushi held his breath. At this time, it could be said that the lives of the entire Shurring team were tied to him. There was already a cliff and a dead end behind him. And there was an invincible enemy in front. If you charge head-on, you will definitely die. But jumping off the cliff may give you a chance of survival. Film! Here! In this desperate situation of life and death, Ying's voice still showed no emotion at all. Burn all the energy of the black hole. Let's rush back. Yes! Ying didn't ask at all. She pressed down the joystick calmly, and the black hole energy roared in the base vehicle. As the star seed of the interstellar battleship, its current appearance is naturally incomparable with the past. But the black hole energy is the original driving energy of the star seed. The base vehicle does not have the foundation of a star battleship, but it can explode with terrifying power in a very short period of time. Buzz buzz! The base vehicle shook violently. Alert! The energy exceeds the limit, and the car body cannot bear it. Starseed's alarm sounded in Jiang Lushi's mind. But Jiang Lushi ignored it. And Ying also pulled the joystick to the limit with the same intention. The energy exceeds the limit. 10% of the car body is damaged. It may collapse in 20 seconds. Countdown. Bamboo shadow. Bring everyone to me. Time is life. Following Jiang Lushi's words, all the girls came to Jiang Lushi's side. Jiang Zhuiying, Ran Shiyu, Li Yusin, Xiang Suihai, Zero. Also includes Luo Luo. Except for Ying, everyone else was holding hands with Jiang Lushi. At this time, the speaker also discovered that Jiang Lushi was about to fight to the death. Ha ha ha! Jiang Lushi, are you still struggling to your death? At the last moment of your life, are you going to launch a self-destructive blow? Although I don't take your attack seriously, I will not give you any chance. I will let you won't be able to use all your strength until you die. While the speaker was speaking, he suddenly raised his right hand. His palm flashed with black energy. And then he suddenly struck it down with a hand knife. Tisk! The black half-moon-shaped arc of energy cut through the void and slashed towards Jiang Lushi. The end of the light arc plowed open the earth, cutting through the hardened rocks in the ruins like a hot knife cutting tofu. It was unstoppable. Squeak! Seeing that the half-moon light arc was about to hit us head-on, Ying swung the rear of the car and used the side of the base vehicle to block this terrifying blow. Crack! The base vehicle trembled violently, and the windshields on the sides exploded, with a heartbreaking sound of metal tearing. The base vehicle's body was directly cut into a quarter by the half-moon arc. Yeah! Blocked? Seeing this situation, the speaker was also shocked. He didn't fully know Jiang Lushi's secret. He just guessed that Jiang Lushi had some connection with the ruins, and had the power of mechanical modification. He didn't expect that he could change it in an instant. The hand knife that cut 4 or 5 main battle tanks in two failed to cut the vehicle in half. In that case, how about 2 swords? The speaker raised both hands simultaneously. At this time, in the base vehicle, the girls together with Luo Luo gathered their energy together and injected it into Jiang Liusher's body. Jiang Liusher poured all his energy into the base vehicle. Alert, the car body is 35% damaged. If the current energy injection is maintained, it may completely collapse in 5 seconds. Shadow! Charge! Jiang Liusher let out a roar. Ing suddenly stepped on the accelerator, and all the accumulated energy burst out at this moment. The engine of the base vehicle screamed crazily, and the entire vehicle turned into a rainbow of light and rushed out like a violent mythical beast. The target of the collision was not the speaker, with the speaker's speed and maneuverability. It was simply impossible to hit it. Jiang Liusher's chosen collision target was the huge metal sphere in the center of the ruins. The essence of the original metal is Jiang Liusher's ultimate goal of coming to the ruins this time. But when Star Sea tried to absorb it before, it was prompted that the metal essence was blocked by energy and could not be absorbed. The metal essence is the condensed essence of the original metal. It has been nurtured in the depths of the universe for hundreds of millions of years, and has experienced endless years of energy accumulation. It has a powerful force field, and its surface is covered with a layer of energy formed. Enchantment. This comes from the enchantment of the metal essence itself, which is indestructible. In the desperate situation of life and death, it is impossible for Jiang Liusher to kill the speaker wearing weapons. Now he is trying his best to use the body of the base vehicle made of ordinary metal to hit the energy barrier of the metal spirit for hundreds of millions of years. As for whether the car crashed and people died, as for whether the Star Sea could absorb the metal essence after breaking through the energy barrier, he no longer cares, because this may be the only chance of survival in a desperate situation. He could only hope that when the Star Seed absorbs the metal essence, changes will occur. A moth flies into the flame and fights to the death. Chapter 652 Brilliant Glory. Huh? What is this kid doing? Want to commit suicide? Originally, the speaker was ready to receive Jiang Liusher's desperate blow, but he didn't expect that Jiang Liusher was not rushing towards him at all, but towards the giant metal ball at the ruins. Even the speaker himself has not figured out what this metal ball does, since the ruins were discovered more than half a century ago. This huge metal ball has been suspended here. There is a powerful energy field around it. It cannot be moved, let alone destroyed. At this time, Jiang Liusher suddenly drove a heavily damaged vehicle towards the indestructible giant metal ball, although he knew it was an egg hitting a rock. For some reason, the speaker felt an ominous feeling in his heart. Die! The speaker shouted, and a strong flash of light burst out from his chest. This was the energy cannon from the weapon. Boom! The moment the energy cannon exploded, the blast of air shattered the ground. The black energy flow was like a million-pound hammer, hitting the rear of the base vehicle heavily. Crack! The entire rear of the base vehicle was penetrated by the energy cannon, and the roof was completely lifted. The bedrooms and bathrooms near the rear of the base vehicle were all crushed by the energy flow. Half of the base vehicle was suddenly gone. But at this time, Jiang Liusher ignored it completely. He had burned his life potential and overdrawn all the power of the base vehicle. He had modified the base vehicle for so long just for the final glory of this moment. Boom! The base vehicle was like a burning fireball, hitting the energy barrier heavily, and dazzling lights scattered in all directions, like 10,000 golden swords, radiating in all directions. A large number of rocks exploded, all bright lights. All the traces left by creation were all washed into ashes by the powerful energy flow at this moment. Because of the sealed mountain of the ruins, the high-pressure energy flow was released from the entrance of the passage, directly lifting the more than 10-ton iron door at the entrance of the passage. The huge iron gate was like an out-of-control high-speed train, breaking dozens of trees before coming to a stop. Even the speaker felt as if his chest was hit by a huge mountain flying towards him. His body flew directly back into the passage, shattering a large amount of gravel on the passage wall. And then he fell heavily out of the mountain. The speaker was shocked. He never expected that Jiang Liusher's violent collision would have such terrifying power. He looked down at his chest. The high-pressure energy flow destroyed most of his energy cannon. It would take at least several hours to repair it, and it would also consume a lot of energy. What happened? The speaker felt incredible. He knew very well how hard the metal ball was. Even a super-large cutting machine with a diamond roulette wheel could not leave a single mark on the metal ball. It stands to reason that the result of Jiang Liusher's car crashing into the metal energy ball was just a car crash and fatalities. But how could it cause such an astonishingly powerful explosion? The original uneasiness in the speaker's heart became stronger and stronger, regardless of the injury on his chest. He turned back into the passage. A terrifying heat wave hit us. Because of the explosion just now, the temperature in the ruins was unimaginably high, even exceeding the temperature of lava. Crash. Large pieces of semi-melted boulders in the passage fell down, splashing dark red magma. The passage was collapsing, and it should even be said that the entire ruins were about to collapse. Even for the speaker, being buried in a completely collapsed molten mountain would be a very depressing thing. However, because of the uneasiness in his heart, the speaker did not care about this at all. He first wanted to confirm Jiang Liusher's death. Boom! A huge boulder weighing 10,000 kilograms hit his head, and was easily cut open by the speaker's hand knife. He rushed into the ruins hall. Sure enough, the place was about to collapse. The ground was covered with dark red magma, and large burning boulders were mixed with magma. It fell from the top of the mountain, and even the metal ball was half buried. The scene was like a rain of fire at the end of the world. There are dark red fires everywhere, and the temperature is unimaginably high. Even the inside of the volcano is completely incomparable to this place. This is simply a purgatory on Earth. Cha-cha-cha. The speaker used his knife more than a dozen times to cut through all the molten stones piled on the ground. Then, he finally saw the complete metal sphere. Even after experiencing the horrific explosion just now, the metal sphere was still intact. Seeing this situation, the speaker also took a breath of cold air. The hardness of this metal sphere was so terrifying that it was hard to imagine that anything in this world could destroy it. And around the metal sphere, the base vehicle was completely smashed. The base vehicle was already shattered before it collided with the huge boulder. In the final explosion, it was located at the center of the explosion and completely disintegrated. The SHL of the base vehicle, which is dozens of times harder than steel, collapsed into fragments no larger than the size of a palm, and there were large traces of melting. From this, you can imagine the terrifying power of this collision. It is impossible for human flesh and blood to survive such an explosion. But the speaker still braved the falling boulders and rain of fire to look for Jiang Liusher's body. He couldn't feel at ease without seeing the body. However, even if he removed all the magma, he did not find any body fragments, which made the speaker's face slightly gloomy. Logically speaking, it is impossible for a human body to leave a corpse in such a horrific explosion just now. Just like a human body located near a nuclear explosion, it will be directly crushed into bloody mud and instantly vaporized at the moment of the nuclear explosion. Flesh, bones, clothes, shoes and socks. Even the metal buckles on the clothes will completely disappear. This is the true sense of evaporation. No corpse could be found. Normally, even if Jiang Liusher's physical body was strong and he could leave some corpse fragments, they would have been swallowed up by the magma. It is almost impossible to find any corpse fragments in such a chaotic inferno. Maybe he is really dead. The speaker suppressed the uneasy feeling in his heart. He felt that he was a little nervous. This kid actually blew himself up like that. He didn't even leave any bones behind. Has the secret about him disappeared? The speaker let out a heavy breath, feeling extremely depressed. Although he possesses weapons and is invincible in the world, he still has not been able to penetrate the mysteries of life and death, achieve the ultimate evolution of life, and exist forever in the world. He will still be defeated by time. I wanted to get something from Jiang Liusher, but this idea came to nothing. Seeing that the mountain had completely collapsed and the passages were blocked, the speaker could only keep rising to avoid being buried by the collapsing boulders. Boom! At this moment, the earth made a huge roar, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred. The dome weighing hundreds of millions of tons completely collapsed. Such a terrifying weight, coupled with the hardness of the ruins mountain far exceeding that of ordinary rocks. Even the speaker shrank away. He flashed out of the way, and at full speed, he broke through the collapsing mountain wall like a swift and flew out of the ruins mountain. Boom! The collapse is still continuing, and the deafening sound resounds over the Pacific Ocean. Even the earth collapses with the collapse. And what follows is the backflow of seawater. Millions of tons of seawater set off small mountain-like waves, impacting this depression. It seemed that the entire island was about to sink with the collapse of the ruins mountain. In just 10 minutes, the seawater completely filled the ruins of destruction. The middle of the island was swallowed by the ocean and turned into a half-moon shape. The speaker was suspended 1,000 meters in the air, quietly watching the huge changes in the island, his face extremely gloomy. Jiang Liusher died. and the ruins were destroyed. Although Chuang had been unable to study anything from the ruins, the speaker still hoped that one day in the future, he could continue to develop the value of the ruins. Unfortunately, the ruins have now sunk seabed. For the sake of peace of mind, the speaker did not leave the sea area. It was impossible to search for Jiang Liusher's body. He stayed in the nearby sea area for a full month and did not find anything abnormal before he flew away from the sea area. The only enemy who might have been a slight threat was dead, and he was going to usher in a new era for humanity. Chapter 653 Awakening. The dark space was like eternal nothingness. Jiang Liusher slowly woke up from his sleep as if he had experienced a long nightmare. This is where? Am I still alive? With a splitting headache and no feeling in his limbs, Jiang Liusher felt as if his body no longer existed. Everything he saw was vast darkness. Bamboo shadow! Shiyu! Yusen! Jiang Liusher tried hard to shout, but no sound came out of his throat. Where is this place? Jiang Liusher felt flustered, and at this moment, he suddenly saw a faint ray of light emitting, shooting into this endless dark space. After sensing it carefully, Jiang Liusher discovered that the light actually came from his own body. Star Seed. Jiang Liusher felt that the star seed in his body was pulsating like a heart. It was beating again and again. And every time it beat, it slowly devoured the power of the surrounding space. Seeing this situation, Jiang Liusher had already vaguely guessed what happened, and he connected his mental power to the star seed. Absorbing metal essence. The absorption progress is 0.03%. Metal spirit. Jiang Liusher looked at the dark space with the light of the star seeds, and he slowly confirmed his guess. They were probably inside the metal spirit. Recalling the scene at the last moment of the collision, when he exhausted all his life force and combined all the power of the girls, the star seed in his brain burst into brilliant light, and the star seed energy surrounded them, breaking through the barrier in one fell swoop. And then, they didn't encounter any obstacles and rushed directly into the interior of the huge metal ball. This metal ball looks textured and indestructible on the outside, but in fact if you break through its barrier, its surface is not even solid. It is like a space barrier between the real world and an alien space, with its own space inside. Jiang Liusher absorbed some energy from the star seed, and his body slowly regained consciousness. He found that he was naked. When they rushed into the inner space of the metal ball, the star seed energy only enveloped his life body. Any foreign object was shattered in the explosion, not to mention clothing. The base vehicle was gone. However, Jiang Liusher could feel that the essence energy of the base vehicle's several evolutions was retained by the star seeds, and what was crushed was just the ordinary metals on the earth. In addition, the black hole energy has undoubtedly been retained, and Jiang Liusher has sensed its existence through the star seed. It was condensed into a fist-sized mass and quietly suspended in a corner of this space. Finally, there is the black Rubik's Cube, which also enters the inside of the metal spirit. Apart from living bodies, these are the only non-living bodies that enter the inner space of the metal spirit. Are Shiyu and the others here too? Although he was aware of this possibility, he could not find anyone. Jiang Liusher felt uneasy. He used the energy of the star seeds to wander in the void. This space was much larger than what he could see from the outside. After searching for a quarter of an hour, he finally found the second-person sister Jiang Zhuing. Bamboo shadow! Jiang Liusher was extremely pleasantly surprised, but what happened next made him extremely embarrassed. At that time, the starseed energy only wrapped the living body, and Jiang Zhuing's clothes were naturally destroyed. Jiang Liusher turned his head hurriedly. Fortunately, Jiang Zhuing's headband was gone and his hair was hanging down, blocking some of the spring light. Bamboo shadow! Wake up quickly! Jiang Liusher turned his face away, carefully touched Jiang Zhuing's wrist, and sent a ray of energy from the star seed to it. Jiang Zhuing coughed lightly and finally regained consciousness. Brother? What's wrong with me? Where are my clothes? Jiang Zhuing was startled. She and Jiang Liusher were in an unknown space, and they didn't even have a hair on their bodies. How could she not be shocked? I'll tell you the details later. Find Shiyu and the others first, Jiang Liusher said awkwardly. This is a tragedy. Where can I get some clothes? There are no clothes in the black Rubik's Cube. Everything else is destroyed. Thinking about the powers of several girls, it's not like anyone can do it. What does the clothes look like? Using electric current to draw silk into weaving clothes? That is probably only possible in cultivation novels. Jiang Liusher thought depressedly. At this time, he found Ling again. Naturally, Ling was not spared. Loli's face combined with her extremely hot body made Jiang Lushur feel a little unable to open his eyes. Ling is actually an idiot at heart. But because of this, she always feels cold to others. Jiang Lushur has never had any close contact with Ling, let alone seeing Ling's body. Don't look at anything inappropriate. Jiang Lushur turned his head again and woke up Ling, realizing that she had no clothes on. Ling was very calm. She covered her body with her hands and asked Jiang Lushur, "Brother Jiang, where are we?" Looking at Ling's plump figure that could not be covered by his little hands, Jiang Lushur felt sweaty in his heart. "I am a man after all. You are even calmer than me without wearing anything. Is this appropriate?" "Ahem. We should be inside the metal spirit. We finally survived. Let's find Shiyu and the others first." Jiang Lushur thought about it and found that the most embarrassing ones were his sister and Ling, who finally woke up. Many people searched together, and soon they found Ran Shiyu, Ing, Xiang Shuahai, Li Yusen, and Luo Luo. Ran Shiyu and the others were naturally naked. Finally, they were not so shy because of the skin-to-skin contact with Jiang Lushur. They blocked their bodies with their hands. But it was not so awkward. And the last person is Shadow. Surprisingly, Ying's clothes were intact and all were there. "Hey, Sister Ying, why do you have clothes?" Jiang Zhuing was extremely surprised. And Ying looked confused. She still didn't know what was happening now. Jiang Lushur coughed a few times, and he finally figured out what was going on. Ying was actually an energy life that was one with the star seed. And the clothes on her body were also made of energy. When these people entered the metal spirit, the clothes they wore were equivalent to garbage and were destroyed by the explosion. However, the clothes on Ying's body were naturally preserved because they contained star seed energy. So should you do some research and see if you can use star seed energy to make clothes? Jiang Lushur was thinking this when he suddenly saw Jiang Zhuing hiding behind Ying and taking off Ying's clothes. "Sister Ying, look at me. I don't have any clothes at all. I can't see anyone anymore. Please give me this piece of clothing." "Well," Ying didn't say anything as her top was taken off. "How about you lend me the skirt? I'll just wear the skirt." Ying was wearing a short leather skirt, long boots, and a dagger tied to her thigh. Jiang Zhuing took off Ying's skirt in one go. For Ying, Jiang Lushur was equivalent to her master, so she didn't have to be shy. It was nothing at all, and she didn't stop him. Chapter 654 Sharing Clothes. Jiang Zhuing put on Ying's top and skirt, although there was a complete vacuum inside so that her figure was perfectly outlined. It was still much better. Ying, do you have any other clothes you can lend me?" Ran Shiyu blushed and said, but was pushed back by Jiang Zhuing. "Wait a minute. Shiyu, why are you wearing clothes? Who is my brother, and who are you? What does it have to do with you? You don't even have a few clothes left on your body." It seemed that because he had bullied Ying, Jiang Zhuing couldn't bear to see Ying make it worse. So he quickly spoke up to help Ying. "Zhuing, your clothes don't need to be so long. In fact, they can be changed," Li Yusen said with a smile. Hey, don't grab it. You and my brother have nothing to do with it." Jiang Zhuing hurriedly hugged his clothes. He finally got it. How could he give it to Li Yusen? "Ying, give me your belt." Xiang Shuahai saw that she couldn't get it anymore, so she continued to attack poor Ying. Seeing such an erotic scene, Jiang Lushur could no longer control himself. He quickly turned his head away and said, "Don't look at anything inappropriate." However, when he turned his head, he saw Luo Luo. Luo Luo drummed into a small balloon, floating in the void. An idea flashed in Jiang Lushur's mind. "Luo Luo, come here." Luo Luo looked confused, but Jiang Lushur grabbed him directly. He pulled Luo Luo into a long strip and wrapped it around his body. Finally, it was done. Deal with these 2 days first, and then quickly study the starseed energy to make clothes. If you have shadow-like clothes, you won't have to worry. Turning around, Jiang Lushur was surprised to find that the other girls had already completed their assignments. Poor Ying, only a little bit of fabric was left on her body. And the other girls, who didn't know how it was distributed, all got clothes. Among them, Jiang Zhuing was the most tightly dressed, although the t-shirt and skirt were cut in half and there was a vacuum inside. It was much better than the others. The girls also acquiesced to this. After all, Jiang Zhuing was Jiang Liushur's sister. As for the others, Ran Shiyu and Li Yusen were both poor fabrics. Although Ling was naturally stupid, he seemed to have received special care from Jiang Zhuing. The cut parts from her t-shirt and skirt were used to surround Ling's important parts. She has developed so well that after covering it up, It makes people even more imaginative. Xiang Shuai was the most stunning. She only wore a belt around her chest and thighs. She looked like a belt queen. Wow! Jiang Lushur was sweating in his heart, and quickly studied how Ji Ying's clothes were made. Otherwise, he wouldn't know where to put his eyes. You guys take a rest here first. I'll go over there to practice. Jiang Lushur felt that the situation was about to get out of control, so he hurriedly hid. Otherwise, he didn't know what would happen. Jiang Lushur just ran to a corner of this space. Fortunately, the light in the space was dim. As long as he kept a certain distance, he could not see the other party, which finally avoided the embarrassment. Slowly, Jiang Lushur closed his eyes and immersed his senses in the star seed. He felt that the star seed was like a dry ocean, crazily replenishing energy in the metal essence. Only then did Jiang Lushur realize how huge the star seed's energy reserves were. He felt that his thoughts were like small fish swimming in the sea, swimming in the ocean of energy following the star seeds. This gives Jiang Lushur a feeling that life and star seed are integrated into one, which comes from the powerful energy in the metal essence. They will flow through Jiang Lushur's body before entering the star seed. This energy lingers in Jiang Lushur's meridians, subtly transforming Jiang Lushur's body. Time passed unconsciously. Jiang Lushur slowly immersed himself in a state of selflessness, and his body was undergoing unconscious changes. Slowly, the star seeds flew out of Jiang Lushur's body and were suspended on the top of Jiang Lu's stone like stars. Energy from all directions gathered and were all absorbed by the star seeds. And the star seeds also bloomed with bright light, illuminating this space. The inner space of this metal spirit is full of pure energy, which is accumulated by the source metal after billions of years of long accumulation. What's wrong with my brother? What's that glowing thing above his head? Jiang Zhuing asked strangely when he saw the changes in Jiang Lushur. That's Brother Zhang's power. Shadow suddenly spoke. She was the only one who knew about the existence of Star Seed. My brother's power? Jiang Zhuing was stunned for a moment. Although she vaguely knew that Jiang Lushur had some secrets, she didn't know what they were. I don't know why, but I feel the light shining warmly on my body, as if the pores all over my body have opened up. Ren Shiyu said doubtfully that this was not an illusion. The light group seemed to contain wonderful energy, making her feel like her whole body's energy and blood were pulsing with it. Shiyu, your life magnetic field is increasing, and so is mine. Li Yusin's superpower is medical skills, and she is extremely sensitive to every change in the living body. She discovered that the star-like light seemed to contain powerful energy, which was being absorbed by their bodies and subtly changing their physiques. Unknowingly, their skin becomes more and more delicate and shiny, and their skin can be easily broken by a blow. And because of the nourishment of energy, they don't need to eat anything, and they don't feel hungry. Those who eat breath are immortal. As soon as a person is born, eating whole grains will always accumulate acquired turbidity in the body, causing the body to decay and age. However, if one can eat grains and wash away the impurities in the body with pure energy, the body can be purified and become stronger. A leap of energy in life. Let's go over together and practice around Brother Jiang. This is also an opportunity for us to become stronger, Ying said. Practice in the past? Won't it affect my brother? Jiang Zhuing could tell that Jiang Lushur was at a critical moment in his cultivation, and she was afraid that the energy absorbed would slow down Jiang Lushur's cultivation. Won't. Ying affirmed that she was spiritually connected to the star seed, so she naturally knew the situation of the star seed. The light that escaped was just a drop in the ocean to the star seed. No matter how they absorbed it, it would not affect the evolution of the star seed. It's better to get closer so that their physical bodies can be improved even more. Yes. Several girls nodded heavily. Becoming stronger is what they long for. If they were stronger, they wouldn't be helpless when being chased by the speaker. If they could all become level 3 superpowers, then they can be of great help to Jiang Lushur in battle. In this way, Jiang Lushur sat cross-legged under the star seed, with 6 girls scattered around, wrapping Jiang Lushur like a 6-pointed star. While the star seed was suspended high in the air, time seemed to have stopped at this moment, and this scene seemed to have turned into ashes, made for eternity. Chapter 655 The Elf in the Dark Night. As the medium connecting the metal essence and the star seed, Jiang Lushur's body is constantly being transformed by energy. Even Ran Shiyu and Jiang Zhuing are nourished by the energy of the metal essence. In this process, they seem to be trapped in as if sleeping, with his eyes closed and motionless. I don't know how much time passed, but these girls finally woke up from their practice. How long has it been? Jiang Zhuing stretched, and she felt that her body was full of energy. It's been 5 months, Ying said. You know all this? It's here day and night. Jiang Juing was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but ask. She originally asked casually. Ing didn't speak. Jiang Juing was used to her reaction. And she had long known that Ing had many special qualities. Ing said it's been 5 months. So that should be it. Jiang Juing said. It's been so long. Li Yusin's first reaction was to touch her hair. If they sat here quietly for 5 months, wouldn't it be extremely dirty? But what surprised Li Yusin was that what she touched was still silky hair. And her skin was fair and soft. Not just her, but other girls too. My superpower, Ren Shiyu said in disbelief. She clearly felt that her mental strength had been greatly improved. Zero stood up. And then his figure moved. Xiang Suihai immediately showed a surprised look. She looked at Zero in front of her. And then at another Zero that appeared not far away. It's visual residue. The human brain's reaction time is 0.1 seconds. So if an object changes faster than 0.1 seconds, visual residue may occur. The real Zero is the one in the distance. Zero, you are so fast now, Li Yusin exclaimed. Ling smiled slightly. She was also very satisfied with the changes in her physical fitness. I also feel that my body is so light and comfortable, Xiang Shuihai said. Jiang Juing also quickly sensed the changes in her body and said excitedly, then I'll give it a try too. As she said that, a blue electric ball popped out of her hand and made a hissing sound. Immediately, I felt a tingling sensation on my skin, and my eyes even felt a little burning when I looked at the electric ball. Bamboo Shadow! You better not try. The space here may not be enough for you to try. Seeing the electric ball growing up rapidly as soon as it appeared, Xiang Shuihai and the others quickly persuaded him. Jiang Juing had no choice but to give up with some annoyance. All the girls' eyes turned to Jiang Lushi. Jiang Lushi hasn't woken up yet. His body has more lines than before. Although the muscles are not obvious. Each muscle seems to contain explosive power. There is a blue light flashing under his skin. And every breath, there is a layer of blue light sweeping around. Brother Jiang, the life energy he contains is so strong. Li Yusin looked at Jiang Lushi blankly. She has clearly felt that compared with 5 months ago, Jiang Liushi's life has undergone obvious changes. During these 5 months, Jiang Lushi has been evolving. In fact, it is not difficult to imagine that they just absorbed some leaked energy, and everyone made great progress that satisfied them. However, Jiang Lushi absorbed an unimaginable amount of energy. How far will he evolve? Just then, a rumbling sound came. After the girls were stunned for a moment, they discovered that the voice came from Jiang Liushi's body. His chest rose and fell rhythmically, and with a rumbling sound, more blue light energy continued to sweep around. Several girls were not swept by these blue light energies, which bypassed them as if they were intelligent. But just by looking at this energy, they knew what terrifying power it contained. When the last wave of energy suddenly dispersed, Jiang Liushi's eyelids moved, and then he slowly opened his eyes. As soon as Jiang Lushi opened his eyes, everyone was stunned. His eyes were also flashing with blue light, and the blue light slowly disappeared after a while. But Jiang Liushi's eyes still had a sense of mystery. Brother Jiang, you're awake! Xiang Shuihai was the first to come to her senses. She thought that she hadn't spoken to Jiang Lushi for 5 months, and she suddenly couldn't control herself and threw herself into Jiang Liushi's arms. Brother Jiang! Upon seeing this, Li Yusin was not to be outdone and pounced on Jiang Lushi. Although Ren Shiyu has a shy personality, she was touched when she saw the two sisters hugging Jiang Lushi so enthusiastically. She blushed, bit her lip, and secretly got into Jiang Liushi's arms. The 3 warm, concave and convex bodies with very little fabric just fell into the arms, and they had an almost unobstructed skin-to-skin kiss with Jiang Lushi, who only used luo to surround the key parts. Jiang Lushi, who had just woken up, had not yet after fully reacting. I fell into such a fragrant scene. He reacted immediately. Ah! Xiang Shuihai, who was the first to throw herself into Jiang Liushi's arms, immediately felt the change in Jiang Lushi. Li Yusin looked at Xiang Shuihai's shy expression and Jiang Liushi's somewhat embarrassed expression, and she couldn't guess what was going on. Ren Shiyu also looked at the reactions of the 2 girls and understood what was going on. Her cheeks were suddenly dyed with a light pink color, and even her ears turned red. Ahem. Jiang Juing coughed twice. Can you pay attention to the impact? I'm still a child. Ren Shiyu was so ashamed that she quickly let go of Jiang Lushi. The other 2 girls also stood up quickly, and Jiang Lushi came over and slapped Jiang Juing on the forehead. You are already 20, And you still have children? Brother Jiang? What's going on now? Ran Shiyu asked, looking at the stars above her head. Jiang Lucier checked the progress of Star Seed's absorption of metal essence, and then said, "It has only absorbed 25% now. It's so slow," Li Yusen said with some surprise. When he got this result, Jiang Lucier himself took a breath. This is too slow. At this rate, it will be an extremely long process for Star Seed to finally complete its absorption. But this is also reasonable. Star Seed was originally a starry sky battleship, and it is not easy to complete its reconstruction. Fortunately, there is Star Seed energy, so they won't feel hungry even if they don't eat here. By the way, I should be able to do something with energy now, Jiang Lucier said. As he spoke, blue rays of light appeared on his hands. The rays of light continued to transform in Jiang Lucier's hands, and finally turned into a dress. This dress shimmers with blue light, and is so beautiful. This is Shiyu's size. Give it to Shiyu, Jiang Lucier said. Although he was happy to admire the beautiful bodies of these girls, he also knew that Ran Shiyu would be uncomfortable dressed like that. Ran Shiyu's eyes widened in surprise. She took the dress and ran to the corner to put it on. When Ran Shiyu walked over, her hair was draped over her shoulders. Her gray eyes were full of mysterious beauty. Her dress was slit up to her thighs, and her snow-white skin was exposed with every step she took. And her chest was also deeply slit to reveal a snow-white stripe, the round ravines, and her fair skin intersect with the shimmering blue of the dress, like an elf coming out of the dark night. Ran Shiyu, who was walking in a dress, had a slight blush on her cheeks, and her eyes seemed to be reflecting light. She walked slowly to Jiang Lucier under everyone's stunned gaze. Is it too sexy? Ran Shiyu said softly. Jiang Lucier took her hand, hugged her into his arms, and said in her ear, No, you are beautiful. Do you like this dress? Well, I like it very much. Ran Shiyu's voice became softer, and her body in Jiang Lucier's arms became softer. Jiang Lucier smiled slightly. That's good. Although Ran Shiyu didn't want to wear so little, Jiang Lucier didn't want such a beautiful figure to be completely covered. So in making this skirt, he added a lot of his favorite designs. Chapter 656. Is there such a thing? Brother, I want it too. Seeing Ran Shiyu suddenly become so beautiful, how could Jiang Juing lag behind? She had only been wearing half-dress for such a long time. Okay. Jiang Lucier followed the same method, and let the Star Seed energy stick to Jiang Juing's body. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a set of beige t-shirts and pure white sports shorts. He looked full of youthful vitality, and perfectly embodied Jiang Juing's two slender and straight legs. Putting on new clothes, Jiang Juing was very happy. But compared to Ran Shiyu, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. Why is it that Sister Shiyu dresses like a princess, but I still look like a student after wearing new clothes? You are just a child. Why are you dressing so fancy? Jiang Lucier knocked Jiang Juing on the head, and he suddenly discovered that he could use this skill to customize clothes for each girl and perfectly restore them to the style he wanted. This is really a convenient ability. It sounds magical, but in fact it's not a big deal. Star Seed should be left behind by ancient extraterrestrial civilizations. When civilization develops to a certain level, making clothes is so simple. The Star Seeds were originally on the interstellar battleship for the members on the internet. Their battle uniforms can be designed with energy just by thinking. When civilization develops to a higher level, all wishes can really come true. Yusen, it's your turn. Jiang Lucier touched his chin, and suddenly an imperceptible smile flashed in his eyes. However, Li Yusen and Jiang Lucier had slept together countless times, and knew Jiang Lucier very well. Li Yusen also caught an inadvertent smile. She suddenly felt an ominous premonition in her heart. Brother Jiang, aren't you thinking about something wrong? As soon as she finished speaking, a white light enveloped Li Yusen. The white light quickly turned into a white but covering skirt, which perfectly outlined Li Yusen's round buttocks. Her legs were made of pure white stockings, and her upper body was slightly pink. She wore an open-collared white coat with a red cross drawn on the tight fabric that was held up high. Of course, a beautiful little white hat was indispensable. Nurse uniform. Brother Jiang, you have gone too far. Li Yusen's face turned red with embarrassment. This was not a serious nurse uniform at all. It was completely Jiang Lucier's bad taste. Ahem. Jiang Lucier coughed twice. Yusen, you are a medical staff. Isn't this appropriate? Can you tell your conscience? Are the nurses you saw in the hospital dressed like this? Jiang Lucier touched his nose awkwardly. If the hospital were all filled with such beautiful nurses and dressed so sexy, all the patients would have cerebral hemorrhage. I really don't remember what a serious nurse's uniform looks like. This is what a nurse's uniform looks like in my mind. Jiang Liusher's old face turned red. This was because he was poisoned by some action movies. But speaking of it, most men, as long as they don't often come into contact with hospitals, would probably have a hard time remembering what a serious nurse's uniform looks like in the first place. Brother Jiang. Li Yusen was speechless. What is this? Sister Yu Xian. You look very beautiful in your dress. Jiang Zhuiying said with a wicked smile. Yes. Yes. It's really good. Ran Shiyu nodded. Shiyu. Even you are not on my side anymore. Li Yusen was so angry that she pinched the soft flesh around Ran Shiyu's waist. Although it was shameful to wear it. After all, it was the clothes made by Jiang Liusher himself. The girls all started cheering with evil smiles on their faces. And Li Yusen knew that she couldn't escape. Just wear what you wear. There are no outsiders here anyway. Brother Jiang, why don't you give me a stewardess outfit? Xiang Shuai said with a smile. She didn't care about this. Okay. With such a request, how could Jiang Liusher not be satisfied? A dark blue sexy stewardess outfit was worn on Xiang Shuai. Originally the outfit was not revealing. But unfortunately even just a shirt, worn on Xiang Shuai's figure, was full of tight temptation. And Zero. Jiang Liusher tapped his finger. And a faint black light shrouded Zero. In a moment, it turned into a black background with some white edges on the Lolita dress. Full of gothic style. Zero originally had a lowly face. The black Lolita dress matched her long black hair so neatly that her comb could fall off. Wearing such clothes made her look like a dark loli who came out of the magical world. If her face, add a few more bloody marks to make it more suitable for the occasion. Regarding this strange-looking dress, Zero still had a calm expression on her face. For her, it was just good to have clothes to wear. It didn't matter what the style was. And such an indifferent expression was more in line with the clothes. Jiang Liusher felt that this was really a perfect masterpiece. If Zero like this went to a comic exhibition, other cosplayers would probably not have to pose. And Zero would become the only focus of the audience. Finally, there is Shadow. She wears a black leather skirt, a white shorts, and a dagger tied to her leg. She looks like Tifa straight out of Final Fantasy. You're done. Jiang Liusher was very satisfied with his masterpiece. At this time, Jiang Zhuiying suddenly felt that something was wrong. Is there such a kind of superpower in the apocalypse? Brother, tell me honestly, have you had these thoughts in your mind for a long time? Otherwise, how could you immediately implement such a power without even thinking about it? Why did you awaken such a power? Yes, this power is too unpopular. Is it because you thought too much in your heart that you realized it? Ahem. What are you talking about? I've been thinking about making clothes for you. Don't keep wandering around like this. I just developed the superpower. Jiang Liusher was telling the truth. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stand it if he was still wearing the same clothes as before. Okay. Jiang Zhuiying shrugged. By the way, brother, is there a way for us to get out? At this time, the only one who can rely on is Jiang Liusher. Yes, but it will take some time. At least more than a year. During this period of time, we should not think about anything and practice hard. There is very pure energy accumulated in this space. It is more powerful than you usually use. The quality needs to be several levels higher. If you seize this opportunity, your strength will make a big leap forward. Several girls nodded vigorously. They were so eager for strength. Especially after experiencing the bitter battle with the speaker. The feeling of not being able to protect the people around them and being slaughtered was too painful. If it weren't for Jiang Liusher, it would be so sad if a few people among all the people died now. Let's get started. We're around this blue light. Jiang Liusher pointed at the star seeds. The faint blue star seeds were like the eternal night stars in the void, shining with mysterious light. Jiang Liusher didn't know how far the star seeds could go after a long period of silence. He looked forward to it and witnessed it. Chapter 657 Establishment of Base City. Time flies by like a white horse passing by. Once upon a time, this sentence was loved by many literary young girls. They liked to write this line of text on fragrant paper to lament the passage of time. However, after the end of the world, these boys and girls could no longer express such emotions. People finally discovered that the so-called words such as time flies by, and years fly by in a blink of an eye, were only spoken in happy and comfortable days. Write down that when life is like HL, you struggle painfully for food and survival every day, endure extreme hunger every day, and struggle to sleep in the cold environment. Then the days will pass like years, And it will become a joke to say that the passing of time has become a joke. It's been 3 years since the end of the world. In 3 years, the world has undergone tremendous changes. An unknown number of people have died. The government and military have all collapsed. No organization has the power to formulate rules. Until a mysterious organization, Chuang, appeared. Chuang has great strength, and no one of its members can defeat it. And the legendary chairman of Chuang has power equivalent to that of a god. Or in other words, he is a god. In front of Chuang, no one dared to think of resisting. Many strong people have chosen to join Chuang and become a member of Chuang. In the past 2 years, Chuang has almost ruled the world. In other words, the entire world no longer has any effective power that can compete with Chuang. Even if the power of Chuang cannot reach the remote areas, do not pose any threat to Chuang and are regarded as the territory of Chuang. In this way, for the first time in human history, the first era of great unification was achieved. But this unification does not mean that there will be no killings and wars. Hunger continues. Zombies are still raging, and mutant beasts are endlessly eradicated. As a result, under the threat of survival, the ugliness of human nature is still impossible to restrain. And robbery, rape, and bullying are still happening everywhere. For most people, the world has not changed much. Strength still determines everything. The strong will still live a prosperous life. As long as they do not resist creation, the weak will still be miserable, and they can only survive. These problems, even the unrivaled Chuang, are not capable of solving, or they have no intention of solving them. But Tron still did one thing. They established 4 giant safe zones in the world. One is in the United States, one is in Europe, one is in Africa, and one is in China. These safe zones are called base cities. They are essentially self-sufficient super cities with industrial, agricultural, and technological systems. The Huaxiao base city includes the original Jiangbei and Shanghai. Outside the safe zone, creation recruited laborers and Earth-type superpowers to build thousands of kilometers of city walls. In the base city, there are no zombies or mutant beasts, and life safety can be guaranteed to some extent. In addition, Chuang opened up farmland in the safe zone, built hydropower stations, factories, pharmaceutical production bases, and even built a local area network in a small area so that some powerful people could get access to the internet. An almost legendary enjoyment. Building these things is a huge project. Everyone who enters the safe zone has to bear heavy labor in exchange for meager food rations. Even so, just because there are no mutant beasts and zombies in the safe zone, there are still a large number of hungry people who continue to join the safe zone. Just because they can still survive here. In the apocalypse, refugees who lack nutrition and are in extremely poor physical condition can easily die during labor when faced with high workloads. In ancient China, when a great wall was being built, many dead bones were buried at the foot of the Great Wall. Today's conditions are even worse than those of the Great Qin dynasty back then. Originally, Chuang would undoubtedly bury a lot of people when building these large-scale projects. But what they didn't expect was that the mortality rate of hungry people was not high. Chuang developed a genetic evolution fluid. Those hungry people who voluntarily participated in the labor of building the city could get a free injection of low-grade genetic evolution fluid. Just this small bottle of genetic evolution fluid reduced the mortality rate to less than 3%. As a result, the genetic evolution fluid soon became very popular. Many people learned that Chuang had mastered extraordinary biomodification technology and could create genetic evolution drugs to strengthen the body without relying on mutated crystal nuclei. After that, Chuang established a huge point system to register all superpowers in the world and calculate the points. Everyone who has contributed to Chuang can exchange for points, and these points can be used to purchase genetic evolution fluid. Gene evolution fluid is divided into different grades. The lowest level genetic evolution fluid is only effective for ordinary people. It is very cheap and can be used to strengthen the body and treat various diseases. A dying old man can be cured after being injected with a genetic modification fluid. I feel energetic for many days. And high-level genetic evolution fluid can provide opportunities for evolution for superpowers. The news of first-level superpowers evolving into second-level superpowers due to injection of high-level genetic evolution fluid is not new. For a time, the genetic evolution fluid became more and more popular, and many teams of superpowers racked their brains to complete the creation task just for a bottle of genetic evolution fluid. Of course, there are also more people with special abilities who have a wait-and-see attitude towards this. After all, They don't trust Chuang. Unlike those hungry people, their lives are worthless, and they just need to survive. They all cherish their lives very much. An unknown genetic evolution fluid is injected into their bodies. Among them, even if everything is fine now, who can predict the consequences in the future? At this time, in a remote mountainous area in Jiangbei, there was a hidden cave. The cave was covered with vines, and there was nothing from a distance. At this time, in the open space in front of the cave, a mutated wild boar was lying on the ground, pig blood dripping down, and a large man was holding a sharp boning knife, slowly cut open the thick pig skin. His hands were extremely powerful, and the tough pig skin was as fragile as paper in his hands. Brother Hai. The brothers finally got back a few bottles of the genetic evolution fluid. There are low-level ones and high-level ones. We can do experiments and see what these things are. I always feel that they are creative. Those turtle grandsons won't be at ease. A man wearing animal skin and carrying an AK-47 broke into the cave. Behind him were 7 or 8 people, each of whom was a superpower with a calm aura and strong skills. The man who was cleaning up the wild boar raised his head and looked at the bottles of genetic evolution fluid that glowed blue in the sunlight. He sighed, shook his head and said, Kunzi, we are the only ones with a lot of talent. It's okay to kill pigs and grill barbecue, but it makes me blind when analyzing these ghost things. There are no doctors or scientists in the team. Just those guys. And the total number of books they have studied in their whole life is not enough for 2. How can we analyze this thing, which is sold for kilograms of waste paper? Well, it would be great if sister-in-law Yu Xian were here. It would be a piece of cake to analyze it for her. The man who cleaned up the wild boars was none other than Zhang Hai, and the other person named Kuan Zi was naturally Sun Kuan. When Jiang Lushur went to the island country, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan stayed in the Shanghai Development Safety Zone because the Type 99 tanks could not cross the sea, and they could not help when they went to the island country. They wanted to build a rear for Jiang Lushur base. However, Jiang Lushur never came back once he went to the island country, and there was no news for several years. However, their opponent, Chuang, at the beginning became bigger and bigger, and now they almost dominate the world. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were both worried about Jiang Lushur. They had been asking around for the past few years, but could not get any information about Jiang Lushur. And Chuang did not want Jiang Lushur. All signs showed that Jiang Lushur might be dead, but Zhang Hai did not believe it. In his mind, Jiang Lushur was omnipotent. He and Sun Kuan had followed Jiang Lushur for a long time. Lushur. They have been together through life and death. No matter how many times they encountered dangerous situations and powerful enemies, Jiang Lushur was able to turn the tide. Moreover, his strength grew at an astonishing rate. When he killed Shanghai and Jiangbei, Jiang Lushur already had the strength of a parliamentarian, and the members of Chuang have been practicing for at least 10 years, while Jiang Lushur has only been practicing for 1 year. Unlike others, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan, who had experienced the Battle of Shanghai, knew very well what kind of organization Chuang was. Faced with Chuang as rule of the world, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan knew that they could not forcefully. He resisted and had no choice but to leave the city. Now they are organizing guerrillas in the mountainous areas, absorbing some squads of superpowers and remnants of the army who are dissatisfied with Chuang or have a desire to resist, and form guerrillas to start fighting guerrillas with Chuang. As for what effect the guerrillas can have, Zhang Hai also knows in his heart that they are probably like lice on an elephant. But people must live with dignity. Sometimes fighting is not only to win glory and wealth, but also for the dignity of soldiers. Ask him to join Chuang, work for Chuang to earn points, and then accept some kind of genetic evolution fluid from Chuang. He feels that it is better to die. What's the difference between that and going to build the Great Wall for Chuang? I don't know where the captain is gone. It's been 2 years. Zhang Hai threw down the boning knife and said with some enthusiasm. The guerrillas, had a hard time fighting. The top management of Chuang looked down upon them at all, and may not even have heard of their existence. There are many riots against Chuang around the world, and there are always people who are unwilling to be ruled. With so many teams, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan, if they are mixed in and not strong enough, who will care about them? But it's different for the superpowers who have taken refuge in Chuang. They are like hounds with a keen sense of smell. They hunt these guerrillas everywhere and bring back their bodies or heads to receive rewards. Points are used to redeem genetic evolution fluid. Chapter 658 Return to the U.S. military base. Years of exploration and accumulation of ruins have allowed Chuang to master a large amount of technology. In addition to genetic evolution fluid, Chuang has also launched some new weapons, such as special alloy swords that can easily cut through the tough skin of mutant beasts, and mutant crystals, guns powered by energy, as well as mini radars that can detect zombies and mutant beasts within a range of 30 meters, etc. Especially the last radar is really important to many teams without psychic powers. After all, there are too few people with mental powers. With this radar, although the function is weaker, it also means that these teams have eyes, so they don't have to be attacked when they go hunting. Therefore, due to various reasons, the contribution points of creation have become a more popular hard currency than mutated beast meat. With the help of genetic evolution fluid and the accumulation of evolutionary crystals over the past 3 years, a handful of third-level superpowers have appeared in this world one after another. I think back then, the second-level superpowers were already the overlords of the powerful side. They could form a team and build a sphere of influence to become their own local emperor. As for third-level superpowers, they are legendary existences. Even Zhang Hai and Sun Quan, who have been following Jiang Lushi and have seen many things in the world, have almost never seen anyone above third level, except for the Chuang counselors. From the second level to the third level, it is a qualitative leap. In this world, anyone who becomes a third-level superpower is respected by others. If they are willing to join creation, they will immediately become a senior member of creation and enjoy the resources of creation. When they learn that the genetic evolution fluid could help peak level 2 superpowers break through bottlenecks. Even those who had some doubts about the genetic evolution fluid finally couldn't resist the temptation of strength and chose to earn points and exchange them for the genetic evolution fluid. Encircling and suppressing guerrillas is one of the fastest ways to earn points. Led by the combat members of creation, other superpowers will join in, and points will be distributed according to meritorious deeds. The guerrilla teams of Zhang Hai and Sun couldn't face such an encirclement and suppression. In fact, they have been under siege for more than a year, and in the past month, Chuang has launched a carpet-like purge of the guerrillas. Many anti-Chuang guerrillas have been wiped out. Zhang Hai's guerrillas were also surrounded in the mountains, facing an army that was 10 times their size. They had been extremely cautious in coming and going in the past few months, lest they reveal any clues and be noticed by the encirclement and suppression team. This situation made both Zhang Hai and Sun Quan feel a little frustrated. Their so-called counterattack was too insignificant for Chuang. For Chuang, the top leaders of their organization didn't even have time to pay attention to them. Sending his men would be enough to threaten their lives. And these subordinates of Chuang are by no means ordinary people. In East Asia alone, there are 4 major forces that have joined Chuang. The general leaders of these forces are all level 3 superpowers. The third-level superpower in charge of the Shanghai area is named Black Spider. It is rumored that this person's body has undergone special mutations and has the power of assimilation. He can directly absorb mutant beasts as part of his body. Such a power, which was simply unheard of at the beginning of the apocalypse. Zhang Hai couldn't imagine a fight with Black Spider. They were simply not enough to watch. At this time, the vast Pacific, the Pacific Ocean near the equator, has always been the breeding ground for the most terrifying storms in the world due to the harsh irradiation of the sun and the evaporation of water. When a typhoon comes, even large warships have to avoid it. After all, storms on the ocean are far more powerful. For typhoons that make landfall, it is not uncommon for the typhoon center to have winds of level 15 or even level 17. At this time, huge waves were set off in the center of the Pacific Ocean. The wild waves roared like hills, as if they were about to rush into the sky. And in the midst of such wild waves, a small ship shuttled lightly between the wave crests. These big waves that could overturn a 10,000-ton ship seemed to be non-existent to this small ship. This humble boat was the warship that Jiang Lushi was riding on. It took Starseed 2 full years to finally completely absorb the metal essence. At the same time, all the original metals in the Black Cube became Starseed's possession. However, although the metal was completely absorbed, the Star Battleship was not restored. The Star Battleship was too complex, and it would take a long time to restore it. Now Starseed has only completed the heart of the Star Battleship, the power system. The power system uses black hole energy as the core, which can swallow matter from the surrounding space and convert it into driving force. This is a higher level of energy than nuclear fusion energy. In this way, the Star Battleship can be said to be a perpetual motion machine, a steady stream. At first, due to the materials and structure of the engine of Jiang Lushi's base vehicle, the utilization rate of the black hole energy was extremely low. But now, this situation no longer exists. Today's core engine is entirely composed of original metal essence, and the conversion rate of black hole energy is over 90%. But the power system alone is of course not enough. The Starry Sky battleship also needs to convert power into the main body of combat power. Before the Starry Sky battleship is fully formed, Jian Lucier needs a transitional form. And the easiest way to obtain this form is still scanning. Compared with the long construction time of star battleships, scanning construction can be completed in just a few hours. Brother Jian, we are already close to the island country. There are still 800 nautical miles left, Ran Shiyu said, and Jian Lucier nodded. After Ran Shiyu has experienced these 2 years of training, she is simply a humanoid ultra-long-range radar. Her perception coverage can reach hundreds of kilometers. If forced into a straight line, it can even reach a staggering 2,000 kilometers away. Such a powerful ability, let alone detecting zombies, is not a problem for piloting on the high seas. Therefore, Jian Lucier almost did not use the geomagnetic positioning system when he crossed the Pacific this time. We will pass through the storm immediately, and we will reach the territorial waters of the island country. We will land at the U.S. military base. Yes, very good. Jian Lucier nodded. This landing point was deliberately chosen by him. Huh? Brother Jian, there has been a change in the U.S. military base. The original base seems to have been destroyed, and it has been changed into a new safe zone. Ran Shiyu had already roughly noticed what happened hundreds of kilometers away. What? Destroyed? Jian Lucier was startled. Although there are only a few thousand people stationed in the American military base in Japan, they have the most sophisticated weapons. There seems to be only one person or force that can destroy the American military base. And that is creation. Did Chuang attack the U.S. military base? Half an hour later, Jian Lucier no longer needed Ran Shiyu to continue navigation. He had already seen the huge metal behemoth parked on the shore of the aircraft carrier. Chapter 659, The Thunder That Penetrates the Sky. DD. In just 10 seconds, a prompt came from Starseed. The battleship scan is completed. Please select the copy type, original copy, which takes 5 seconds. Additional copy, which takes 20 minutes. Perfect copy, which takes 10 hours. Jian Lucier's mind was connected to the star seed, and he instantly understood the difference between these types of replication. There is no doubt that the original copy is to take the Ford-class aircraft carrier as its own. This only takes a few seconds. For Jian Lucier, this is naturally not enough. Additional copying is a simple transformation of several core systems of the aircraft carrier, such as engines, radars, self-defense weapons, etc. And the last thing is perfect transformation and replication, which is equivalent to taking the existing aircraft carrier as a blueprint and strengthening it inside and out. Not to mention the core system. The outer SH.L and skeleton will also be integrated into the original metal, which is equivalent to using Starseed's technology. Completely transform the aircraft carrier. At the same time, the reconstruction work of the interstellar battleship will continue. Compared with the long-term reconstruction of the interstellar battleship, it takes only 10 hours to transform the aircraft carrier into Jian Lucier's own battleship. It is a very cost-effective thing. Choose the first one. 3 are unquestionable. Select the perfect transformation and let the transformation begin. The light of the star seed completely enveloped the entire Ford-class aircraft carrier, and the original metal turned into a liquid state, like flowing silver blood, gurgling from the black cube into the interior of the aircraft carrier. The reconstruction of the star battleship is carried out in the internal space of the black cube. This does not conflict with the transformation of the aircraft carrier. The latter is just a transition. Jian Lucier even suspected that the black Rubik's Cube originally existed as a container for the star battleship. When the star battleship is completely completed, it can be taken into the alien space of the Rubik's Cube and carried around. Brother Jian, someone is coming! Just as Star C began to absorb the aircraft carrier, Ran Shiyu suddenly spoke. Her mental power covered the whole sky at 720 degrees without any blind spots. Even the enemies underground could not escape Ran Shiyu's perception. Oh! Jian Lucier showed a playful expression. He waited leisurely. After a while, a few small black spots appeared in the sky. It's 5 armed helicopters. Those who can fly armed helicopters in the apocalypse are all powerful forces. At this time, the door of one of the helicopters opened, and a light curtain shot out from the helicopter. Then a scene that slightly surprised Jian Lucier happened. A man in a black cloak stepped on the light curtain and calmly exited the helicopter. As he walked up and down, it was as if the light curtain under his feet was a tangible golden avenue. there is also this ability. Jiang Luxia was stunned for a moment. This ability is quite new. He can actually walk in the sky with a light curtain. Moreover, Jiang Luxia could feel that the opponent was very strong. In comparison, among the superpowers Jiang Luxia encountered 2 years ago, except for the members of the Chuan Council, almost no one could compare with this man in a black cloak. Jiang Luxia noticed that this group of people had various skin colors and seemed to come from all over the world. The clothes they were wearing had an obvious mark on their right chest. It was a perfect black sphere with purple circles outside the sphere. Lightning. This sphere made Jiang Luxia think of weapons. When the weapon appears, it is a black ball of light. When the weapon turns into a suit and covers the human body, the ball of light will still stay on the person's chest, also wrapped with purple lightning. Creation. There is no doubt that the group of people in front of me are from Chuang. It seems that in all likelihood, the U.S. military base was contributed by Chuang. It is normal to think about it. A group of American soldiers possess a large number of advanced weapons, as well as a large amount of grain, vegetables, and a mobile aircraft carrier nuclear power plant. How could Chuang let go of such a piece of fat on the lips? Huh? So it's you guys? Suddenly a word in the island language came from the crowd. Jiang Luxia raised his eyebrows and looked over. The man who spoke was stepping off the helicopter. He also stepped on the light screen and walked in midair. Jiang Luxia thought for a moment before he remembered this person. He was a swordsman from the island country who performed sword skills at the U.S. military base, but was tricked by Jiang Zhuing and hit his face with a durian. Do you know them? The man in the black cloak asked in English. I know. 2 years ago, these guys came here and robbed our mutant crystal core. They also used a trick on me and defeated Jonathan, the island warrior said solemnly, and Jiang Zhuing smiled. Hey! If you didn't mention this, I would have forgotten about you. Aren't you that guy who performs Fruit Ninja? TSK. Tusk. What you said about using a trick to trick you meant did I slap you in the face with a durian? Being stabbed in the painful spot by Jiang Zhuing. The swordsman's face turned extremely ugly. You will pay the price. The master here is no longer Jonathan, and you will die an ugly death. You probably don't know who the person standing in front of me is, but you will soon know the true meaning of being strong. Hee hee. What you mean by that is that you betrayed Jonathan and took refuge with the new master. You? The island warrior was extremely angry, and his eyes wanted to shoot through Jiang Zhu's shadow. She was humiliating himself from the beginning to the end, and the durian 2 years ago was an unbearable memory in his life. You really don't know how to live or die, the island warrior said fiercely. You don't seem to understand the current situation. You are surrounded by us. What you are facing is the Chuang that rules the world. In front of us, you will like an ant. You can crush it to death. While the island warrior was talking, more people got off the armed helicopter. Each of them is not weak in strength, and the weapons in their hands are also extraordinary. These are new weapons made by Chuang, using high technology. There are more than 30 people in total. Such a team could indeed sweep everything 2 years ago. Mr. Ease, that man named Jiang is very powerful. Please. As for this woman, I want to kill her with my own hands. Okay. Is nodded. Is it just you? You really made me laugh to death. Jiang Zhuing looked at the island warrior with disdain. Woman, how do you know the changes in my strength in the past 2 years? I am completely different from that time. I will let you endure the most unbearable humiliation for a woman. As the island warrior spoke, he drew out his katana. This samurai sword is completely black, and when the sword is pulled out, it seems to swallow up all the surrounding light. Huh? Jiang Luxia was stunned for a moment when he saw this knife. Since Starseed absorbed the original metal, Jiang Luxia has become extremely sensitive to the material of metal. He can feel that this is not an ordinary alloy knife. This black metal is not only tough, and it contains a faint trace of energy. Did you see it? Ha ha ha! Yes, this is the weapon I exchanged from the organization for a high amount of points. Its name is Black Light. Even if it doesn't use superpowers, it can cut iron like clay. The island warrior looked at the katana in his hand with fascination. His special power was swordsmanship. An ordinary sword could split steel in his hand, let alone this magical weapon. Not only that, in the past 2 years, he has also been injected with 2 injections of advanced genetic evolution fluid. Now his strength has increased tenfold. If it comes to dealing with Jiang Luxia, he is not confident yet. But when it comes to dealing with Jiang Zhuing, he is not afraid at all. He didn't think this woman was that powerful at first. Mr. Ice, let's take action! The island warrior stepped on the golden light and rushed out. At the same time, Ease moved his hands together and shot countless golden arrows from his body. All these golden arrows were shot at Jiang Lushi. According to what the island warrior said, he held Jiang Lushi and dealt with Jiang Zhuing first. In his opinion, these girls were a breakthrough point. Dealing with them would distract Jiang Lushi and take the opportunity to kill Jiang Lushi. However, he did not expect that despite the golden light shining all over his body, Jiang Lushi did not move at all. And in front of him, Jiang Zhuing's whole body suddenly erupted with blazing purple light. Like a purple sun rising suddenly, Jiang Zhuing's long hair was flying freely in the electric light, with a sneer on her beautiful face. Crack! All the golden light emitted by the cloaked man collided with the electric light, and the golden light melted rapidly like ice and snow that had encountered a soldering iron. What? The man in the cloak was shocked. He was extremely confident in his own strength. He had special powers. The golden light could attack, serve as a shield, and even pave the way. With his elusive abilities, he had no opponent at all. But now facing Jiang Zhuing, he only felt overwhelming power. Such a terrifying suppression of strength made it impossible for him to use his endless methods. Zitsizi! Each ray of lightning was as thick as a thigh, like a giant purple python. Before the golden light was completely shattered, the terrifying electric field had already made the hair on the cloaked man's body stand on end. He was frightened and flew out. But what about the speed of his physical body? Maybe better than lightning? Call out! A huge purple snake broke through the defense and rushed directly to the cloaked man's chest. Absolute defense! The man roared, almost breaking his teeth. He gathered all the energy in his body to form a golden shield on the surface of his body. However, the shield immediately collapsed the moment it was formed. The man was hit by the lightning without any fancy. He screamed and his body flew out. Boom! The man hit the tail of a helicopter hard, and the impact was so powerful that the tail of the helicopter broke apart. The tail propeller, which adjusts the rotational balance, was lost. The entire aircraft rotated in the opposite direction with the rotation of the main rotor. The aircraft emitted exhaust smoke and fell to the ground. Boom, boom, boom! A plane hit the sea and exploded, causing a spray of water dozens of meters high. Kill the cloaked man in one move. Jiang Zhuing casually moved his wrist and looked at the island warrior, who was completely confused. Although he knew that Jiang Liushi's team was very powerful, he never expected that the man in the cloak, who he thought was unbeatable, would be defeated with just one move. And Jiang Liushi didn't even make a move. Just a girl kills the cloaked man instantly. You just said you wanted to tell me the true meaning of being strong? Jiang Zhuing said sarcastically. The island warrior's face was pale, and he had no intention of fighting at all. Let me tell you! Jiang Zhuing's figure was like a flash movie, instantly appearing in the shadow of an island warrior, slashing out with a first-level sword, and the purple lightning swallowed up half the sky. Tisk! At that moment, the atmosphere was ionized, and a powerful electromagnetic storm spread in all directions. The electronic equipment of the 3 helicopters short-circuited instantly, and crackling fire appeared on the control console. No matter how hard the pilot adjusted, he could not prevent the plane from falling. They could only parachute in a hurry. Boom! Boom! 3 helicopters crashed into the sea one after another and exploded again. As for the other superpowers, after the Golden Light Avenue disappeared, they all fell into the sea because they lost their ability to fly. The only remaining swordsman from the island country, his whole body was burned black and he was already dying. Chapter 660 Activation Factor. Directly reading the opponent's memory through mental invasion is a dreamlike ability for ordinary mental superpowers. But Ran Shiyu can easily do it when the opponent loses the ability to resist and is mentally weaker than herself. To achieve this, if this ability is known to the enemy, it will make them feel strongly uneasy. No one wants their memories to be read at will. Then they will have no secrets at all. The island warrior was struggling fiercely, but Ran Shiyu's mental power was like a sharp spine piercing the opponent's soul sea. And the poor mental defense of the island warrior was burst like a soap bubble. For a time, all the information about the many changes that had taken place in the world in the past 2 years poured into Ran Shiyu's mind. Slowly, Ran Shiyu frowned. This person had done many evil things and deserved to die. Therefore, she did not control the intensity of her mental power, and soon destroyed the brain of the island warrior to a complete mess. Then, the island warrior had vomited at his mouth. Biafo, breathless and dead. There is no valuable information, but I already have a rough idea of what has happened in the world in the past few years. 2 years ago, Chuang began to expand aggressively and launched an attack on the entire world. It successively controlled the Americas. Europe, and finally Asia. Back then, Chuang brought out some technologies of extraterrestrial civilizations from the ruins. And most of these technologies were related to the energy of mutated crystal nuclei. They were not of much use before the end of the world. But when they were developed after the end of the world, they were incredible. Gene evolution liquid, crystal nuclear weapons, bioradar, mind blaster, etc. Chuang has created many things, which are fatally attractive or deterrent to many people with superpowers. Nowadays, Tron's rule over the world is being steadily consolidated. They have even rebuilt part of the network and basic technology. And some of the guerrillas who resisted Tron are being wiped out one by one. Psychic blaster? What is that? Jiang Lucier was startled. A device that amplifies the mental waves of people with mental powers. Chuang sold some castrated versions of mind blasters to those with meritorious powers. For people with mental powers, mind blasters' explosive devices can greatly enhance their abilities, and may even expand the radius of their mental perception range by more than 5 times. A truly high-end psychic blaster may be able to increase the radius of their perception range to more than 10 times, or even dozens of times. Oh, so strong? Jiang Lucier thought. Ran Shiyu's current mental force field covers a range of hundreds of kilometers. If there is a mind blaster with 10 times the range, wouldn't it be able to cover half of China? And if they were gathered in a straight line, it would be even worse. This mind blaster is very interesting. Is there any other information? There is not much information. There are several forces that belong to Chuang. Ran Shiyu said. After all, the whole world is too big for Chuang. Although their strength is unmatched, it is impossible to defeat them. Their power extends to every corner of the world, allowing them to rule the entire world. If they cannot rule, they will need some minions. In Ran Shiyu's description, there are 4 major forces under Chuang. They are the Asia-Pacific Alliance. In East Asia, the Nordic Goddess. In Europe, the VK. In the Americas, and the Lionheart. In Central Asia and North Africa. These 4 major forces are in charge of the 4 major base cities respectively. The 4 major base cities are constantly developing and growing. And most ordinary people who join the base cities serve as laborers. Brother Jiang, there seems to be something wrong with the blood on this man's body. At this moment, Li Yusin suddenly spoke. After 2 years of being nourished by star seed energy, Li Yusin's abilities have also been greatly improved. Although her combat effectiveness is still not strong, in terms of her understanding of human physiology, Li Yusin's perception has already improved. It is powerful enough to detect every cell. He felt that the blood flowing from this island warrior was unusual. What's wrong? Jiang Lucier raised his eyebrows. There are strange activating factors in the blood. These things are not found in the blood of normal people. Li Yusin took some blood from the warriors of the island country and placed it under the sun for careful observation. I don't know if this is a mutation caused by supernatural powers. It doesn't feel like it. Li Yusin said this. And beside her, Xiang Shuai's figure had disappeared in a flash, after the wind power was greatly enhanced. Xiang Shuai moved like a wisp of smoke, coming and going without a trace. In the blink of an eye, Xiang Shuai flew back, and behind her, there were 2 men entangled by Xiang Shuai's wind restraints. They were both pilots of Chuang. They had just driven an armed helicopter to kill them, but all the planes crashed without firing a shot. Several pilots managed to escape by parachuting. They originally thought of swimming away quickly, but who would have thought that 1 second they looked like Jiang Lucier and others were just small black dots in the sky. And the next moment, they were like suddenly a girl teleported in front of them. And then, they were caught directly in front of Jiang Lucier without any resistance. This elusive movement combined with their powerful strength makes them even have no courage to escape. This is too strong. Forgive me. This is none of our business. We were just ordered to fly the plane. Draw blood, Li Yusin said calmly. And with a casual stroke of Ling's hand, the 2 of them felt their wrists go cold. And blood gurgled out. Dark red blood floated into the air, seemingly surging with an indescribable power. Li Yusin confirmed that each of them had a strange activation factor in their blood. And these 2 pilots were not superpowers at all. So naturally this had nothing to do with superpowers. The genes of these people have been artificially ridden with information. Compared with normal people, they have many more gene segments. But I am not sure what the functions of the proteins transcribed by these gene segments are. Hearing Li Yusin's words, Jiang Lucier frowned. These people were all Chuang people. It seemed that Chuang had done something to them. Is it the so-called genetic evolution fluid? According to Li Yusin, The genetic evolution fluid was developed by Chuang to strengthen the bodies of superpowers. During the construction of the Bay City, Chuang was in order to ensure that many workers were engaged in heavy labor despite the lack of food and medicine. They still won't die too much. And they are also injected with genetic evolution fluid. This kind of liquid medicine sounds so magical no matter how it sounds. And Jiang Luxia remembered that when he was in Jiangbei, Jiang Luxia first encountered the created counselor Shanghai because of a plague in northern Jiangsu. When Jiang Luxia met Shanghai and fought fiercely with Shanghai, he found that those infected with the plague were controlled by Shanghai. This kind of genetic evolution fluid is probably not a good thing. Brother Jiang, I need to get a sample of the genetic evolution fluid to confirm what you are talking about. Jiang Luxia nodded. This was not a problem at all. It was easy to get the sample. Take a rest and wait until the aircraft carrier transformation is completed. Then we will set off. The first target is the Huaxia Bay City. Chapter 661 Bounty. After the creation of the unified world, the original AD era was changed to a new era called the creation calendar. From the day when the end of the world begins, it is designated as the first year of creation. Before the end of the world, people would be used to celebrating the arrival of the new year every year at the end of the year. However, in the current creation calendar, the end of the year is the day when the end of the world begins. Celebrating the end of the year means the death and destruction of that year. On that day alone, the entire world's population lost 70 to 90%. Even though Chuang has been telling the people that the day of great destruction is actually the day of nirvana for mankind. After that, the weak will be eliminated and the strong will be born. This is actually the evolution of human beings. Survive this destruction. Mankind will usher in a new era, and the human body will evolve into a perfect life form, without disease, as powerful as Superman, with a lifespan 3 to 5 times that of the original. And even when it is evolved to the extreme, it will live to even if you are 800 or 900 years old. It is impossible. Under the constant propaganda of Chuang, there are always some people who have accepted this concept. For them, the day of destruction is not only not a disaster, but a day worthy of celebration. And almost all of these people are supernatural beings. For them, the apocalypse makes them become masters. Before the apocalypse, they may have lived at the bottom of society. But now, they are all extremely glamorous, with a lot of wealth and women, and are respected and feared by people. Of course, these people are more likely to accept the concept of creation. They become stronger in the end of the world, and they are more perfect life forms. They are the winners. The so-called social elites before the end of the world are actually inferior human beings who will be eliminated. Therefore, many people still celebrate the new year in the creation calendar. And every time there will be some grand activities after all. The people who celebrate the new year are the current people in power. They are rich and powerful. The third year of creation is coming to an end. Red lanterns are hung on the streets of Huaxia City, and even the city walls are decorated deliberately, making it look festive. Many dignitaries' families have prepared a large amount of ingredients for this New Year's Eve, preparing for New Year's banquets to entertain guests from all over the world. In Huaxia Bay City, large shopping malls in the core business district have been doing brisk business these days, with sales of various New Year goods doubling. Of course, those who have the ability to consume here are all superpowers. This business district was originally a large shopping mall before the apocalypse. Now it has been cleared out and renovated. It looks bright and beautiful. If you just walk here, you will see everyone well-dressed superpowers, as well as those glamorously dressed beauties, may mistakenly believe that the so-called apocalypse is all a dream. However, this illusion will be shattered by the cold weapons carried by those with special abilities. Brother, it's really lively here. Jiang Zhuing looked around and saw that everything was sold here, including food, clothes, accessories, weapons, and even mobile phones and laptops. Because of the power plant, some wealthy people can afford such luxury things as power supply. Although the network has not been fully established, it is not a problem if you just play standalone games. It's lively. In the last 3 years, great changes have taken place, but the common people are still just as miserable. Jiang Luxia passed slums along the way. For Huaxia Bay City, slums accounted for 30% of the area, but gathered nearly 95% of the population. In the slums, looking around, the shabby shacks look like they will all collapse in a heavy rain. Although there is a lot of garbage on the narrow, muddy path, even flies cannot survive here due to excessive poverty. These poor people are the builders of Huaxia Bay City. They are the only cornerstone of the bright and beautiful scene in the city center. You can buy whatever you like, Jiang Lucia said. After the end of the world, although the girls who followed him have been living a decent life on the base car, their journey was full of bloodshed and killing after all, and they lacked a lot of fun. I won't buy it. These shopping malls should be owned by Chuang, so I won't give them money. Jiang Juing curled his lips. Hey, where is that place? I feel a strong power fluctuation. Jiang Juing looked at a huge circular building located on the edge of the busy city. People were coming and going, but the people coming in and out were all soldiers. Many of them were fully armed. At first glance, they didn't look like they were shopping. It's a place similar to the Guild of Superpowers. You can trade genetic evolution fluid here. Ran Shiu's senses swept away, and he saw the situation here. Gene evolution fluid? Jiang Lucia raised his eyebrows. Go and have a look. Jiang Lucia and his party walked towards the Guild of Superpowers. The 10-meter-high metal gate was engraved with the energy ball of creation and the symbol of black lightning. After entering, there is a grand hall. In the middle of the hall is an electronic screen with various tasks scrolling on it. Each task has a corresponding point reward. The team of superpowers who complete the task can redeem their point rewards at the counter behind the screen, and use the points to purchase items, including genetic evolution fluid. Get some points and exchange them for a few bottles of genetic evolution fluid for you Xian to study. While Jiang Lucia was speaking, he casually glanced at the large screen above. Originally, he did it unintentionally, but after seeing one of the tasks, Jiang Lucia's expression changed slightly. A-level mission. Annihilate the Shurring bandit group, and the reward for annihilation is 10,000 points. Or kill its leader, and the bounty for the leader Hai Long, 1,000 points, and the bounty for the leader Kun, 800 points. When he saw the word Shurring bandit group, Jiang Lucia had already made a guess. When he saw the codenames Hai Long and Kun, he was almost certain that this so-called Shurring bandit group should be the guerrillas who resisted Chuang. Hai Long is Zhang Hai and Kun is Sun Kun. They used the name of the original Stone Shadow team to form the Stone Shadow Guerrilla team, and secretly fought against Chuang. Thinking of this, Jiang Lucia felt warm in his heart. When he went to the island country, he left Sun Kun and Zhang Hai to build a rear base. Because of creating a unified world, it was naturally impossible to build this rear base. But they did not give up the fight. Even though there was a huge disparity in strength, they still persisted. Is it Brother Zhang and the others? They are being encircled and suppressed. Such a reward for points is not low. Ren Shiu knew very well that a bottle of advanced genetic evolution fluid can be redeemed for only 200 points. The advanced genetic evolution fluid obtained by annihilating the Shurring team can be exchanged for 200 points. 50 people can be transformed. Since the bounty is still there, they should be fine. We have taken over the task, and will consider everything in the long run. When I come back this time, I will settle the accounts with Chuang. As Jiang Lucia spoke, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 662 Being Spied On. At the front desk of the Superpower Guild, the service staff are all beauties. They all wear uniforms, which makes them feel a bit seductive. You know, being able to work in the Superpower Guild is a job that many girls dream of. And they don't have to do it. Heavy labor, a decent job, and a stable income are already happy things in the apocalypse. There are also some girls who, with impure motives, want to take advantage of the convenience of working here to hook up with some powerful people with superpowers. At this time, the beauty who entertained Jiang Lucia seemed to be thinking about it. Although she was wearing a uniform, her chest was so majestic that her shirt was tacked tightly, and a tempting ravine could be clearly seen. Her smile is also very sweet, giving people a charming feeling. The beautiful waitress was ogling Jiang Lucia without paying any attention to the expression on Liu Yushen's face next to her. After Jiang Lucia's life transformation in the past 2 years, his appearance has become more and more perfect, and his temperament is also outstanding. He is already very attractive to women. In addition, when Jiang Lucia fills out the form and reports the power level, written as level 2A, etc. Moreover, Jiang Lucia passed the power user qualification test with ease. A level 2A level superpower is just one step away from becoming a level 3 superpower. In this guild of superpowers, it is definitely considered top-notch, because the level 3 superpowers in the world now all rely on genetic evolution fluid to achieve breakthroughs. Basically all of them have entered the upper echelons of creation, with such strength and appearance. In the apocalypse, he is simply the most ideal boyfriend besides the senior members of Chuang. Therefore, even though he knew that Jiang Lucia was surrounded by so many beauties, this beautiful waitress still faced the difficulties and stood up to him. It seemed to her, Mr. Jiang, with your strength, you can take on any task. This is the task you want to take on. The beautiful waitress exhaled like orchid. Jiang Zhu. This was the name Jiang Lucia randomly chose for himself, using the homophony of his own surname and a word in Jiang Zhuing's name. After all, Jiang Liusher's name was known to many people, and he didn't want to think about it yet. Now we have a head-on encounter with Chuang. Jiang Liusher took a look at the wanted information about Shuriing gorillas. Among them were photos of Hai Long and Kuan, although they were not clear due to the distance. Jiang Liusher had already determined that they were Sun Kuan and Zhang Hai. The most important thing is that Jiang Liusher already knows the scope of activities of Sun Kuan and Zhang Hai Lanjing Shan. As long as they arrive at Lanjing Mountain, they can easily find their base by relying on Ranxiyu. Mr. Jiang, is this your first time in Huaxia City? I'll get off work in half an hour. If you don't understand anything about Huaxia City, you can ask me. I'll answer everything you know. Just treat me to a meal. The meal is okay. The beautiful waitress smiled brightly, because she was talking to Jiang Liusher. She intentionally or unintentionally lowered the collar on her chest. No, thank you. Jiang Liusher refused with a smile. In his eyes, although the girl in front of him was beautiful, her life magnetic field was very weak. There was no comparison with Li Yusin and their full life magnetic fields. Brother Jiang, someone is paying attention to us secretly. At this moment, Ran Shiyu's voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Liusher's ears. Oh! Jiang Liusher's heart trembled. Did someone recognize them? When they came to China City this time, they all put on simple makeup. Most of Jiang Zhuing and the others wore masks and sunglasses. Although Jiang Liusher himself did not wear makeup, he also made some slight adjustments to his face with the energy of the star seed. In addition to the life transformation Jiang Liusher has experienced in the past 2 years, it is difficult for anyone to Jiang Liusher was recognized at a glance. And in Chuang's eyes, he was already dead. That girl at counter B1. She's secretly paying attention to us. Jiang Liusher looked over pretending to be casual. There was a petite girl standing at the B1 counter. She looked about 18 or 19 years old, and she still felt a little green. When Jiang Liusher looked over, he saw that the girl was giving a gift to a person with supernatural powers. The team was probably just observing themselves out of the corner of their eyes when redeeming points. If it weren't for Ran Shiyu's keen sense, it would be difficult to detect it. Mark her. Okay, Ran Shiyu thought, and a spiritual mark fell on the girl's body, and no one could notice it. Listening to what the beautiful waitress just said, they would change shifts in half an hour. So Jiang Liusher wandered around the Guild of Superpowers. He used the mutated crystal core to exchange for a low-level genetic evolution fluid from a superpower. After giving it to Li Yusin for analysis, she has determined that there is something wrong with this genetic evolution fluid. Brother Jiang, it's shift change. Jiang Liusher nodded. This superpower guild is open 24 hours a day and operates in 3 shifts. Jiang Liusher saw new uniformed girls coming in one after another to take over their posts. When the beautiful waitress left, she reluctantly said goodbye to Jiang Liusher. However, Jiang Liusher just smiled and was not moved at all. All his attention was focused on the petite girl of 18 or 19 years old. Let's go! Follow her! 10 minutes after the girl disappeared from the door, Jiang Liusher and his party set off leisurely, with Ran Shiyu's spiritual imprint. It was very convenient for them to follow her. It was impossible to be discovered even if they were following several kilometers apart. She changed her clothes in the bathroom, entered a hidden alley, and got into a Jinbei van in the corner. Jiang Liusher nodded. Based on the income of these entertaining girls, it is impossible to afford a car to commute to and from get off work. Vans are everywhere, but gas is too expensive. If you want to take a car, you have to be with a person with supernatural powers. And this girl certainly does not belong to that category. Case. Let's follow her. There's no rush. 20 minutes later, the Jinbei van drove around 7 times and finally stopped in front of an abandoned factory. Huaxia City itself is a giant safe zone, covering a huge area. There are many desolate places like this in the city. It is not surprising that some abandoned factories are inhabited. It is just that it is too far from the downtown area, and it is very inconvenient to move without a car. There are only some of the team of superpowers, like this kind of station. The girl had already put on sunglasses. After entering the factory, she walked to an inconspicuous corner and opened a rusty iron door. Behind the iron door was a basement. At this time, more than a dozen people had gathered in the basement. Here it is. The leader was a woman in blue. She looked in her mid-20s and had a special aura. Yura is here. No one is following her. The woman in blue asked. No. I'm very careful. The girl called Yura is the receptionist of the Guild of Superpowers. I have bad news. And even worse news for everyone. Yura didn't look good. And she didn't want to bring the news. But she couldn't help it. Sure enough, everyone in the basement looked extremely ugly when they heard it. It was bad news again. These days, they have heard almost no good news. Either the gorillas with allies have been wiped out, or Chuang has developed some new weapons. Tell me. I'm already prepared. The woman in blue sighed. Let me tell you the not too bad news first. When I was working at the Guild of Superpowers just now, I saw another person taking over the task of hunting down Brother Zhang Hai. And he is a level 2A superpower. Yura said. The woman in blue nodded and said solemnly. The situation is getting worse and worse. Our allies originally had more than 20 teams. But in the past few years, they have been surrounded and suppressed until there are only 3 or 5 left. And they are separated from each other. We can only rely on us to communicate with each other in the city. I'm worried that if this continues, these sporadic resistance forces will soon be gone, and Chuang will really dominate the world. It is not scary for countries and nations to be conquered and ruled. What is scary is that people gradually get used to this kind of rule. And then, it is really difficult to stand up. There are no other gorillas to help us attract firepower. We are becoming more and more dangerous. Now Lan Jingshan has accumulated a large number of troops and is launching a blanket search, adding a second-level A-level superpower to the mix. Brother Zhang and the others are already in danger. You are still if you say this is not the worst news. Do you mean there is worse news? A man in his 20s with a crew cut said angrily. Yura nodded very reluctantly. Yes. The worst news is that this morning, the God of Killing team targeted us and purchased a B-stage psychic blaster from the Superpower Guild at a high price. When Yura said these words, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. The woman in blue stood up from her seat. What? B-level mind blaster. This? They actually paid such a price. A B-level mind blaster requires 15,000 points. This price is higher than the total bounty of the Stone Shadow Gorillas. But the most important thing is that to control a B-level psychic blaster, you need a level 2B or above superpower. And the number of such superpowers is much less than that of level 2A level users. So many teams, even if they are willing no matter how much you pay, you won't be able to use this thing. This means that the Killing God team has added a level 2B level spiritual power user? Yes. It can't be wrong. When the Killing God team came to the Superpower Guild, I seemed to see him. He was very thin and had deep eye sockets. But just by looking at him, my soul seemed to be scattered. I was so frightened that I quickly stopped looking at him. He is probably the level 2B mental superpower. Yura said again. You can't be wrong when you say that. Mental superpowers of this level can already open their mental force fields. Ordinary people can't even think of observing them secretly. Now it's too bad. There are level B and other mental superpowers. With the ability, combined with the B-class psychic blaster, the Killing God team can search the entire Longjing Mountain within 10 days. Brother Zhang Hai and the others are just sitting there waiting to be killed. Then we inform them and ask them to evacuate Longjing Mountain quickly. The flat-headed man suggested. Chapter 663 Desperate Situation. For a moment, the entire basement was shrouded in a dark cloud. Even if they no longer wanted to say anything unlucky, they all realized that Team Shuri might have run out of energy. How could it be possible to survive in the face of such a scale of siege? There is no other way. We have only one way, which is to destroy the Class B Mind Blaster before it is put into use. The woman in blue gritted her teeth and made an extremely difficult decision. The Killing God squad has a fixed villa area in China City. Their leader Sickle is a person who likes to show off. Now that it is approaching the end of the year, the Killing God squad will definitely hold a banquet to celebrate the new year and also to celebrate the spiritual superpower. Join their God-killing team. People with superpowers are also human beings. Most people with superpowers put their heads on their waistbands and fight outside for the sake of money and beautiful women. In order to have better enjoyment, the end of the year is a time for enjoyment. Even if the Killing God team wants to take action, they are not in a hurry to kill just 1 or 2 people. Days of time. And these 2 days gave them an extremely slim chance. Are you going to take advantage of the party to destroy that B-class psychic blaster? Hearing the words of the woman in blue, Yura opened her small mouth. This task is too difficult. Among them, the strongest is the woman in blue, level 2C, who is far from the opponent of the Killing God team. And they are not at all where to put the Class B mine blaster. What if they put it in a concrete basement that is out of reach? This is one way. If it doesn't work, we will try to assassinate the spiritual superpower. The woman in blue had a cold light in her eyes. Everyone took a breath after hearing this. That was a level 2B level mental power user. Although the combat power of mental power users was very weak, their perception was very powerful. It was too difficult to sneak attack on him. You may even be discovered if you get close. And the chance of a successful assassination is very small. And even if the assassination is successful, the people who go on the mission will not come back alive. The law enforcement team of China City alone will wipe them out. This is almost a fatal mission. We pretended to be a defeated team of superpowers and asked the Killing God team to join us. I don't think they would refuse. While they were relaxing at the banquet, we made a sneak attack and tried to kill the psychic superpower with one blow. Bye. The woman in blue came up with a plan. The chance of surviving this mission is less than 1%. If you don't want to, you can quit now. What kind of organization is Chuang? I think Brother Zhang has made it very clear. The plague that swept Jianbei was an experiment they conducted. That genetic evolution fluid is probably something similar to the plague. I don't care about living in this hopeless apocalypse. Anyway, my relatives are all gone. I can live for one breath. I will personally direct this operation. If you like, if you join, just follow me. The woman in blue said calmly. Everyone looked at each other. And the man with the crew cut was the first to nod. I'll join. I'll bring a rocket launcher and blow up the villa of those bastards, like the god of death. And me. A girl with some baby fat said. Count me in. My brother was killed by the Killing God squad. Another young man said. She was originally from an ally squad of the Stone Shadow Gorilla. But that squad had been wiped out, and he was the only one left. I'll go too. I was about to starve to death in the slums 2 years ago. It was Sister Feifei who picked me up and gave me this life. Ewer said, clenching her little fists. Why are you joining in the fun? You have no powers. The woman in blue rejected Ewer angrily. And at this moment, another voice sounded. Count me in then. The voice sounded normal. But the woman in blue changed her face when she heard it. Who? This sound was not made by anyone in the house, but came from outside. Such a heavy iron door could not block this man's voice at all. And it almost seemed to ring in their ears. The woman in blue suddenly looked at the girl next to her, who had a little baby fat. This girl is the spiritual superpower in their team. She is usually responsible for vigilance. Although her strength is limited, she will not let people come to her door. She has not noticed it at all. I can't feel. The baby fat girl didn't know what to say anymore. Wow. Everyone in the room immediately picked up their weapons and pointed them at the iron door. And Yure's face turned pale. She suddenly realized that she was probably being followed. It should be because of me. Yure's heart was full of guilt and her voice trembled. After being followed to the stronghold, their end would be to be annihilated. She was the one who harmed everyone. It has nothing to do with you. We can't even notice when someone comes to the door. The difference in strength is too big. At this moment, there was the sound of the iron door opening. The iron door had been locked. But I didn't know what method the other party used to open the lock easily. Click! A soft sound triggered everyone's heartbeats. Many people had sweat on their foreheads. And the trigger was about to be pulled. The woman in blue also held her breath. If the other party dared to open the door in such a big way, they must not be afraid of their thermal weapons. They knew with their toes that they would be set on fire the moment they opened the door. Don't be impulsive. Don't shoot yet, the woman in blue said. For some reason, she had an inexplicable heart palpitation when she heard that voice just now. Who opened the door? Squeak! The iron door opened, and all the guns were pointed at the sudden appearance of the uninvited guest. After seeing the sudden appearance of the man, the woman in blue took a few steps back, with a look of disbelief on her face. This man looked very much like him. Although his temperament was slightly different, she had an intuition from the bottom of her heart. They are most likely the same person. You are? The woman in blue's voice trembled. Miss Wei Feifei. After 2 years of separation, I didn't expect you to be here in Huaxia City. Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Lusher said with a smile that the woman in blue was none other than Wei Feifei. When Jiang Lusher was on his way to Jiangning to collect materials, he chased and killed a second-level zombie. Wei Feifei, who was accidentally rescued, was taken to Hefei, Jiangzhen, by rare metals. Then came the battle with the black hole. Later, Jiang Lusher took Wei Feifei to Qionghai City. He wanted to deal with Luo Jiafeng in Qionghai City. After pulling out Luo Jiafeng's power, Jiang Lusher left Wei Feifei in Qionghai City, Haicheng. Along with Wei Feifei at that time were her companions Tao Zi and Xie Shasha. Because of Jiang Lusher's relationship, Wei Feifei and others received preferential treatment in Qionghai City, so there is no need to worry about their safety, and they can even develop their power and establish a base. Now it seems that Wei Feifei has indeed done this. Although the team she developed seems to be weak, it is not easy to achieve this step in the territory of Chuang. It seems that Wei Feifei's team has contributed a lot to the survival of many anti-creation guerrillas outside the city. They broke into the Guild of Superpowers and collected intelligence. This is very important to the guerrillas outside the city. Yes, without intelligence, they are blind. Tazi, you are here too. Jiang Lusher looked at the mentally gifted person with some baby fat. After seeing him for many years, he met his old friend. Even though Jiang Lusher's relationship with the two girls was not close at the time, they were filled with emotion when they reunited now. Captain Jiang, it's really you. Me. I'm not dreaming. Wei Feifei's voice trembled. When they parted ways in Qionghai City, she cared about Jiang Lusher, but she knew that her strength was limited, and she really didn't have the courage to rely on Jiang Lusher's car to leave. So she could only stay and build a base. Later, news came out that Shi Ying's team had been created and destroyed. Although she did not believe that Jiang Lusher was dead, there was no news about Jiang Lusher in the past 2 years, and the hope in her heart was also dampened little by little. Destroy? She never expected that Jiang Lusher would suddenly appear here today. Brother Jiang, you are all fine. This is great. Zhang Hai and the others will be extremely happy to see you. Seeing that Jiang Juing and others were well, Wei Feifei had tears in her eyes. Over the past year or so in China City, she was too tired, engaging in espionage work. The dangers can be imagined. She was tense all the time. Every time I sleep, I wake up from nightmares. Now that Jiang Lusher suddenly appeared, she felt as if her whole body softened. When she witnessed Jiang Lusher, a man and a car, destroying the black hole that almost destroyed the entire Jiangling, she was deeply shocked by this man. With Jiang Lusher around, she seemed to feel fearless, even though she knew it in her heart. Even Jiang Lusher is too weak against the current Chuang. Brother Jiang, as soon as you come back, our Shurang guerrillas have a backbone. You don't know yet, but Brother Zhang and the others are already in danger. They are besieged in Lanjing Mountain, and they have to deal with our God of Killing team and get the soul. Shocker. Taozi quickly said that she believed Jiang Lusher had a way to save the Shurang guerrillas, but there was nothing better than seeing hope in a desperate situation. Don't worry. Those are nothing. Where's Xie Shasha? Why didn't I see her? Jiang Lusher was a little worried when he didn't find Xie Shasha in the basement. However, after hearing Jiang Lusher's words, Taozi and Wei Feifei were fine, but everyone else was dumbfounded. What did this man just say? Saying that everything they face is nothing? The God of Killing team. Level 2 B-level mental superpowers. The army besieging Lanjingshan. And B-level psychic blasters. All these forced them to have no choice but to try something that would kill them all. But this man said so lightly, "It's nothing," and just let it go. She is in Lanjingshan and is responsible for logistics work such as cooking, Taozi said. Oh, that's good. Jiang Lusher breathed a sigh of relief. He would always feel uncomfortable if someone he knew met with misfortune. At this time, he suddenly glanced at Yer inadvertently. Yer, who had already met Jiang Lusher at the Superpowers Guild, was completely shocked. It turns out that you are the level 2A who took the mission. Waiting for people with superpowers. Chapter 664 Decision. Hearing Yer say these words, people remembered that Yer had just said 2 pieces of bad news. But compared to the second piece of bad news about the psychic blaster, the first one seemed so insignificant that it was ignored. It turns out that Jiang Lusher is the level 2A superpower who took on the bounty mission of wiping out the Shurang guerrillas. Yes! Jiang Lusher smiled slightly. He could see that Yer was just an ordinary person. An ordinary girl had such courage to lurk in the Guild of Superpowers as an informant, which made Jiang Lusher admire her in his heart. You were observing us secretly at that time, and we noticed it. So you followed us here. It's thanks to your guidance that we were able to find you. Otherwise, I might have to go to Lanjing Mountain to find Zhang Hai. Wouldn't that cost a lot of money? Less effort. When Jiang Lusher said this, Yer blushed. Although she played a good role as an espionage agent, this was not a glorious thing. Fortunately, Jiang Lusher was following her. If he was a bad person, Then everyone was harmed. It turns out that Captain Jiang is a level 2A superpower user. That's great. With Captain Jiang joining us, our strength can be increased several times. The flat-headed young man said excitedly. He could tell that the girls behind Jiang Lushi were also very strong. It would be great if there were a few more second-level BS. It should be noted that the strongest among them is Wei Feifei's second-level C. You're talking about level 2A. Brother Jiang is so strong. You can't imagine it. Wei Feifei was extremely confident in Jiang Lushi's strength. It's more than level 2A? Is that possible? The flat-headed young man was stunned for a while. Is it possible that it's level 3? There are not many third-level strengths in the world at present. Take out any one and it will be a deterrent. And from the current point of view, without the genetic evolution fluid, almost no one can break through the third level of superpowers. As a creation resistor, they first suspected that there was something wrong with the genetic evolution fluid. So how could they inject it themselves? Hearing Wei Feifei's words, everyone looked at Jiang Lushi in disbelief for a moment, with doubts in their eyes, but also a hint of excitement. What if Jiang Lushi is really a third-level superpower? To put it bluntly, he can even change the current guerrilla war situation to a certain extent. Sister Feifei, is this true? Someone asked in a tone of disbelief. Wei Feifei was confused when asked by so many people. She didn't know what the limit of Jiang Lushi's strength was. The strength of Chuang has reached this point, relying on black technology developed from unknown sources. Jiang Lushi just practiced on his own. He disappeared for another 2 years. What did he do in these 2 years? If you only hunt mutant beasts, your growth and strength may be limited. Captain Jiang is very strong. Wei Feifei was sure of her judgment. Her confidence in Jiang Lushi was still inexplicably strong. Jiang Lushi smiled slightly and said, even I don't know my strength level myself. I haven't tested it. But it shouldn't be difficult just to solve the immediate crisis. When Jiang Lushi said this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, as members of the Shiring guerrillas, they had often heard Zhang Hai and Sun Quan talk about Jiang Lushi. If the captain was here, wouldn't this be a big deal? This was what Zhang Hai often said when the guerrillas were established. But later, as the pressure from the guerrillas increased, Zhang Hai knew that he had to bear it. As a guerrilla, he shoulders the wealth and lives of hundreds of brothers. He can no longer say, what if, words. And he can only face reality alone. Captain Jiang, I have a question for you. I just glanced at it inadvertently. How did you find me? Yura asked cautiously. She was worried about this. She was an espionage agent. If someone discovered her casually, it would be fine. You know, Jiang Lushi and his group are already eye-catching. After all, there is a handsome guy with so many beauties. There are many people in the hall looking at Jiang Lushi. Some people are simply staring at Jiang Lushi and his group. The time they have to watch is already very short. How could it be seen through? Ren Shiyu guessed Yura's thoughts and said, although there are many people paying attention to us, when you look at us, your mental fluctuations are different. I can feel that you were very panicked at that time. When Ren Shiyu said this, Taozi couldn't help but cover her mouth. As a spiritual power user, although she is relatively weak, she knows very well how difficult it is to do what Ren Shiyu said. This is simply too difficult. Sister Shiyu, you paid attention to everyone in the hall at the same time? And you were able to detect the mental fluctuations of each of them. This is really the mental superpower of the Killing God team. Definitely much worse than you. After listening to Taozi's words, Ren Shiyu smiled slightly. If it's just a mental force field competition, you don't have to worry. I shouldn't lose. That's right. With Sister Shiyu here, we are more confident. These people in Chuang are so shameless. Brother Jiang, do you know that Chuang compiled the history of the end of the world? You originally destroyed the black hole, but Chuang has obliterated your achievements. Only talked about the battles of the army, and did not mention you at all. There is no internet in the apocalypse, and what is officially promoted is what it is. Now the legend about you has become very vague. Many people I don't even know your name. Brother Jiang. Wei Feifei said angrily that when the black hole was destroyed, she followed Jiang Lushi all the way, and she was extremely angry at Chuang for eliminating Jiang Lushi's supply. Jiang Lushi just smiled. In an era without the internet and folk historians, it was not difficult to erase a person's existence. However, he was very open-minded about these things. He said, it's not surprising that the winners write history. At least in that battle 2 years ago, the speaker was the winner. Of course, when he comes back this time, he wants to get everything back. Brother Jiang, no matter what, you are back, and we will listen to you. This operation will be under the full command of Brother Jiang, Wei Feifei said, spreading out a map. Brother Jiang, look, where is the residence of the Killing God Squad? The district map is here. There are many teams of superpowers gathered in this villa area. In addition, 10 kilometers away is the security area of Chuang. This is the most difficult thing. The strength of the security area must be much more than the Killing God Squad. Now that we have Miss Ran Xiyu and Brother Jiang, a successful sneak attack should not be a problem. The problem is how to evacuate. As Wei Feifei spoke, she looked at Jiang Lushi with some embarrassment. The security area was too difficult to deal with, just because of the existence of the security area. Even if they succeeded in a sneak attack, it would be almost impossible for them to survive. Now that Jiang Lushi is here, she doesn't know what Jiang Lushi will do. What to do? If it really conflicts with the security area, the matter will quickly expand and attract the attention of the creation senior management. Jiang Lushi glanced at the map and rolled it up. He smiled and said, "There is no need for a sneak attack. We can just kill them directly." As soon as Jiang Lushi said these words, everyone in the audience was stunned. They looked at Jiang Lushi with wide eyes and opened their mouths unconsciously. Direct? Kill him? Chapter 665, Grey Hidden. Brother Jiang, you said to kill directly, but the villa area of the Killing God team is deep inside Huaxia City, and it is the end of the year, so the security is particularly tight. Chuang is afraid that someone will cause trouble and oppose the new year of the creation calendar. Now the Chinese city is simply like a dragon's pond and a tiger's den. If we fight them in a big way, we will soon attract the garrison of China's city. Even with Brother Jiang here, defeating the Killing God Squad will not be a problem. But it will take time. We are in China's city, and the army of creation it's just endless, Wei Feifei said worriedly. And the young man with a flat head on the side also nodded in agreement. Yes, Captain Jiang. If we have a head-on confrontation, we might as well go to Lanjingshan. With Captain Zhang's strength, maybe we can work together with Brother Zhang Hai and others to break through Lanjingshan. Jingshan is heavily surrounded. Fighting against Lanjingshan's heavy army seemed easier than confronting Huaxia City's army. Hearing everyone's words, Jiang Lushi just smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. You all can just follow." As Jiang Lushi spoke, he was already planning to leave. Behind Jiang Lushi, Ran Xiyu and others also walked out of the door, as a matter of course. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Didn't they even make a battle plan? Who is responsible for supporting? Who is responsible for rearing? And who is responsible for blocking? Chuang. S reinforcements. Don't they need to plan? Brother Jiang, we still have some non-combatants here, such as you. She is very weak. Wei Feifei said hurriedly that there were dozens of them, and Jiang Liushi's people in total. With so many people really fighting against Chuang. As troops, there were bullets and bullets, and it would be difficult for non-combatants like you to stay safe. It's okay. Just follow along. If you stay in this base, you will be in danger. After hearing Jiang Liushi's words, Wei Feifei was stunned for a long time. This was Jiang Lushi. She trusted Jiang Lushi very much. If it had been anyone else, she would have been angry. Brother Jiang, even if you let all of us follow you, at least give us tasks. What are we responsible for? In their team, even little girls like you, who are not combatants, are not afraid of sacrifice. But they can't sacrifice in a daze. Although their strength is limited, at least they can compare with the layout of the Killing God Squad in the creation guards. Understanding can also play a role. Your mission, you are responsible for leading the way. Jiang Lushi had already left the house while he was talking. Not only Wei Feifei, but everyone in the room was speechless. There were so many of them, and they were only responsible for leading the way. A hunt for the Killing God team in the Dragon Pond and Tiger's Den. And being handled like this by Jiang Lushi was like going out to fight first-level zombies. Sister Feifei, is this really possible? Why do we feel like we are sending ourselves to death? A small young man said with a guilty conscience. He is a level C superpower user, and his ability is still a useless hardened skin. With his ability, it would be excruciating pain to block a pistol bullet. If he faced such a trauma attack, he would undoubtedly be in trouble. Seeing Wei Feifei looking over in annoyance, the little young man suddenly panicked. Sister Feifei, don't get me wrong. I'm not afraid of death. I just, whoever said we were going to die? Follow up and listen to Brother Jiang. That's right. Wei Feifei insisted that at this time, even Wei Feifei, who trusted Jiang Lucia extremely, felt guilty. But she couldn't show it. After all, Wei Feifei is the founder of this intelligence team and has a high prestige in the team. When she said this, everyone had no choice but to follow her. The sun gradually shifted to the west, and the last rays of sunlight were obscured by the clouds, forming magnificent fire clouds. After the end of the world, due to the shortage of electricity, people went to bed earlier and earlier, and some celebrations were also used to be held in the afternoon, including the New Year. Celebrations also start in the afternoon. In the evening, they will rarely light up colored lanterns, hold a feast, and celebrate together. This is of special significance to the team of superpowers. After all, they usually live a life of licking blood from the edge of a knife. Of course, if they can indulge, they must indulge in a carnival. After the apocalypse, there is a lack of laws, and these wealthy parties have no scruples. For example, this banquet of the Killing God team invited a large number of beauties to accompany the drinks. And the very famous 12 golden hairpins of Huaxia City came to dance. With her beautiful figure and sexy dancing posture, many people with superpowers became lustful and started to move their hands on the wine girls, money, alcohol, and beautiful women. These are what the superpower team likes most. And they work hard to improve their strength for these reasons. Ha! Brothers, our Killing God squad is what it is today, thanks to the efforts of all brothers. Today, the Killing God squad has added a strong general. I believe you all know it. It is Mr. Huyen. Mr. Huyen, the addition of Mr. Huyen has made up for the long-term embarrassing situation that we have not had powerful spiritual powers. Today I announce that from now on, Mr. Huyen will be the second in command of our God-killing team. Come, let's drink to Mr. Huyen's joining. Sickle, the captain of the Killing God squad, is a man in his 30s. He is 1.85 meters tall and looks a bit thin. But it does not give people the feeling of being thin. Instead, he feels like a long and narrow razor. Sharp. As for Huyen, he couldn't tell how old he was. His eye sockets were sunken and his complexion was gray, giving him a sickly look. He said, "No need to say polite words. I will help you solve the problem, and you can achieve the conditions I want. As for the false title of Second Master, I don't need it, and I don't care about it." Huyen's voice was cold. As soon as he said these words, the atmosphere in the whole place froze. This Huyen was quite arrogant, and he didn't even show off his dignity. You know, the people present are not only the members of the Killing God team, but also some friends invited by Sickle, as well as partners who cooperate with the Killing God team. This kind of cold scene is really a slap in the face. According to Sickle's temper, anyone who refuted his face like this would have been shot. But people didn't expect that Sickle laughed loudly at this time. It's okay for Mr. Huyen to speak quickly. I like to cooperate with a cheerful person like Mr. Huyen. Come on, let's drink. Huyen didn't drink at all, and Sickle didn't care. He led many of the subordinates of the Killing God squad to forcefully drink this embarrassing sip of wine. Everyone was secretly dumbfounded and extremely obedient. Who would dare to mess with Huyen in normal times? But now in front of Huyen, Huyen always brings his own bench as a step to speak. This shows how powerful Huyen is. It is completely the Killing God team begging for Huyen. Huyen had closed his eyes at this time, as if the old god was there, and was not interested in the banquet at all. But at this moment, Huyen suddenly opened his eyes, and stood up suddenly. At the same time, 100 meters away, Jiang Lucia looked at the villa where the Killing God team was located through the layers of barriers. He came in a big way. There was no resistance at the post at the door, and he was subdued by Ran Shi with a single thought. Bang! The guardrail was directly hit by the car, and two vans rushed in. Squeak! The screech of brakes sounded, and the van stopped 20 meters away from the villa. The members of the God of Death team at the door of the villa immediately raised their guns. Clatter! Crash! Crash! More than a dozen guns were fired at the van. Who dared to disturb Tai Sui? Sickle, who was drinking, suddenly crushed the wine glass. He strode out quickly. Behind him, all the members of the God of Death team immediately picked up the guy and swarmed out. The plates and wine glasses were shattered on the floor. These teams of superpowers, even when they are having fun, always keep their weapons close to their bodies. Bang! Sickle kicked open the door and saw Jiang Lucia not far away, as well as the two cars behind him. These two vehicles were actually second-hand Jinbei, because they had just hit the guardrail. The front of the van had been dented, and the windshield was completely shattered. This kind of car. Sickle was also stunned at the sight. Most of the vehicles used by the superpower team were homemade modified vehicles, with high horsepower engines and steel plates on the front. Some of them were military SUVs. They came in Jinbei and were half scrapped after hitting a guardrail. This is really the first time I've seen him. What surprised Sizzy the most was that behind the two Jinbei cars, there were several taxis parked here one after another. It seemed that the driver also realized that something had happened. After parking the car, he quickly restarted the engine and ran away in a panic. There were 7 or 8 taxis, and a group of girls got out, as well as a few men, who looked like weaklings. The members of the Killing God team were all dumbfounded. What the H was going on? These people who were causing trouble actually came by taxi? There were dozens of people in just 2 Jinbei vans. And of course, there was no room for them. Many members of the Shurian guerrillas felt guilty at this time, seeing dozens of guns in front of them. They came as taxis to play in the field. It's not like that. Squeak, squeak. At this moment, the sound of brakes sounded again. It's the car of the God of Death team. All modified SUVs with machine guns mounted on the roof. These were all members of the peripheral patrol of the Killing God team. Seeing something happening here, they rushed over from all directions. For a moment, Jian Lucier and his group were surrounded. 2 shabby Jinbei vans. And dozens of people, half of whom were girls. Ha ha ha! Sickle suddenly laughed. What day is it today? Are you here to cause trouble? Or are you here to give me a girl? You really made me laugh to death. In the Chinese-based city, it is common for teams of superpowers to compete with each other. But a powerful team like the Killing God squad rarely returns to the door to cause trouble. No one has the guts. But they met today. Not only did Sickle not feel angry, but he felt fresh and funny. He is a militant at heart, and his personality is extremely cruel. In his opinion, this is equivalent to giving him toys. Especially those girls. There are so many of them. Stunning beauty. How could he not bring her into the room and ravage her? Chapter 666, Divine Sword of Light. Since you were the ones who smashed our house sign first, then according to the rules of Wuxia City, it's okay to kill you. Tell us your name, so don't be an unjust ghost. Sickle said this, but when Jian Lucier just smiled and said nothing, Sickle frowned. The anger that was originally angered by Hui Yin was still there, and he couldn't vent it. He unexpectedly met a second person who didn't like him. How could he not be angry? Very good. You smile very handsomely. 6. Smash his knees to pieces. Don't kill him. Cut off his arms, nose and ears, and put them in a vat to make a human stick. I want to see if you still laugh. You can laugh. While Sickle was speaking, a small man next to him had already taken action. He turned his hand over and 2 spiked steel rings appeared in his hand. This steel ring is only the size of a palm, with 6 ferocious spikes cast around it. Buzz! The 2 steel rings seemed to be alive, spinning in the air in his hands and making a piercing scream. Psychological rotation. This is Lao Lu's special ability. Such a high-speed rotating steel ring can rotate tens of thousands of times a minute. Once it hits the human body, you can imagine what kind of tragedy it will be. Hey, don't hide. It won't be good if you hit the beauties around you. I still want to enjoy the beauties you brought with you. As Lao Lu spoke, he threw his hand and was about to throw the steel ring out. But at this moment, a strange scene happened. For some reason, Lao Lu's hand did not throw the steel ring out, but grabbed the steel ring. Going back, this high-speed rotating steel ring hit his head. Pong! There was an explosion. Blood splashed, and the top of Lao Lu's head exploded. Plasma splashing. He swayed for a moment, and his remaining blood-stained eyes seemed to be trying hard to look up. But his eyes could no longer move. His face was filled with disbelief, and his body fell limply. Go down. Ah! Some of the beauties, who were called to accompany the wine, screamed. They had already got under the table. Trembling. What was originally a feast of wine and lasciviousness turned into a killing feast in the blink of an eye. Old 6. The Sickle standing next to Lao Lu was splashed with plasma. When he saw Lao Lu fall to the ground, his whole body felt cold. What was going on? No one moved at all. How could Lao Lu be dead? How did you do it? He suddenly looked at Jian Lucier, who still had a smile on his face. However, at this time, the smile looked like a devil's smile in Sickle's eyes. Hey, hey! At this moment, a sinister laughter sounded, and Hui Yin slowly walked out. It turns out to be a spiritual power, and a rare controller who can control the opponent's actions. Mr. Yin! Seeing Hui Yin coming out, Sickle felt relieved. He was now extremely lucky that he had endured Hui Yin's refutation of his face before. Otherwise, if he didn't take action today, the Killing God team would have suffered heavy losses. He never expected that his opponent could be so powerful. Of superpowers. It's you. Hui Yin looked at Ran Shiyu and curled up the corners of his mouth. A beautiful female psychic is really rare. Your soul must be delicious. While Hui Yin was speaking, not far behind him, the two escort girls, who had been summoned, suddenly trembled all over and turned gray. They were struggling and twitching on the ground in pain, as if they were suffering from epilepsy. At the same time, Hui Yin showed an intoxicated expression, as if he was enjoying himself. He looked like a drug addict. Huh? Swallowing spiritual energy. Ran Shiyu was startled for a moment. She saw that the spiritual energy of the two call girls was instantly stripped away by Hui Yin, and then they were swallowed by him. You said spiritual energy is not bad, but I prefer to call it soul. Devouring souls increases my spiritual power. This is one of my abilities. Although male and female souls are the same to me, I still prefer them. As for the souls of beautiful women, I like to use my mental power to stimulate them to the clouds of happiness in bed, and then take away their souls instantly. That feeling is so wonderful. But I think that even for beautiful girls, the taste of her soul, not even 1/10,000th as good as you. Hui Yin smiled evilly. At this time, somewhere in the villa, a strong energy fluctuation suddenly broke out. Boom! The door of the villa was directly broken open, and a black metal cube flew out. The black cube flew in front of gray invisibility, as if it was spiritual, and suspended in the air. It did not look like human technology. Huh? This is... Ran Shiyu raised her eyebrows. She could feel that Hui Yin's spirit was connected with the energy fluctuations of the black metal cube, forming a resonance. After the resonance, Hui Yin's mental fluctuations became stronger and stronger, and were enhanced several times. This is the B-Class Mind Blaster, Yu exclaimed. As a member of the Guild of Superpowers, you certainly knew about B-Class Psychic Blasters. Ha! You are also a spiritual power user, but you don't know about the Mind Blaster. This is good news for us spiritual power users. Because of the Mind Blaster, the status of mental power users has been greatly improved. But you don't care about it at all. And you don't even know what it looks like. Are you from an anti-innovation group? Don't you accept innovative technology? Hui Yin admired the Mind Blaster in his hand, and the look in his eyes was like a pervert admiring a beautiful woman. This Mind Blaster is one of the most important conditions for Hui Yin to join the Killing God Squad. They signed a treaty with the Superpowers Guild. Hui Yin joined the Killing God Squad for 2 years. This B-level Mind Blaster has been owned by Hui Yin. It can be said that every person with spiritual powers will dream of getting a Mind Blaster that matches their strength. But high-level Mind Blasters are too expensive. Buzz buzz! The Mind Blaster emits strong mental fluctuations and tremors. At the same time, a black energy mass has gathered in the palm of Hui Yin's hand. The mist seems to be filled with countless painful souls, and the surrounding temperature suddenly drops to freezing point. Many people saw this black energy group and felt that their souls were being sucked in, from their heels to the top of their heads. Their whole bodies were cold, like a lifeless corpse. Many people immediately no longer dared to look directly at the black energy group. Even the sickle took a step back to avoid being affected, although he was strong. His mental power was much worse than that of a person with mental powers, so he might be affected accidentally. It's scary. Is this the strength of a second-level B-level mental superpower, coupled with a B-level psychic blaster? Even if we didn't withstand the attack, it's already so scary. If we face Hui Yin's attack head-on, it's not bad. I'm really jealous. Chuang's new technology is so beneficial to people with mental powers. It feels like we are about to enter the era of people with mental powers. The members of the God-killing team present were all lamenting that just because of the Mind Blaster, the status of mental superpowers has skyrocketed, becoming a resource that all major teams of superpowers compete for. With the Mind Blaster, one can increase one's mental strength by more than 5 times. I see. This is indeed interesting. Jiang Lucier looked at the black cube and said with a smile, he could feel that in this black cube there was a trace of energy fluctuation from the original metal, although this energy fluctuation was very weak. I am afraid that Chuang added a very small amount of the original source in the process of making the Mind Blaster metal. This means that Chuang has mastered the technology of utilizing source metal and obtained part of the source metal from somewhere, investing the original metal into the production of the Mind Blaster and distributing it. I don't know what the creation plan is. Jiang Lucier frowned, which means that the speaker must have a more powerful Mind Blaster or other weapons. This kind of weapon may be made entirely of original metal. In the past 2 years, the speaker's strength has also grown. Ha ha ha. It's over. If you also had a mind blaster, I might still be a little afraid of you. But now, in front of me, you are just helpless lambs. Let you see what I built, Soul Furnace. As Huyin spoke, his whole body was filled with black light, and the black ball of light in his hand was pushed out with all his strength. After the black ball of light was shot, it became the only one in the world. People far away felt the sound of ghosts crying and howling, as if they were all transported to the blood pool HL. Careful, Wei Feifei exclaimed. But at this time, the powerful pressure on her soul made her almost collapse to the ground. Her clothes were soaked with sweat, and she was unable to take any action at all. And the targets of this black ball of light were suddenly Ran Xiyu and Jiang Lushi. Huyin could see that Jiang Lushi was the leader of this team, but Ran Xiyu was the only one who could threaten him. Your moves are really flashy. Seeing the gray ball of light coming, Ran Xiyu said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling divine light burst out from between Ran Xiyu's eyebrows. Like a sun rising, Ran Xiyu's long hair was flying, and then thousands of white lights burst out, like the swords of countless gods, piercing the haze. At that moment, looking at Ran Xi's jade-clad figure with flying hair, shrouded in a halo, it was like a goddess descending, and one could hardly help but worship her. Call out. The swords of light gathered together, and the gray ball of light was split open directly by the sword. The power of the lightsaber continued unabated, directly cutting down the gray hidden heavenly spirit. What? For a moment, Huyin felt as if he was locked by this world. His body was unable to move, and he could only watch helplessly as the divine sword of light struck. It was only a tenth of the blink of an eye, but in the spiritual world, Huyin seemed to have experienced a long half-century. His soul almost collapsed under the heavy pressure, and the terrible soul distortion and pain came to him like a tidal wave. The attack almost made him collapse. Crack. From the top of the head to the center of the eyebrows, the bridge of the nose, the throat, and the navel, Huyin was split in half by this lightsaber from top to bottom. There were no scars on his body, but inside his body, his soul had been split in half. His eyes suddenly lost their luster. He looked at Ran Xiyu with difficulty, and the scene in his eyes was blurry. This? How? Possible. At this last moment, this thought was completely in his mind. Is this woman still human? She was like a god in heaven. Plop. Huyin fell to the ground so hard. He swallowed the sinful body of countless souls, and fell into complete silence like this. His soul was truly scattered. What? Beside Huyin, Sickle was shocked and his face was as pale as earth. Huyin, who had just refined a B-level psychic blaster and was almost a demon, was killed with just one move. He was really scared to death. Just by a white light that pierced everything. The whole place was silent, and the needle drop could be heard. All the members of the Killing God team were stunned, including the members of the Wei Feifei intelligence team, who all had their eyes wide open, as if they had seen a ghost. Originally, Wei Feifei had already described how powerful Jiang Lushi was, but even Wei Feifei never expected that they would be so powerful. And the key point is Jiang Lushi hasn't made a move yet. From the beginning to the end, he stood with his hands behind his back. Ran Xiyu was the only one who took action. When it comes to Jiang Lushi's strength, he is probably even better than Ran Xiyu. Looking at the other girls led by Jiang Lushi, even if they are not as strong as Ran Xiyu, they are not far behind. So what is the strength of these people together? That's okay. At this time, Ran Xiyu suddenly waved. Whoosh! There was only a soft sound, and Ran Xiyu had already grasped the B-class psychic blaster. It seems to be spiritual and struggling. Spiritual imprint? Ran Xiyu immediately understood that this B-level mind blaster seemed to be able to remember the owner's soul fluctuations, and it could not be used if it was not its owner. Ran Xiyu just reached out and touched it casually. Snapped. It was as if some broken sound and the mental imprint left on the B-class mind blaster were wiped away by her. At this moment, Sickle screamed, his nose bleeding, and his body almost fell down. Huyin is indeed the main owner of this mind blaster, but he is also one of the owners. He left a ray of spiritual energy in the mind blaster, but now it was directly eliminated by Ran Xiyu, so he naturally suffered backlash. Splitting headache. Open! Shoot! Use all your skills at once to penetrate them. People with psychic powers can't guard against bullets, Sickle yelled, and everyone shot together. Even spiritual superpowers couldn't control so many people at the same time. It was very Very difficult to control one person's actions. It would only be possible if the difference in soul power intensity was more than 1,000 times. But at this moment, beside Jiang Lushi, Ying and Ling, one on the left and the other on the right, suddenly disappeared. The cold light of the dagger pierced the atmosphere. Shadow and Zero stepped on the dance of death. The speed exceeded the limit of the human eye. When the knife passed through, the strong wind generated by the high-speed blade could cut the throat. This is the so-called knife. Anger. It's true that a sword is not stained with blood. Crack! In just half a second, Ying and Ling were back behind Jiang Lushi, as if they hadn't moved at all. It was only then that blood spattered out. Each of these members of the God of Killing team had their throats cut open by the sharp blade. Chest. Spine. Including the guns made of alloy steel. They were also cut into two. And the blades were extremely neat. Chapter 667, Can't Get a Taxi. Bang bang bang. One person fell to the ground one after another. And their movements were uniform. The visual impact of this scene was too great. Even Captain Scythe, a bloodthirsty butcher who had experienced countless lives and deaths like this, and was used to seeing bloody scenes of zombies eating human beings, felt like he was going to collapse. Got it. He only felt that the group of people in front of him were not human beings, but demons seeking life. Even the top executives of Chuang are not that powerful. Any last words? Jiang Lushi shrugged and Sickle smiled miserably. From the beginning to the end, the leading man did not even move. Who are you? Sickle asked, holding on. Shuying team, Captain Jiang Lushi. Jiang Lushi said calmly. When he heard the name of Shuying's team, Sickle was stunned. Team Shuying? Could it be that Chioho grasshopper who was surrounded in Longjing Mountain? How is it possible? How is it possible? Sickle is going crazy. If the Shuying team had such a captain, how could they be forced into such a desperate situation? You are destined to perish. No matter how strong you are, you can't defeat Chuang. You will die, and your death will be 10,000 times more miserable than mine. Sickle roared hysterically. These are your last words? You're so uncreative, Jiang Lushi said lightly. At the same time, a flash of sword light flashed by, and the Sickle's throat was cut directly by the sword light, and the head rolled down. He stared wide-eyed as his body got further and further away from him. The terrible pain of a broken throat engulfed him like a tide. After a person is decapitated, his consciousness will remain for about 10 seconds. The pain of decapitation is simply indescribable. 10 seconds is simply the most horrific torture. It's all solved! Ying put away the dagger. The dagger was so cold that it killed so many people without even needing to wipe it. It was extremely bright. Yeah, but it should have alerted the security department. The showdown between Shiyu and Huyin just now caused very strong mental fluctuations. There must be people with mental powers in the security department. During the new year, people with mental powers should let go of their force fields and be careful. It's impossible not to feel it. Jiang Lushi didn't care about reinforcements or anything like that. Jiang, brother Jiang. There was a slight tremor in Wei Feifei's voice. She was originally thinking about why Jiang Lushi didn't assign tasks to them. But now she realized that they were like rookies led by the king. They didn't have to do anything at all. They stood in the spring and shouted, 666 is okay. No wonder Jiang Lushi wanted to bring all the non-combatants with him and follow Jiang Lushi to kill people. There was no danger at all. Captain Jiang, you are too fierce. The flat-headed young man swallowed his saliva. This kind of strength has exceeded the limit of his imagination. What level of superpower is this? Jiang Lushi smiled. This world is very big, and there are many powerful things. It's not that we are strong. It's just that the Killing God team is too weak. The existence of the speaker still made Jiang Lushi feel uncomfortable. He didn't know what kind of progress the speaker, who had unified the world and controlled all resources, had made. Brother Jiang, aren't we retreating yet? What are we waiting for? Wei Feifei reminded. Jiang Lushi said, it's useless to retreat. The security team has been dispatched. With so many of us retreating, we shouldn't be able to get a car before they arrive. In this case, it's better to wait for them where we are. This. Wei Feifei was speechless. Pete. No. Arrive. Car. Is there any reason why he can't retreat? This is of course the result of Jiang Lushi setting off directly without making any preparations. In order to avoid attracting attention, there were only 2 semi-scrap Jinbei cars parked in the abandoned factory compound. If we set out in a hurry, we could only take a taxi. Although Jiang Lushi is super strong, how can he fight against the guards with so many oil bottles? You must know that the guard represents Chuang. Once the Killing God squad is killed, it will be killed. However, if the guard is resisted, support will be quickly mobilized. In the end, almost the entire Huaxia city will become the enemy. Thinking of this, Wei Feifei took a deep breath. She believed that it was impossible for Jiang Lushi not to realize this. What exactly was he planning to do? Is he going to take a group of them, with no fighting ability, to capture the entire Huaxia city? What Wei Feifei was thinking now was also what the other intelligence team members were thinking. At this moment, they heard the piercing siren sounding, and an armed helicopter took off not far away and flew over here. Military helicopter? Is it that exaggerated? Even to maintain law and order, there is no need to use armed helicopters. Brother Jiang, there were people with spiritual power sweeping through this place just now. The security team should have known that something terrible has happened, and I'm afraid they will rush out in full force. Ren Shiyu did not use a mental force field to shield this place. Anyway, there was going to be a big battle, so there was no need to cover up. It seems like things are not that simple. Jiang Lushi squinted his eyes. He found that the number of flying armed helicopters had increased from 1 to 3, 5, or more than a dozen, and the number was still growing. Many helicopters took off from other security areas, more than 10 kilometers away from here. It stands to reason that even if a security incident occurs that kills or injures dozens of people, it will not be the case that all nearby security areas will be outnumbered. Moreover, the military SUV that was originally deployed in the security area stopped halfway through, as if waiting for orders. Immediately afterwards, something even more exaggerated happened. The original siren disappeared and turned into a harsh air raid siren. The Huaxia city, which was originally decorated with lights, suddenly heard the screams of air raid sirens piercing the sky, which seemed out of place. What's going on? It's not aimed at us, the boy with a flat head said stupidly. Logically speaking, the air defense alarm would only be sounded when there is a large-scale beast attack on the city. However, the air defense alarm would be sounded just when the Killing God squad was destroyed. How is this possible? Perhaps something big has happened. The people of Chuang may be in trouble. It's great. At this time, they will definitely not care about us. We can take advantage of the chaos and escape, the young man with a flat head said excitedly. However, he soon stopped laughing. He discovered that the flying armed helicopters did not fly outside the city at all, but all flew here. Not only were there helicopters, there were also superpowers flying into the sky. The young man with a flat head clearly saw several superpowers wearing black shirts appearing in the sky. They were stepping on a strange metal disc under their feet and holding various weapons in their hands. A variety of weapons. Seeing this group of people, the flat-headed young man was completely shocked. In that kind of attire, are they the divine generals stationed in Huaxia City? In Huaxia City, those who break through the third level of superpowers can choose to be promoted to divine generals. In fact, it is rumored that some of the divine generals of Huaxia City were already level 3 superpowers before the establishment of Huaxia City. It is hard to imagine how powerful they are. Chapter 668 6 Divine Generals. Seeing the helicopters filling the sky, plus the divine generals of Huaxia City, it can be said that the army came out in full force. Wei Feifei was dumbfounded. Brother Jiang, they are all the divine generals stationed in Huaxia City. They should have obtained the new technology created by Chuang. The speed of strength evolution is much faster than that of ordinary superpowers, and it is simply not comparable to a team of superpowers. We can only pray that they have encountered something else and are not targeting us. After listening to Wei Feifei's words, Jiang Lushi smiled and shook his head. They have surrounded this place. What chance do you have at this time? They are targeting us. Impossible. Impossible. We just attacked a small team. How could we possibly alert the generals of China's city? This is a joke. The flat-headed young man simply collapsed. Even if they were to encircle and suppress the anti-Chuang guerrillas outside the city, these Chinese city god generals would hardly take action. It was only rumored that Chuang encountered strong resistance from the mafia in the United States and Europe. So Chuang sent out many gods. Will destroy them. For example, in Huaxia, the level of resistance is actually not that fierce, and the resident gods in Huaxia City are too lazy to take action. Nothing strange. It seems that someone in Huaxia City recognized me. Jiang Lushi and Jiang Zhuing were already very conspicuous, and they simply wore masks, sunglasses, etc. It would not be surprising if there were people with mental powers who could be recognized directly. Recognize Brother Jiang? Wei Feifei was stunned for a moment. Jiang Liushi's words contained many potential meanings, and she had no time to analyze them. And at this moment, Several armed helicopters were hovering in the sky 1 kilometer away from Jiang Lushi, and fire lit up in front of the fuselage. Whoosh! 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 As the brilliant tail flames pierced the sky, slender silver-white warheads roared in. From a distance, they looked as inconspicuous as a few small matches scattered in the sky. But seeing this situation, Wei Feifei felt like she was dying. Missile! This is a city, and the other party actually launches missiles directly in the city? Just one of these air-to-air missiles can blow them all to pieces. Seeing 3 missiles flying towards them at a rapid pace, Jiang Lushi still did not move. But beside him, Xiang Shuai took action. With a casual stroke of her hand, a wind blade directly cut through the roof of the Killing God team's villa. And then a strong wind roared up, and the roof weighing more than 10 tons was lifted into the sky by the strong wind. Woo! The huge roof seemed to be thrown out by a giant with divine power, flying straight out almost at the same speed as a missile. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded in the sky. 3 Tianyan missiles hit the roof without any fancy, and the huge roof was directly blown to pieces. This. Wei Feifei looked at Xiang Shuai in surprise. This plump beauty looked like a sexy model. She had such terrifying power when she made a move. 3 air-to-air missiles were so easily defused. The girls around Jiang Lushi are each more powerful than the last. But Jiang Lushi himself still didn't take action. Could it be that he had expected from the beginning that he might become the enemy of the entire Huaxia city? Even so, he still led a group of weaklings to kill the God of Killing team without making any pre-battle preparations. How confident he was. This kid is indeed the person the speaker ordered us to find 2 years ago. And he's not dead. Killing him is a great achievement. However, we must not underestimate the enemy. 2 years ago, several congressmen and even Tsukiyomi died in his hands. 6 divine generals, 4 Chinese, 1 islander, and 1 white man were floating on metal discs 2 kilometers away. They did not dare to rush forward to fight Jiang Lushi. Now they wanted to rely on long-distance firepower consumes Jiang Lushi's power first. Although he is powerful, he brought many useless teammates here. This was a stupid mistake. We were full of firepower. If he was determined to protect his teammates, he might expose his flaws or let him watch his teammates die in the chaotic firepower. One of the god generals waved his hand, and 24 armed helicopters spread out in all directions. These helicopters formed a circle, surrounding Jiang Lushi and his group in the center. Airborne machine guns with a firing rate of dozens of rounds per second, coupled with air-to-air and air-to-surface missiles. Once the firepower is fully unleashed, the center of the circle will instantly turn into scorched earth. Even the Xiangsuai cannot use obstacles at the same time. Block so many attacks. It's true that there is a way to heaven, but you don't take it. And there is no door to H, L, and you break in. Jiang Lushi naturally saw the intentions of these people, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Fire! General Lu Shen gave an order, and 24 armed helicopters opened fire. Brother Jiang, don't worry about us. Seeing the rain of bullets in the sky, Wei Feifei had already shown her determination to die to make her ambition clear. But at this moment, boom! It was like the sound of the earth falling apart. Thousands of feet above the stone top of the river, the blue sky was torn apart by a terrifying force. The huge space black hole suddenly appeared accompanied by black thunder, just like a different time and space. And a huge space channel suddenly opened here. In this space passage, a silver-gray battleship revealed its bow. Buzz! Circles of light shot out from the tip of the battleship, like warm sunlight, covering Jiang Lushi and others, forming a translucent light curtain. This is... Wei Feifei and others were extremely surprised. At the moment when they thought they would die, they were suddenly enveloped by a curtain of light. Immediately afterwards, all the firepower poured down. Boom, boom, boom! Terrifying explosions echoed outside the light curtain. Bullets shattered, and fire flames puffed out. However, the thin light curtain seemed like the legendary indestructible wall of size that eternally exists between H, L, and heaven. At this moment, the silver-gray battleship slowly sailed out of the space passage. The huge ship body, which is hundreds of meters long, is suspended in the air. It is absolutely hundreds of times larger than the largest aircraft in human history. Oh my god! That's something! The 6 generals were stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. How could such a huge warship, weighing at least 100,000 tons, be suspended in the sky? Aircraft carrier! That looks like an aircraft carrier! This is impossible! When the battleship flew completely out of the space channel, and people saw its complete body, one word inevitably came to their minds. That is space carrier, existing only in people's imagination. It is the ultimate sky fortress that can fight in space and fly in the atmosphere. This kind of thing is only one step away from the star battleships in science fiction movies. Chapter 669 Space Carrier. Seeing that the huge aircraft carrier had completely flown out of the space channel. It was suspended in the sky, blocking the sunlight and leaving a huge shadow. It's like a Ford-class aircraft carrier, but it's bigger than a Ford-class aircraft carrier. How does such a big thing fly? A god general with a former military background said in great shock. He knew that the largest flying object in human history was just a super transport aircraft used by Soviet Russia to carry space shuttles, with a takeoff weight of only a few hundred tons. A 100,000-ton flying object is impossible or even unimaginable with current technology. The illusory anti-gravity system in science fiction novels completely violates modern scientific theory. As for the engine in the traditional sense, it is unknown how much airflow or particles must be ejected to maintain the suspension of this giant aircraft carrier. And the fuel for that engine, not to mention antimatter, is just the minimum requirement for a nuclear fusion engine. Even the most optimistic scientists estimate that controllable nuclear fusion will not be possible in the next 100 years. Or even within 200 years. There is no hope at all. If you want to build a 100,000-ton space carrier, you don't know what year or month it will be. What should we do now? Asked a god general. Seeing this behemoth appear, he was already chilling in his heart. What else can we do? Evacuate everyone and report all the situations to the supreme leader. The appearance of the aerospace carrier made him suddenly give up all thoughts of continuing to fight. He took a deep look at Jiang Lushi. Could it be that this man summoned the aerospace carrier? According to rumors, Jiang Lushi's superpower is mechanical transformation. But it would be unimaginable to transform such a starry sky fortress. Withdraw! The general issued an order to evacuate, and all the helicopters began to retreat separately. Seeing this scene, Jiang Lushi sneered. Come when you want. Leave when you want. It would be fine if the other party didn't take action against the people around him. But the dense firepower network just now clearly wanted to drive them all away. How could he tolerate it? Jiang Lushi thought. And on top of the space carrier, black fighter planes flew out one after another. These black fighters were modified from the most advanced fifth-generation fighters in the United States. When the Ford-class aircraft carrier was modified by Starseed, these carrier-based aircraft were also modified together. Their various performances are completely different from those of fifth-generation fighters. When flying in the air, they are like dancing black gods of death. Originally, when fifth-generation fighters faced off against fourth-generation fighters, the result of the battle was already a one-sided massacre. But now the Starseed fighter jets, which are far superior to fifth-generation fighters, face off against an armed helicopter. It is like an eagle facing off against a chicken. The armed helicopter has no power to resist. Boo-hoo! Lasers pierced the sky one after another. The Black Death did not directly destroy the armed helicopter, but used the laser to accurately cut the rotor of the armed helicopter. The armed helicopters with broken rotors were like birds with broken wings. They immediately lost their balance and fell. But at this time, the huge space carrier in the sky produced a terrifying suction force, swallowing up all these fallen helicopters. Lost? God! What are we fighting against? The devil? A white god general's heart was about to collapse. He had no fighting spirit at this time. The difference in strength was too great. They were not on the same level at all. In just a few seconds, the armed helicopters they sent out had been wiped out and captured. Run away quickly! Run away separately! If you stay here at this time, you are waiting for death. Who can summon the space carrier? God knows how strong he has reached. However, as soon as a god general flew out, heavy dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky. Crack! A dazzling lightning suddenly struck down, and the thick electric pillar was like a sword of the god splitting the sky. Half of the Chinese city was illuminated by this lightning. Ah! A god general screamed in agony, and was directly struck down by this thunder. Jiang Zhuiying stepped on the thunder and flames, and flew into the sky like a female war goddess. Where are you going? Jiang Zhuiying stretched out her arms, her long hair flying freely in the endless thunder light. The energy she burst out at this moment was like a sun. This is this! The god general from the island country looked at Jiang Zhuiying in disbelief. Such terrifying energy was much more powerful than them. Not to mention Jiang Lushi. The girls around Jiang Lushi have such terrifying power. So how can they fight? What a joke. TSK, TSK, TSK! At this moment, terrifying currents converged from all directions, forming a network of thunder and lightning in the sky. These lightning beams are as thick as buckets, forming the backbone of the thunder net, while as thin as hair. blocking all gaps in the thunder net. A thunder net covered half of the sky. The 5 great generals, including the one who had just been severely injured, were all shrouded in it. Even from a distance of several hundred meters, they could feel the powerful electric field spreading from the thunder net. The huge electric potential difference made their hair stand on end. This power! What level of superpower are you? A god general asked with a trembling voice. For the god generals stationed in various places, level 3B is already the limit. And most of them only have level 3C. And the strength Jiang Zhuing showed was at least level 3A. Maybe even close to level 4. As for the 4th level, there is another title within, Chuang. And that is the god level. Seeing Jiang Zhuing stop the 6 great generals almost single-handedly, everyone present was shocked and speechless. Originally, the strength shown by Ran Qiyu and Xiang Xuehai was already extraordinary. But they didn't expect Jiang Zhuing to be stronger than them. How could she, an energetic girl who looked like a student, burst out with such terrifying energy? At this time, Jiang Lushi was beside Jiang Zhuing, and he was very pleased to see Jiang Zhuing's growth. Originally, Jiang Zhuing's actual combat performance was almost the first among the girls. But in the past 2 years, Jiang Zhuing seemed to be of the same blood as his own. Because of the same origin, she absorbs star seed energy the fastest and grows the most. Jiang Zhuing alone can already take charge of his own business. I'll give you 10 seconds to give up resistance. Otherwise, I'll be killed without mercy. Jiang Liushi's voice resounded throughout Huaxia City. The 6 gods in the sky looked at each other. They never dreamed that Jiang Liushi not only survived, but also brought his team back to crush the entire Huaxia City with his own strength. 10, 9, 8, 7. As Jiang Liushi counted down, the power grid in the sky began to tighten. The 6 divine generals had no choice at all. Although they were sure of breaking through the power grid if they fought desperately, they knew that if Jiang Liushi took action, he would kill them all in just a few seconds. They had no choice but to land. Qiyu. Jiang Liushi glanced at Ran Qiyu. Okay, brother Jiang. Ran Qiyu took a step forward, and her spiritual power continued to condense in her hands, forming spiritual marks one after another. If you want to survive, let me put a spiritual imprint on your brains. From now on, you will obey Brother Jiang's orders, and those who resist will be killed without mercy. Chapter 670 True Light. Ran Qiyu's cold words clearly reached the ears of the 6 god generals. They looked at each other in disbelief. If they were branded spiritually, then they would be completely dominated by Jiang Liushi. This was something difficult for them to accept. Among them, the island god general suddenly rushed towards the ground, making a big hole in the ground, and then ran forward quickly under the ground. His speed completely exploded, and even if he had to keep breaking the ground, he quickly escaped a certain distance. In his opinion, there were still 5 people left. As long as he ran fast enough, Jiang Liushi and the others were unlikely to give up on those people and chase him. The scary man wouldn't have expected that he could get into the ground, so he wouldn't have to be too afraid of the scary girl using electricity. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out silently, as light and agile as a cat. Zero ran wildly on the ground, and then jumped up suddenly, with a long knife in his hand at some point. Laugh! The blade instantly penetrated the ground, and the sharp sword energy penetrated 10 feet into the ground. Zero landed gently next to the long knife. A moment later, when Zero slowly pulled out the long sword from the ground, the blade was not stained with blood, but there was a spiritual superpower among the god generals present. He knew very clearly that the god general of the island country had died underground. Deep down, he broke through the ground and fled. But the petite girl's sword energy penetrated the thick soil and was killed directly. This petite girl was like the most terrifying predator. She stood there like a goddess of murder standing quietly in the shadows. Say it again. Let me leave a spiritual mark. Otherwise he will be your fate. Ran Qiyu said coldly. The white god general hesitated for a moment and asked, with this spiritual imprint, wouldn't we lose ourselves? I can surrender and swear to be loyal to you. Stop talking nonsense. Your oath is bullshit to me. You must have sworn such an oath when you joined Chuang. Right. Jiang Liushi said lightly. The white god general's expression froze, and he opened his mouth. But he couldn't say anything. You haven't considered the time. Make your decision now. Jiang Liushi said. The lessons from the past were right in front of them. Although the 5 divine generals were bitter in their hearts, they had to listen to Ran Qiyu's words and let go of their willpower to resist one by one. In an instant, they felt a spiritual will rushing into their minds and arrogantly leaving a mark on their brains. At this moment, They saw Ran Shiyu's gray eyes suddenly turned into a bright starry sky, and there seemed to be something inside. Countless gorgeous pictures flashed by. When they woke up, they found that facing Ran Shiyu, Jiang Lushi, and Jiang Zhuing, they all felt unable to resist. Once the thought of resistance arises, Ran Shiyu will know it immediately, and then detonate the mark, causing serious damage to their brains. Brain trauma is even more terrifying than physical trauma. It is possible to become insane, become an idiot, or even become a vegetative state. Brother Jiang, Boss Jiang. The 5 divine generals all stepped forward and saluted Jiang Lushi respectfully. Very good. Starting from today, the rules of Huaxia City should also be changed, Jiang Lushi said. The 5 divine generals all became his prisoners, which meant that Huaxia City under their rule also became Jiang Lushi's territory. Wei Feifei. Jiang Lushi called Wei Feifei over. Wei Feifei came over with Yu, Tazi, the flat-headed youth and others. Each of them could not hide the incredible look on their faces. It was unimaginable to them that Jiang Lushi and the others had casually destroyed the Killing Dog Squad. As a result, even the divine generals and the army of Huaxia City were defeated by Jiang Lushi and the others. And even such a shocking aerial aircraft carrier appeared. The high-ranking divine general of Huaxia City also died once and 5 times. To the crew-cut youth and others, this is simply a myth and a miracle. When they were usually fearful and cautious in Huaxia City, they never thought that there would be such a day when they would feel so proud and happy. Brother Jiang, you? Wei Feifei didn't know what to say. Although she was full of confidence in Jiang Lushi's strength, she didn't expect Jiang Lushi and the others to be so strong. What happened during the time when they were missing? Wei Feifei, you have established and maintained such an underground intelligence organization during this period, and you have done a good job, which shows that you have good management skills. You should stay in Huaxia City to deal with related matters first. From now on, this Huaxia City you will take care of it for me, Jiang Lushi said. Wei Feifei was stunned when she heard this. Jiang Lushi just handed over the management of such a huge Chinese city to her? Although she established an intelligence organization, it was compared to managing such a large city. The 3 of you are responsible for assisting Miss Wei Feifei. Jiang Lushi looked at the 3 divine generals and said, yes. Those 3 divine generals dare not have any opinions, and it is easier for them to stay in Huaxia City instead of in front of Jiang Lushi. Of course, having said that, they dare not do their best. Brother Jiang, I can't bear such a big responsibility. Wei Feifei was startled and said quickly, there were too many people who were stronger and more prestigious than her. So why did Jiang Lushi choose her? Moreover, Jiang Lushi also assigned 3 gods to attack her, which was something that he could not even dream of before. Jiang Lushi smiled slightly. I believe you. Wei Feifei was stunned for a moment. She pondered for a while, then suddenly raised her head and smiled. In this case, I will definitely try my best. Brother Jiang, don't worry. I will try my best to help you take care of it. She had already made a decision in her heart. She had been saddened by her lack of strength and therefore left the base vehicle. Now that Jiang Lushi had taken the initiative to give her a chance to be useful, how could Wei Feifei not take advantage of it? Everyone, from today on, Huaxia City will be an equal city. It will no longer be oppressed and ruled by Chuang. It will be a city built and developed by everyone together. All of this was brought about by Brother Jiang. Yes. Wei Feifei walked to Jiang Lushi, then looked at everyone, put all her strength into her voice, and said loudly, you and others couldn't help but have red eyes when they listened to Wei Feifei's voice. Equality is such a luxurious word for ordinary people and the weak today. Although they were fighting, they couldn't see any small hope. Now Jiang Lushi came and brought them real light. Even those soldiers couldn't help but be moved when they heard these words. Although they are not as oppressed as ordinary people, they are nothing in front of the real powerful people. And rather than fighting for the powerful, they all want to fight like real soldiers for their homeland and the people. Next, let's go to Longjing Mountain. It's time to pick up Zhang Hai and Sun Quan, Jiang Lushi said. Hearing what Jiang Lushi said, Yu and others looked excited. The biggest threat has been eliminated by Jiang Lushi. Zhang Hai and the others can be saved. Chapter 671 Desperate. Lanjingshan. Brother Hai. Something happened. At the secret station of the Shiring gorillas, a lean man jumped out of the forest. His figure almost blended into the surrounding forest. When he came to Zhang Hai and Sun Quan, his green skin, only then did he gradually return to his normal skin color, revealing his true appearance. His eyes were a little red at this time, and his face was full of anger. John Hai stood up immediately and said in a deep voice, "What's the matter?" A team that went out to inquire about information just went out the day before yesterday. Today I found their bodies in a valley. They were nailed to trees. Their limbs were chopped off, and all the blood drained from their bodies. The lean man bit. He gritted his teeth and said word by word, "No one will survive." Bang! Zhang Hai clenched his fist and hit it heavily on the stone wall of the cave. A deep fist mark was immediately left on the stone wall, and his fist was also covered with blood. It was Black Spider who did it. This way of killing is exactly his method. It means provocation and warning. He wants to tell us that he has found us and will soon kill us all. Sun Kuan's blood was red. "Eyes," he said through gritted teeth. "Brother Hai. Brother Kun. What should we do now?" the lean man asked. Zhang Hai lowered his head and pondered for a while. Then asked, "Is there any news from Huaxia City?" "Not yet. Miss Feifei and the others haven't sent anyone to contact our people yet. I'm worried." The lean man looked worried. Now they are surrounded by dangers. But Wei Feifei and the others are walking on thin ice, and something may happen at any time. Zhang Hai was silent again. If Wei Feifei and the others did not come to meet on time, something might really have happened. "Shall we retreat?" the lean man asked, clenching his fists. With their current strength, facing Black Spider would be courting death. Zhang Hai suddenly raised his head, his face filled with determination and murderous intent. "I won't withdraw, even if it means death. I will drag Black Spider on my back. Kill one to earn enough money. Kill two to earn one. Let's do the damn thing together." "Well said." Sun Kuan suddenly stood up, waved his fist fiercely, and said, "I have had enough of those sons of bitches for a long time. They are chasing us and hiding in the mountains. And now they are still to kill our brothers. We must kill all of us. If we still tolerate it, how can we be worthy of being Brother Zhang's brothers? And how can we call ourselves the Shurian Gorillas?" The lean man looked excited, straightened his body, and said loudly, "Brother Hai, Brother Kun, brothers have been waiting for these words. They are now forced into desperation and are on tenterhooks every day. Instead of waiting for death like this, they might as well go all out and have a hearty fight." The sounds in the cave spread outside, and soon more guerrilla members walked in from the outside. They didn't speak, but the determined expressions on their faces said everything. Zhang Hai glanced at each of their faces one by one, nodded, and was about to say something when he suddenly heard several screams coming from outside. The expressions of Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan suddenly changed. A young man turned back to the entrance of the cave to check out the situation. However, he stood there motionless for a while. Another member called him twice, but he did not respond. The member noticed something was wrong, and he reached out and patted the young man on the shoulder. With a plop, the young man suddenly fell to the ground. The member turned his body over and saw that there was still a look of fear on his face, but it was already shriveled, as if something had sucked away the moisture, and he looked like he was dead. Very scary. Zhang Hai's face was extremely gloomy. "The Black Spider is coming." There was no sound from outside the cave, but everyone knew that the Black Spider had arrived and they were trapped in the cave. Just now, they all thought about risking their lives, and everyone's blood was boiling. But in the blink of an eye, they became surrounded prey, lambs waiting to be slaughtered. "Black Spider killed those brothers just to confuse us. In fact, they are already here. I did my job too badly. I didn't find out. The lean man gave a sharp blow. He punched his chest with a fist and said with great self-blame. Maybe when he was checking the body, the Black Spider had followed him to the location of the Shurian Gorillas. He checked repeatedly every time he walked a certain distance, erasing all traces of his actions. Moreover, his power was mainly about concealment. Even in front of mutant beasts, he could hide everything from others. However, he did not expect that the Black Spider's methods were so powerful that even his whereabouts were unknown. "Can be captured." Zhang Hai shook his head. "We all know what you are doing, and there will be no problem. It's just that Black Spider is too cunning, and he has too many superpowers under his command. It wouldn't be surprising if someone can restrain your superpowers." At this time, a voice finally came from outside the door. A cold and playful voice. "Using those bastard lives as bait. I finally found your rat's nest. If you cooperate a little, you can commit suicide yourself. It will be easier to die this way. Anyway, the reward order does not ask for your life or death. If you don't cooperate, then when I blast you out of the mouse hole, your death will be very ugly. Have you also seen the tragic situation of your brothers? They are a lesson for you. Alas. In fact, I also gave them a choice. But they refused to tell me where the rat's nest was. Even if I removed their limbs one by one and dug out their eyes, they still wouldn't tell me. What the hell are you guys doing? This guy is a scumbag in terms of strength. But he still has a lot of backbone. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. The rest of the people were also extremely sad and angry. Their brothers had suffered inhuman abuse and humiliation at the hands of Black Spider. And now Black Spider, mercifully, let them commit suicide. This was simply not taken lightly at all. Black Spider! Zhang Hai roared and rushed out of the cave. The moment he rushed out of the cave, a silk thread shot towards Zhang Hai silently. Zhang Hai quickly stretched out his hands, and his fingers suddenly became like steel claws, cutting the silk thread into countless segments. In front of Zhang Hai, Black Spider's team was surrounding the cave, with hundreds of people in total. Along with Black Spider and the others, there was surprisingly a group of armed troops, China City Guards. Zhang Hai's pupil shrank and his heart dropped to the bottom. Black Spider wants to be extremely safe when doing things. When he discovered the station of the Shuriang guerrillas, he notified the security team responsible for encircling and suppressing various resistance forces in this mountain. There are thousands of people in this group of guards, carrying a variety of sophisticated weapons. Just a team of Black Spiders is already extremely difficult for them to deal with. But even so, there is still a glimmer of hope. But the appearance of this guard team was equivalent to completely cutting off their vitality. Today, they will be completely wiped out. Chapter 672, Never Give Up Even If You Die. Seeing the expression on Zhang Hai's face, Black Spider showed a satisfied smile. You are Hai Long. Right. This name really doesn't suit you. It's more suitable to be called Earth Mouse. You are better at hiding than fighting. This time I spent so much effort to pull you out of the hole, Black Spider said teasingly. He knew that Zhang Hai and Sun Quan had some strength. But with his Black Spider Legion and thousands of guards teaming up, Zhang Hai would not be able to escape no matter how strong he was. In front of Zhang Hai, Black Spider slowly took out the walkie-talkie and said lazily, Captain Dongfang, I have prepared all the dishes for you. Why don't you turn on the heat and start cooking? The Captain Dongfang that Black Spider was talking about was the captain and chief instructor of the China City Guard. His compound surname was Dongfang, because of his special surname. Whenever he heard Captain Dongfang's name, it was him. Dongfang Fan. Is he here too? Zhang Hai's heart tightened. Dongfang Fan personally led the team. Dongfang Fan alone was stronger than him. Not to mention that this person was extremely cautious. He liked to hide behind and rely on long-range thermal weapons for sneak attacks. He had the wind attribute. Yes, you can attach the wind power to the bullets, and they will hit the bullets with perfect accuracy, and you cannot dodge them at all. This time, the Black Spider Vanguard, Dongfang Fan, led the security team to follow. I am afraid that the security team has already prepared a large number of long-range heavy firepower weapons. Thinking of this, Zhang Hai's eyes were solemn. He suspected that the other party had used rocket launchers and sniper rifles to target the residents of the Shuriang guerrillas. As long as one round of firepower suppressed them, they would suffer heavy casualties. All concealed, Zhang Hai shouted. In the Shuriang guerrilla base area, there are also some protective fortifications similar to air raid shelters. Although they are very crudely built, they can also reduce casualties. As the members of the Stone Shadow team took cover, there was still no movement from the security team. Seeing this situation, Black Spider was confused. He had originally agreed that as soon as he and Zhang Hai met, Dongfang Fan would launch a sneak attack with heavy firepower, first bombing the Shuriang team's base area. But Dongfang Fan still didn't move. He had no choice but to warn him. But now there is no movement from the guards. Black Spider turned around and saw a scene that made him completely dumbfounded. There were thousands of guardsmen not far away, and they actually started to retreat. What happened? Black Spider was stunned, and his teammates couldn't understand what was going on. Captain Dongfang! Captain Dongfang! Black Spider yelled at the walkie-talkie. Without the security team, although these people are powerful in combat, they do not have an overwhelming advantage over the Shuriang team. If they really fight for their lives, the Shuriang team will have to fight against the odds. They must fight to the death. But they, the Black Spiders, all work for money, in order to pick up girls and have fun in the future. So there is a gap in fighting spirit, and the outcome of the fight is hard to say. Even if the Shuriang team can be destroyed, their Black Spiders will definitely suffer heavy damage, and may even lose more than the gain. It's Captain Dongfang. He flew up, one of Black Spider's men suddenly said. Black Spider then saw that Dongfang Fan relied on the wind power to fly into the air. And in the air, there were two figures. They were stepping on metal discs. High above, in front of these two people, Dongfang Fan, who held the important position of head coach of the garrison, became extremely attentive. He saluted in the air and showed a flattering smile. Seeing these two people stepping on metal discs, Black Spider was completely stunned. There is only one kind of person who can have such floating metal discs, and that is the God General of the 6 safe zones. These two people turned out to be the Divine General of Huaxia City. The Divine Generals of Huaxia City are high-ranking figures who control the life and death of tens of millions of people in China. How could they come here? Could it be that the Divine Generals of China have personally come to suppress the bandits? Black Spider couldn't wrap his head around it. How could Zhang Hai and Sun Kun get the chance to take action with just two little shrimps? Black Spider turned to look at Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai's face was solemn, and his palms were sweaty. He naturally recognized the identity of the other party's Huaxia City God General. He didn't think that the Huaxia City God General was here for him. But no matter whether he was or not, it doesn't matter anymore. Because in this situation, they will definitely die. As long as the two great generals take action by the way, they can wipe out the entire Shering team. It is a luxury to hope that even one person can escape. At this moment, Zhang Hai felt that the other party was looking towards him, and his eyes had been locked on him. Whoosh! The two great generals flew towards Zhang Hai and Sun Kun together. Zhang Hai smiled miserably and said to Sun Kun, "You are really good at it. I didn't expect that after 2 years of hard work, I could still alert two divine generals." The two god generals landed one after another, and landed in front of Zhang Hai and Sun Kun. At this time, Black Spider had already hurried forward and gave a polite, "Okay, salute." Although he didn't know what was going on at this time, he was extremely excited. The other party was the God General of Huaxia City. How could he usually have the opportunity to come into contact with him? Now it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. His action to annihilate the rebels happened to be met by a God General. This gave him a chance to be appreciated by the other party. If he used some more tricks to infiltrate the camp, he could hook up with either of the two God Generals. A big ship. It will not be a meteoric rise from now on. It will be a meteoric rise. "Lord General, I am the captain of the Black Spider team. I responded to the call of Chuang and wiped out the rebels. Now my Black Spider team has surrounded the rebels and captured them. Since it is the Lord General who is personally presiding over the situation, then we will let the Lord be commanded by God, and go through fire and water, no matter what," Black Spider said in an excited voice. The younger brothers behind him also felt like they had been given a shot of blood. If the boss could eat meat, they could also drink some soup. The two God Generals narrowed their eyes and glanced at Black Spider. He already knew the background of Zhang Hai and others. They were once the younger brothers of that one. "You mean to go through fire and water?" "Yes. As long as it is ordered by the God General. The young ones will not hesitate to die." "Yeah." A God General nodded. "There's no need to surrender if you die. One death is enough. Pull him out and kill him." The God General waved his hand lightly, and everyone in the audience was stunned. They almost thought they heard wrong. "Huh? What's the situation? Pull out. Shoot?" Black Spider's whole body was petrified. He stood there stupidly, looking at the two generals with wide eyes. His brain seemed to have been hit hard by a sledgehammer, and he was completely stunned. "God! General God! What did you say?" Black Spider still hopes that the two God Generals are just joking. After all, he has not committed any serious crimes. Although there are also things like rape and indiscriminate killing. There are not many people who do this in the last days. What kind of crime is this? "I asked you to kill him, but you didn't hear?" "What? You want me to do it myself?" The God General frowned and looked at Dongfang Fan. He had just arrived here when he encountered the Black Spiders encircling the Shering team. If he hadn't volunteered to use the metal frisbee on his feet, he might have arrived here before the armed helicopters others took. A fight started. Once the Shering team suffered heavy casualties, it would definitely arouse that person's anger, and he might also be implicated. Thinking of this, he didn't want to let Black Spider live. Let alone Black Spider was still the culprit. He had to kill some people to give an explanation for this matter. "Yes, sir!" After hearing this order, even Dongfang Fan was stunned for a while. As for Zhang Hai and Sun Kun, they were dumbfounded. What kind of singing is this? Chapter 673. He is back. "Wait! Lord General, why do you want to execute me? What mistake did I make? You must tell me clearly." Seeing that the God General was playing for real, Black Spider panicked. In this apocalyptic world, the Chinese city god general, who has absolute power, has much more power than the head of state in peaceful times. He can take life and death with just one sentence. If you offend someone you shouldn't offend, there are people who want you dead. You don't need a reason. The two god generals looked at Black Spider indifferently. I don't accept it. The Black Spider roared loudly. But at the same time, Zitsizi! A blue stream of light flashed and hit the Black Spider. This was the light of the Mind Blaster. Even a low-level Mind Blaster, under the control of a person with spiritual powers, can make a level 2A level person lose consciousness instantly. This is enough for Dongfang Fan. Dongfang Fan took action directly and hit Black Spider on the back shoulder with both fists. Bang! Black Spider was punched to the ground. Dongfang Fan made a clean move and directly dislocated Black Spider's hands and shoulder joints. The severe pain made Black Spider scream, and Dongfang Fan coldly pulled out his gun. The Black Spider can be eliminated cleanly, not only because of the sneak attack of the spiritual superpower, but also because Dongfang Fan knows the weakness of the Black Spider very well. His superpower is to release spider silk with both hands to absorb the flesh and blood of other people. Once he is removed, he is just a dog with its teeth knocked out, and there is no threat anymore. At this time, Black Spider's men were just standing there stupidly. As for saving Black Spider, that was a joke. They were originally united because of their interests. Now they are facing two god generals and thousands of guards. If they save Black Spider, they will die. Now the members of the Black Spider team are all in danger, and they want to set aside the boundaries with the Black Spider, for fear of being implicated. You know, in this apocalyptic world, sitting together is nothing new at all. Many times, if you kill a person, you will be killed together. In the Great Purge, I would rather kill by mistake than let go. Seeing this situation, Zhang Hai and Sun Kun didn't know what to say. They originally thought it was a massacre aimed at them, but in the end, they were left alone from the beginning. Such a powerful group of enemies had no one at all. After attacking them, they also understood that the two generals were not coming for them at all, but for the Black Spider. Just now, I said that Black Spider offended someone he shouldn't offend. Who is it that has so much energy that allows the two great generals to travel so far and make a special trip to take action for him? And at this moment, buzz! More than a dozen armed helicopters flew close and landed in this mountainous area. These armed helicopters are all standard helicopters of the Huaxia City Army. They are usually used by soldiers. But now, what is surprising is that the two great generals, who are the leaders of Huaxia City, stood respectfully aside when the helicopter landed. Seemed to be welcoming the arrival of the helicopter. For the god general to be so respectful. Who is riding on this helicopter? Could it be that he is the world leader in innovation? Everyone suppressed the doubts in their hearts, held their breath, and waited to see. At this moment, the helicopter door opened, and a fair-skinned young man walked out. Following the young man were several young women. No one dared to show off their anger, but he did. A creative leader? Not to mention the members of the Killing God team. Even Dongfang Fan doesn't know what the global leader of Chuang is like. Now seeing this man, they were all surprised. Is the leader so young? And not only is he young, but his appearance and body proportions are almost perfect. And he has an indescribable temperament all over his body. When you think about it, he has mastered the entire world, has the strongest power, a long life, and all the wealth and land in the world. Want whatever you want. As for women, attracted by such temperament and status, they may line up and compete to be favored. Even the most beautiful girl will be enamored by her. It comes and goes as soon as it comes, which makes people envious to death. It's so annoying to compare people to each other. Many people have this idea. At this time, Zhang Hai and Sun Kun were completely petrified when they saw this young man. Is this a dream? This man looks very much like Jiang Lushi, the captain of the Shering team who disappeared 2 years ago. But his skin is more delicate than Jiang Lushi, and his facial features are more handsome. If this can be a coincidence. But next to him, Jiang Zhuing, Ling, Xiang Xuehai, all familiar faces, have become more beautiful than 2 years ago. If this group of people is together, there is no mistake. And at this time, Zhang Hai also saw a comrade Wei Feifei. Wei Feifei, who is in the enemy's base camp and engaged in the most dangerous intelligence work, also arrived here in an armed helicopter. Brother Zhang! Seeing that Zhang Hai was okay, the big stone in Wei Feifei's heart finally fell to the ground. Brother Zhang! Brother Sun! What are you waiting for? It's Brother Jiang! Brother Jiang is back. Hearing Wei Feifei's words, Zhang Hai and Sun Quan woke up from a dream. Jiang Liushi came back. Brother Jiang, team leader. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan shouldered the lives of hundreds of brothers and fought in the jungle for 2 years. Now, they saw Jiang Liushi's return and assuring team they had worked so hard to finally welcome back its original owner. These two tall and thick men were already filled with tears. Brother Jiang, you are indeed fine. I knew you wouldn't die like that, Zhang Hai said with tears of joy. But Brother Jiang, why are you with Chuang's people? And you seem to have become a senior executive of Chuang? Zhang Hai said incomprehensibly that it was unimaginable for Zhang Hai to have a status above that of a god general and give orders at will. You know, Jiang Liushi was fighting with Chuang 2 years ago. Why is this happening now? Jiang Liushi smiled slightly. Before he spoke, Wei Feifei had already explained. How could Brother Jiang join Chuang? Brother Jiang occupied the Huaxia Bay city by himself. Now the entire Huaxia Bay city belongs to Brother Jiang. It turns out that Chuang's top management were also recruited by Brother Jiang. And now they are all under Brother Jiang. When Wei Feifei said these words, not only Sun Quan and Zhang Hai, but also Dongfang Fan, Black Spider team and guard members, as well as Black Spider, who was still moaning on the ground, were all shocked. What did the woman just say? The Chinese Bay city was occupied by Jiang Liushi. And is one person. How can this be? They knew very clearly that just yesterday, when they set out, Huaxia City was still organizing the new year of the creation calendar, and everything was going according to plan. In everyone's impression, Chuang's rule over the world is like an iron barrel. A regime based on absolute strength cannot be overthrown. But now, Jiang Liushi has single-handedly occupied the 6 major base cities in the world. Got 1. Chapter 674 Eat meat and drink alcohol. Even if it was the news that Wei Feifei said personally, Zhang Hai and Sun Quan felt unbelievable. They all looked at Jiang Liushi like a god. Brother Jiang, is what Sister Fei said true? Do you really control Huaxia City? Jiang Liushi nodded. It's under control for the time being. I heard that you were being surrounded and suppressed. So I came over to take a look. This. Zhang Hai's eyes widened, and his mouth was so shocked that he couldn't close it for a long time. How on earth could he do this? Even though Zhang Hai always felt that Jiang Liushi was omnipotent and unimaginably powerful, it is impossible for just one person to occupy Huaxia City in a short period of time. Moreover, these great generals have all joined Jiang Liushi. What kind of intimidation is this to make these powerful figures, who can dominate an area, be so respectful? But Brother Jiang, you occupied Huaxia City, and the top management of Chuang. They will come, Jiang Liushi said lightly. He took a deep breath and looked to the east. His eyes seemed to have crossed the distant Pacific Ocean and looked towards North America on the other side. The speaker of the creation is now in the United States. This is the unfinished battle 2 years ago. And it is also Jiang Liushi's battle of revenge. Jiang Liushi is waiting for this destined battle. Let's go back to Huaxia City. As for these people, Jiang Liushi looked at the black spider still lying on the ground and the members of the team. You are responsible for cleaning up this place. Everyone uses mental powers. After a trial, those who burned, killed, looted, and raped women will be killed without mercy. When Jiang Liushi said these words, the members of the Black Spider team all felt cold. It's over. Their Black Spider team originally made their fortune by burning, killing, and looting. And no one did anything less than rape women. Jiang Liushi's next order was tantamount to a death sentence for all of them. For a moment, these Black Spider team members felt as if they were mourning for their heirs, kneeling on the ground and begging Jiang Liushi with tears streaming down their faces. Even if their lives are at stake, these Black Spider members don't care whether they have dignity or not. But how could there be such scum in Jiang Liushi's eyes? He took Zhang Hai and Sun Quan and walked towards the helicopter. Everyone made way for Jiang Liushi and the others. As for Black Spider's team members, there were already psychics and soldiers with live ammunition walking towards them. Brother Jiang. A familiar figure rushed out of the crowd excitedly and pounced on Jiang Liushi. Seeing this figure, Jiang Liushi did not avoid it, but showed a smile and let the figure fall into his arms. That's great, Brother Jiang. I knew you were fine. Xie Shasha raised her head from Jiang Liushi's arms and looked at Jiang Liushi's eyes that seemed to be glowing. At this time, she noticed Ran Shiyu and others standing next to Jiang Liushi, and immediately let go of Jiang Liushi with some embarrassment. Jiang Liushi took a look at Xie Shasha. After not seeing her for such a long time, Xie Shasha had changed a lot compared to before. She had a gun and a knife on her waist. Her figure was tall and straight, and she had a wild beauty. You're very good too. You seem to have become a lot stronger, Jiang Lushi praised. Xie Shasha showed a shy expression, shook her head and said, compared to everyone else, she is far behind. Okay, let's get on the helicopter and go back to China City, Jiang Lushi said. All the acquaintances they met when they separated met one by one. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan also returned to the team with the Shering guerrillas. Jiang Lushi felt very comfortable. Regarding the changes in Huaxia City, word quickly spread throughout Huaxia City. Those teams of powerful superpowers and powerful people in Huaxia City are very curious about who the new city lord is. But they also believe that the new city lord will soon have some contact with him. For a city to function, they need to continue to maintain the original order. However, what they were waiting for was neither a banquet nor any meeting, but only a series of orders issued by a female deputy city lord. These orders were printed directly into notices and posted everywhere. Whether in the superpower union or on the street, they could be clearly seen. What? Abolish so many rules? Even the superpowers union needs to make major changes? These teams of superpowers and the powerful people looked at these notices and were dumbfounded. They still understand that the new official takes charge of the job and makes some small reforms. But this is not a reform. This is basically overthrowing all the rules of Huaxia City and then re-establishing them. This is simply a big shakeout. But any major reform like this needs to be done step by step. And it's good that the new deputy city lord actually made such a drastic move. And these are not the most serious things. What is most unacceptable to these people is that one of the orders is to stop the sale of genetic evolution fluid. Many teams of superpowers continue to take on various tasks, such as annihilating rebels such as the Shering guerrillas, etc., just to earn points and then exchange them for genetic evolution fluid. Many people relied on genetic fluid to become stronger quickly. And after becoming stronger, they gained more privileges and lived a more unrestrained life. This powerful feeling fascinates them, and therefore they cannot leave the genetic evolution fluid. But now that the new deputy city lord came, he said that he would not sell genetic fluid. How could they accept this? After returning to Huaxia City, Jiang Lushi and his party moved into a large manor. It is said that this manor was the palace where the top executives of Chuang dynasty lived when they came to inspect. It is now the city lord's mansion for Jiang Lushi and his party. Living in this palace, Jiang Lushi couldn't help but sigh at the luxury of creation. In this apocalypse, they actually built such a luxurious palace, and every furnishing inside was extremely luxurious. In the luxurious hall of the palace, Zhang Hai and Sun Quan set up a grill and skewered half of the mutated beast. The golden beast meat made a sizzling sound under the flames. Bit by bit, oil dripped onto the ornate floor, and the entire hall was filled with the aroma of barbecue. Next to the barbecue grill, on a valuable carpet, Jiang Lushi and others sat on the ground, with beer in hand and barbecue in hand, eating meat and drinking wine. It's so cool. I haven't had this kind of life for a long time. I just want to grill everyone, Zhang Hai said excitedly while grilling meat. Brother Jiang, try our craftsmanship. Have you seen any deterioration? Sun Quan handed over a large piece of barbecue and asked with a smile. Jiang Lushi took the meat, put it to his mouth and took a big bite. A sweet smell suddenly melted in his mouth. He nodded and said, "That's right. Your craftsmanship has not been neglected and has improved." Ran Xiyu and Liu Yusen both ate in small bites, and unknowingly ate a lot. With faint smiles on their faces, they watched Jiang Zhuing shouting for wine with Xiang Suihai and Ling. The atmosphere at this moment was very relaxed and warm. Everyone felt as if they were back in the past. Everyone was together. Although crises may come at any time, as long as they get together for a day, there is meat to eat and wine to drink. Chapter 675 Objection. Just then, Taozi came in from outside. What's wrong with Taozi? Are you hungry for meat? Zhang Hai asked carelessly. Jiang Lushi saw that the expression on Taozi's face seemed a little aggrieved. He put down the barbecue in his hand and asked, "Did something happen? Brother Jiang?" Taozi was initially hesitant to say anything, but when Jiang Lushi asked, her sense of grievance suddenly became stronger, and she immediately spoke. Many people came to the city hall to demonstrate and express their dissatisfaction with the new decree issued by Sister Feifei. Taozi assisted Wei Feifei in working together. Originally, Huaxia City was captured by Jiang Lushi. They finally no longer had to live a life of fear. They could also do some things to help Jiang Lushi to the best of their ability. Both girls were very happy. However, The work had just begun, and she encountered such great resistance, which made Towsy feel confused and frustrated. They were clearly doing the best for most people, but these people didn't buy it at all. Instead, they took to the streets in groups, blocked the doorways, and shouted slogans against them. Now Wei Feifei is taking control of the situation in the city hall, while Towsy comes to find Jian Lusher angry and aggrieved. A demonstration? There is such a thing. It just so happens that we have almost eaten enough meat. So let's go and take a look, Jian Lusher said. Soon, Jian Lusher and his party arrived at the city hall in a car. The car stopped far away because the road ahead was blocked by crowds, and it could no longer continue driving. These people were either holding slogans high or shouting slogans over and over again. And most of them were ordinary people, with only a few teams of superpowers. These teams of superpowers did not directly participate in the parade, but just watched from the side, with Jian Lusher's eyesight. Even though they were still a long way away from the city hall, he could already clearly see Wei Feifei and her group standing at the gate. The divine general assigned to her by Jian Lusher also had a white divine general standing next to her. Because of the presence of this divine general, although the crowd kept shouting, they did not do anything extreme. But even so, Wei Feifei's face was still full of exhaustion. She had explained every decree to these people, but their reactions were either silent confrontation or continued chanting their slogans. At this time, Wei Feifei's heart suddenly moved, and she seemed to feel a look that seemed familiar to her. Wei Feifei immediately followed her feeling and looked over. Behind the crowded crowd, she saw several cars. Although she couldn't see what was going on inside the cars, Wei Feifei immediately thought of him, and a smile suddenly appeared on her face. Stephen, Mr. Jiang is here. Wei Feifei's expression quickly returned to coldness, and she said to the White God General next to her. The White God General suddenly became energetic, and he immediately strode towards the crowd. The crowd didn't know what was going on. The god who had been just standing there quietly and bored suddenly made a move and walked towards them anxiously. This made many people extremely nervous. This is a divine general, and in Huaxia City, he is synonymous with supremacy. Moreover, the divine generals are so powerful that they can be killed with just one slap. The aloof god general usually never comes into contact with civilians. It is not easy for civilians to even meet them. But now they are walking towards them. But when Stephen came to the crowd, he frowned. Mr. Jiang, make way for me. Stephen's voice was not loud, but everyone around him could hear him clearly. Mr. Jiang? Who? But they had no time to think. No one dared to disobey the general's order, so they quickly moved to both sides of the road. The people behind didn't know what was going on at first, but when they saw the people in front getting out of the way and General Stephen standing in the middle, they didn't dare to delay. Soon, a path opened up in the congested street. At this time, several cars drove into the road separated by a human wall. At first, many people were shocked. These vehicles looked like very ordinary vehicles, not the luxury off-road vehicles or chariots commonly used by China City's high-level officials. And they did not have any China City logos on them. And God General Stephen stood there quietly, watching these cars drive in front of him. When a young man and several beautiful girls got out of the leading car, General Stephen stepped forward, stood up straight, and performed a military salute to the young man. Mr. Jiang, Stephen said. People looked at this young man in shock. Who is this man? However, there are already people with sharp eyes and ears who know that China City has changed. It was a small team led by a young man that caused all this. There is no need to guess too much about the scene in front of him. This Mr. Jiang, who makes Stephen the Lord respectful, is that young man. Even people who don't know much about what happened in Huaxia City know that Mr. Jiang is the most respected person in Huaxia City at the moment. Such a person must have amazing strength. Brother Jiang, you're here. Wei Feifei came over and said apologetically, I didn't do the things you entrusted me with, and I have to bother Brother Jiang to come in person. I really... Jian Lusher stopped her from continuing and said with a smile, I don't blame you. Some things will come as they should. At this time, Jian Lusher turned to General Stephen and the demonstrators. There was a faint smile on his face, and his voice was not loud, but everyone present could hear it clearly. What do you want to object to? Jian Lusher asked. The crowd looked at each other, but fell into an eerie silence. Jian Lusher looks like a young man in his early 20s, but his slender and perfect body and deep eyes give people a mysterious feeling, whether the people present knew it or not. Jian Lusher was the one who overturned Huaxia City. They all felt terrible in this young man. In front of Jian Lusher, none of these people who had been shouting just now dared to speak. Tell me, What are you objecting to? Jiang Lusher suddenly looked at a middle-aged man not far away and asked. This middle-aged man was wearing a suit and leather shoes. He looked like an office worker. He also wore black-rimmed glasses. When Jiang Lusher glanced at the crowd just now, he would lead a large group of people in chanting slogans. Suddenly being asked by Jiang Lusher's name, the middle-aged man's eyes couldn't help but flash a trace of panic. And he stammered. The new deputy city lord has just taken office. And he has drastically overturned all the previous rules. Many of the new rules are actually not suitable for China's city situation, such as canceling the sale of genetic evolution fluid, which is unacceptable to everyone. Chapter 676 Confessions of a Scumbag. Oh, so it's genetic evolution fluid? Jiang Lusher's mouth curled up. He knew that Chuangning's unification of the world was certainly due to their powerful strength. But it was also due to the genetic evolution fluid. People with superpowers all over the world, whether they are pursuing wealth, beauty, or power, all have a desire for strength. And Chuang has the genetic evolution fluid that can enhance the strength of superpowers. Through the reward system of the genetic evolution fluid, Chuang has captured the G-spots of all superpowers in the world. With strong methods and temptations, and a combination of kindness and power, Chuang's rule is naturally unbreakable. However, Jiang Lusher is now only relying on tough methods to unify Huaxia City. Without a gentle policy, he will naturally encounter resistance. Continuous reforms have touched the interests of many people. When these dissatisfactions accumulated and were instigated by others, demonstrations broke out. In such demonstrations, people can easily be incited to lose their minds. That's right. Lord Jiang, why did you cancel the genetic evolution fluid all at once? I have tens of thousands of points on my account that I haven't redeemed yet. What should I do with these points? A bearded psychic roared angrily. His words immediately resonated with many people. Yes, Lord Jiang, what you are doing is so unpopular. Our team is frugal and has accumulated 8,000 points, just waiting to redeem the genetic evolution fluid to improve the team's strength. But now you give an order. Our wealth, it's all in vain. Next to the bearded man, there was a young man who was as thin as a bamboo pole. He echoed in a sharp voice. Quite a few of the superpowers who came here to parade came for their own wallets. In the era of Chuang rule, points were a hard currency that was easier to use than needed crystal cores. Now Jiang Lusher's words have become nothing. How can they tolerate it when the numbers are too high? Seeing that everyone was filled with indignation and the atmosphere was inflamed, the middle-aged man wearing a suit, leather shoes, and black-rimmed glasses also gained confidence. He himself was one of the underground organizers of the parade. Originally, he was indeed afraid of Jiang Lusher. But seeing that everyone is so united now, he is not so afraid anymore. So what about Jiang Liashiqiang? Can he still shoot at people? He occupied Huaxia City and always wanted to establish his own rule. Killing people indiscriminately would give him a bad reputation. Water can carry a boat, and it can also overturn it. Lord Jiang, you must understand this better than me. We are now petitioning you to restore the exchange of 61 items including genetic evolution fluid, mind blaster, etc. This request, don't go too far. The middle-aged man with eyes said that he had already taken out the list. Wei Feifei's pretty face turned red with anger. This was how they forced her to have a baby before. But now that Jiang Lusher is here, they are still the same. Jiang Lusher smiled and glanced at Wei Feifei. Wei Feifei bit her lip. She felt that she was too useless. She had to manage the country that Jiang Lusher had built. Jiang Lusher had already solved the most difficult things. She would handle it. He couldn't handle trivial matters well. And this happened right after he took office. Brother Jiang, I have issued a document before. Although the exchange of genetic evolution fluid has been cancelled, I still allow these teams to use the remaining points to exchange for food, mutated beast meat, medicine, weapons and ammunition, etc. But they are still not satisfied. When Wei Feifei said this, the people in the audience became excited again. City Master Jiang, look at the contents of the documents formulated by Deputy City Master Wei. What are the exchanges for food and mutated animal meat? Are we short of food? Just one more point. In exchange for 2 kilograms of grain and half a kilogram of mutated animal meat, it's not even enough to squeeze through your teeth. The currency has devalued more than 10 times compared to before. That's right. City Lord Jiang. Now it has aroused public outrage. How many people have made 2 years of hard work come to nothing? The middle-aged man with eyes began to speak again. His words aroused the sympathy of many people. There were even several middle-aged ants who did not know which superpower they were relatives of. These ants suddenly burst into tears as they spoke. He threw himself directly on the ground. I can't live anymore. I can't live anymore. All the private money I have worked so hard to save has been swallowed up by the heartless government. The old society was not as cruel as you. Let me die. I am condemned by God. Ah! You will all be punished by God for doing this. The atmosphere was disturbed by several ants. And it was already a mess. The situation was about to get completely out of control. At this time, the middle-aged man wearing glasses had an imperceptible cold smile on his face. He looked at Jiang Lusher through brown lenses. He wanted to see how Jiang Lusher would end up. If he has the ability, he will target the people with the butcher's knife. And such a country will come to an end. Since ancient times, countless examples have proven that any government that uses tyranny to suppress the people will not survive long. Jiang Lusher was still smiling at this time. He glanced at Ran Shiyu. Shiyu? Yes. Brother Jiang. Ran Shiyu nodded. Her beautiful eyes opened. A dazzling purple light flashed in her pupils. And she suddenly looked at the middle-aged man with glasses in the field. Buzz! The middle-aged man felt his head shake. His whole body seemed to have been hit by a sledgehammer. And his eyes were completely dull. Me! The middle-aged man's whole body was stiff. And drool was dripping from the corners of his mouth. He felt as if his head had been violently kicked by countless people. And he had a splitting headache. Tell me what's going on! Jiang Lusher said calmly. His voice sounded like a sentence from H.L. to the middle-aged man, leaving him powerless to resist. He told everything without thinking about it. My name is Lu Shanong. I am a businessman in the black market of China's city. I was originally a first-class A-level superpower. I relied on my own strength to get close to a woman and slowly devoured her property. At first, I only did small business. Buy low and sell high. Later, I relied on genetic evolution fluid to become a second-level B-level superpower. I slowly began to form an underground force. Control the black market. Plunder. Kill and set fire. I bribed people from the superpower guild. I got cheap genetic evolution fluid and sold it at a high price. I have 200,000 points in my account. 10 villas in China's city. 16 mistresses. And some women with no status. The new government cancels genes evolutionary fluid will kill me. Of course I can't agree. I incited people to march and hired a dozen ants to cry for a kilogram of food for a day. I also prepared a radio station to serve as an inside line for Chuang. Now it has been I contacted the people of Chuang. And when Chuang called back, I caused chaos in the city and instigated demonstrations, which was also a great achievement. Anyway, the current government is definitely not the opponent of Chuang, and it will be in trouble for a few days at most. That's it. I'll be the hero when the time comes, and it'll be up to you how you die. The middle-aged man with glasses poured out his own history, as well as the whole process of the parade. Like pouring out beans. Chapter 677 Liquidation One by One. A dozen ants who were crying vigorously next to the middle-aged man with glasses suddenly became silent like old hens with their necks stuck when they heard the other party say that they were hired for more than 10 kilograms of grain. They looked at the middle-aged man with glasses, and then at Jiang Lusher in shock. They didn't know what weird method Jiang Lusher used to make this middle-aged man reveal all his family wealth. For a moment, the whole place was silent. Jiang Lusher clapped his hands with a smile on his face. It's really wonderful. No wonder life is a big show. You rely on sleeping with women and then killing the scum of others. You kill people, set fires, rape and plunder. People like you can be shot easily. You want to be Chuang's lackey, betray China's city's intelligence, and continue to be your black market overlord after you have committed a crime. You are really farsighted. Jiang Liusher's words were like a thunderbolt from the blue. The middle-aged man with glasses was shaken and suddenly became calm. He shivered, and his face was as pale as paper. Just now. What did he just say? He just felt dizzy just now. And then his head and mouth seemed to be no longer his. He couldn't control it at all and shook out all his secrets. Jiang, City Lord Jiang. What are you doing? Don't you want to lead the way for Chuang? Yes. I will satisfy your request. When Wu Zixi was killed by Fu Chai, he wanted to hang his head on the city wall to see the demise of the Wu kingdom. You are so loyal. How about I let you be a hero for a while and watch Chuang come back? Jiang Lusher said and glanced at Steve. Steve! Cut off this scumbag's hands and feet. Stop his bleeding. Hang him on the city wall. And let him wait to see Chuang come back. Yes. Steve accepted the order. He was originally the god of China's city and a ruthless person. He did not even blink for such an order. In a flash of his body, he appeared behind the middle-aged man with glasses, like a vigorous cheetah. Wait, wait, wait! The middle-aged man with glasses just let out a cry, followed by a heart-rending scream. Steve grabbed one of his arms, twisted his wrist directly, and tore off the broken hand, revealing the white broken bones. Ow! The middle-aged man with glasses seemed to have a pile of glass stuffed in his throat and screamed horribly. But Steve was not moved at all. He struck cleanly and cruelly, breaking off the limbs of the middle-aged man with glasses. In a blink of an eye, the middle-aged man with glasses had no arms or legs, and was rolling crazily on the ground in pain. Now he wanted to pass out from the pain. But Steve seemed to be very proficient in torture methods. He slapped him randomly, so that although he was in extreme pain, he couldn't pass out. Stop the bleeding! Steve threw the middle-aged man with glasses to his men like a dead dog, and then returned to Jiang Liusher's side like a ghost, standing with his hands hanging. Seeing this scene, everyone felt chills in their hearts. It was so terrible. Amputating their hands and feet in public was such a cruel method. In this apocalyptic world, this kind of punishment was more painful than killing them. How could they survive without arms and legs? In addition, the middle-aged man with glasses has been in charge of the black market these years, and he must have offended many enemies. His end will be many times more miserable than death. Hang him up later, Jiang Liusher said indifferently. Jiang Liusher had no sympathy for this kind of scum. There was no one knows how much blood was stained on this man's hands. Those who were tortured to death by him. Those who the combined blood of the girls, who died after being defiled by him, was enough to save his life, which was already an advantage for him. As soon as Steve gave the order, soldiers rushed over and took the middle-aged man with glasses down. Seeing this situation, the place was completely silent. As for you, Jiang Liusher looked at the dozen ants. The legs of these dozen antis were weak. They just thought they had something to gain, so they swarmed over. Who knew Jiang Liusher was such an evil star? What I hate the most is the shrews who behave in the street and slap each of them 1,000 times, Jiang Liusher said coldly. And soldiers immediately rushed in front of these ants, lifted them up and slapped them. Bob bang bang! The crisp and loud sound echoed in everyone's ears. Seeing the ants being slapped until their cheeks were bruised and swollen, and then their faces were beaten to pieces and covered with blood, they all secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. And you just heard that the man with glasses is to lead the way for Chuang. He is creating chaos in the city and is also preparing for Chuang's counterattack. Then can I think that you are all his accomplices? As soon as Jiang Liusher said the word companion, everyone present shook their heads like rattles. Lord City Lord Mingjian, we have nothing to do with Chuang. I'm just here for my own points. We have nothing to do with Chuang. People cleared the line one after another, and Jiang Liusher sneered. You said it has nothing to do with Chuang? Then tell me, how did you get your points? If you didn't do things for Chuang, would you have been rewarded with points? You are asking me for an account with the points earned by working hard for creation? What a good plan. Deputy City Lord Wei's previous documents actually allowed you to exchange points for food. I think you are too kind. I will announce now. All the points previously issued by Chuan will be invalid. I will establish a new point system. If you want points, earn them again. Jiang Liusher's words were poured down like a basin of cold water. Even though everyone was extremely afraid of Jiang Liusher's iron-blooded methods, they still couldn't bear it after hearing such an order. City Lord Jiang, you will lose the support of the people if you do this. The young man with the bamboo pole who had shouted before said bravely. Oh! Jiang Liusher narrowed his eyes and glanced at the bamboo pole. The young man's feet suddenly became weak, and he did not dare to look at Jiang Liusher. Have you got the information I asked for? Jiang Liusher stretched out his hand, and a smaller baby-faced girl immediately handed the information to Jiang Liusher. You originally worked in the Guild of Superpowers, and knew all kinds of information about the Guild of Superpowers. A thick stack of information was handed into Jiang Liusher's hand. Jiang Liusher handed it directly to Ran Shiyu, who asked Ran Shiyu to quickly scan it with his mental power. These data are part of the points exchange records of the Superpower Guild in the past 2 years. The selected ones are all offering rewards to the so-called rebels. Some teams of superpowers have wiped out the rebels and paid tribute to the creation. Receive the reward and get a large reward. When Jiang Liusher said these words, the team of superpowers present felt their hearts tightening. Destroying the rebels was the aspect that promised the most generous rewards after the point system was first established. And many of them were involved in it. I have been thinking about cleaning up these things before, but you have reminded me that the blood of our brothers in the anti-innovation army must not be shed in vain. As Jiang Liusher said this, Ran Shiyu had already whispered a few words in Jiang Liusher's ear. Jiang Liusher raised his brows and looked at the young man with the bamboo pole. What a coincidence! Captain of the Trident team. Right. Your photo is printed on these materials. In June of the creation calendar, your Trident the team defeated the Qinghu guerrillas and got 10,000 points. Although according to time, you should have spent all those 10,000 points. But this old account is still recorded in the database of the Guild of Superpowers. I just like to read it. Old accounts. I. Being stared at by Jiang Liusher. The bamboo pole young man's face was covered with cold sweat. I didn't take action against Shurring team. Damn it. It turns out it was you bastards who destroyed Qinghu and left us with enemies from both sides. We had to risk a breakout and lost more than 20 brothers in one fell swoop. After hearing Jiang Liusher's words, Zhang Hai suddenly ran away. Brother Jiang? Me! Zhang Hai's eyes were red. And Jiang Liusher said calmly, Take him away and do whatever you want with him. Okay. Damn. Don't let any of you get away with the debt from that year. Settle them all. Zhang Hai has long been holding back a breath of bad breath. He is not a saint. And he should be damned if he repays kindness with kindness. Steve, bring in helicopters and surround this place. Encircle everyone who is marching. Don't leave any of them. We will examine them one by one. As soon as Jiang Liusher said these words, the whole place became commotion. They originally relied on their large numbers and the fact that they were the people to unite to put pressure on Jiang Liusher. But they never expected that Jiang Liusher would be so tough and want to censor them. They wanted to resist. But they really didn't have the courage to face Jiang Liusher. The young man with the bamboo pole and the man with glasses were a lesson to him. Crack! Shining electric current cut through the atmosphere. Jiang Zuiying raised one hand. And a huge power grid came out from her hand, covering all the people marching inside. No one dared to break through this power grid and escape. City Lord Jiang, is this how you treat your people? A person with superpowers bravely shouted that he did not participate in the encirclement and suppression of the rebels. And he had nothing to fear. So what? Another thing to remind you. You are not the people. The real people are the people living in the slums. They are the workers. They have no points and will not come to the parade. Those who can march are all supernatural. Those who have incited you and think it is profitable. I will suppress you today. So what? In my eyes, your so-called purpose of fighting is just money and beauties. And the construction of Huaxia City needs the workers at the bottom are not you. As for fighting, with your little fighting power, I don't take it seriously at all. You are worthless to me. Finally, I'm warning you. Don't try to threaten me. I hate threats the most. If you mess with me, it's possible to kill you all. Jiang Liusher's last words were so cold that everyone present felt their hearts stagnate when they heard them, and no longer dared to say another word. This Jiang Liusher is definitely a ruthless person. It's over. Our good days are over. Some people with superpowers said in frustration. And some people were even worse. They participated in the encirclement and suppression of the rebels, and were already on Jiang Liusher's blacklist. What awaited them was a trial by a military court. Chuang. We can only count on Chuang. As long as Chuang comes, Jiang Liusher will definitely not be able to hold on. Chuang will definitely destroy this arrogant boy. Chapter 678, Betrayal and Separation. The demonstrations that broke out during the new year of the creation calendar quickly spread throughout Huaxia City. Jiang Liusher's iron-blooded approach to handling the parades was shocking. This young new city lord acted too ruthlessly. Not only did people's demonstrations and petitions have no effect, and many people were arrested. This made some people who originally planned to join in the booing and reap some benefits from behind no longer dare to jump. Some teams of superpowers, including their bosses, were caught, and some were almost completely blamed. For a time, the superpowers in the entire Huaxia City were in a state of panic. While they were afraid of Jiang Liusher's tough tactics, they also hoped that Chuang would come back quickly and kill Jiang Liusher. Just wait and see. This man named Jiang will live soon. In the concentration camp, the young man with a bamboo pole was shackled all over his body. He could not lie down or sit down. It was very uncomfortable. His Trident squad was responsible for annihilating the counterinsurgency guerrillas. 39 of the more than 40 people were captured, and almost the entire army was wiped out. Boss is right. This Jiang Liusher is a grasshopper after the autumn. He can't live for a few days. When Chuang comes, we will cooperate with Chuang inside and outside to crush this kid to ashes. He is no match for Chuang. The young man with a bamboo pole tried hard to move his neck, which was sore from the shackles. He gritted his teeth and said, He has offended all of us supernatural beings. Who does he think he is? When Chuang comes back, with just a summons, all the people in the city can be saved. The person with superpowers will rise up. And before he knows it, he has already been betrayed by everyone and is the target of public criticism. The young man with the bamboo pole said with a ferocious smile. His thoughts were also the thoughts of many people with powers. In their opinion, Jiang Lucia was too stupid. Before Jiang Shan was firmly established, he started to make enemies everywhere. When he faced the enemy, there would be a fire in the backyard, and a group of people would revolt. At this time, the central government building of Huaxia City, as a symbol of Huaxia City, the Huaxia government building was selected as a landmark building before the apocalypse. After being renovated after the apocalypse, the interior is now full of luxury. The top floor office building has an indoor swimming pool, a mini cinema, a large bedroom covering an area of more than 150 square meters, and panoramic arc-shaped floor-to-ceiling windows that overlook the entire Huaxia City. When Jiang Lucia walked here, he saw many swimsuits hanging in the indoor swimming pool, and many of these swimsuits were bikinis. It seemed that there were quite a few swimsuit parties held here. Jiang Lucia glanced at Steve meaningfully. These guys usually enjoy themselves. Steve smiled awkwardly. If the city lord needs it, I can ask them to come over. No need. Jiang Lucia shook his head and looked into the distance through the floor-to-ceiling windows. If I feel right, my old friend is coming soon. You mean, Speaker? Jiang Lucia took a deep breath. In that battle 2 years ago, he was defeated by the Speaker. It could be said that he was suppressed in all directions. Now that he has returned from cultivation, he will have no way out in this battle. This is his destined final battle. If he loses, he will die. Hearing the word Speaker, even though Steve had accepted Ran Shiyu's spiritual imprint and was completely loyal to Jiang Lucia, he still felt fear in his heart. For the created god generals, the prestige of the Speaker is too great. Although these god generals have the word God in their titles, they are still mortals after all. But the Speaker is different. He is like a real god. Irresistible. And now Jiang Lucia wants to fight the Speaker. Jiang Lucia naturally felt Steve's fear. He did not speak. He silently counted the time in his heart. The speed of the Speaker was much faster than that of a plane. Even if he came from the other side of the earth, it would only take a few seconds. A matter of hours. With such a major thing happening in Huaxia City, it was impossible for him not to get the news. It was even possible that he had already arrived. To be on the safe side, Jiang Lucia has arranged for Ran Shiyu and others to go to the space carrier to ensure safety. After all, Ran Shiyu, Li Yusen and others are weak in combat power. In front of the Speaker, they are like little rabbits in front of a hungry wolf. With no resistance, Jiang Lucia poured himself a cup of tea silently. He stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the city. He saw many people with supernatural powers taking to the streets. They did not dare to march openly, but they still protested in various ways. Many people gathered in the square in front of the government building, whispering among themselves and venting their dissatisfaction. Jiang Lucia knew without thinking that these people were talking about how to add insult to injury when Chuang's army reached the Chinese safety zone. As soon as the battle started, especially when the situation on his side was unfavorable, these superpowers would definitely fall to the wrong side. This is something you can think of with your toes. City Lord, if the Speaker comes to kill us, I may not be able to command our Huaxia City's army. Steve said that he was planted with a spiritual imprint by Ran Shiyu and could still remain loyal. However, Ran Shiyu's spiritual imprint could only control a few people. It was impossible for every soldier in the Chinese security zone to imprint a spiritual imprint on them. Now due to Jiang Lucia's strength, these people dare not resist. But when Chuang comes to kill, that may not be possible. As time passed, Steve glanced at Jiang Lucia. He had been drinking tea silently. This calmness did not seem to be fake. Steve felt that it was not that Jiang Lucia believed that he would win this battle, but that he was after experiencing numerous life and death battles, great sorrows and great joys. He has developed a character that allows him to remain calm even when faced with a battle in which he loses or dies. The sun was gradually setting, and Jiang Lucia had gone back to his bedroom to rest. On the contrary, none of the superpowers downstairs went home and were still standing guard in the square in front of the government building. They were so excited that they couldn't help but wonder why Chuang hadn't come yet. Some people even waited all night. But when it didn't come, they were anxious to death. At this time, at the gate of Huaxia City, the middle-aged man with glasses, who organized the parade, was still hanging on the city wall. His face was ashen and his body was motionless. like a corpse. However, if you see his eyes, you can feel a chill in your back. His eyes are full of hatred, like a wild beast that chooses people to devour. Hatred for Jiang Lushi was the only motivation for him to live now. He wanted to watch Jiang Lushi die. Watch Jiang Lushi be wounded and crushed. Watch his relatives betray him. And die without a burial place. You little beast. I'm going to tear off Jiang Lushi's flesh and blood one bite at a time. The middle-aged man with glasses bit his lip, and his teeth were covered in blood. At this moment, he faintly saw a metallic stream of light streaking across the distance. Pieces of things that looked like blood mist were flying towards Huaxia City. This scene shocked the middle-aged man with glasses. Under his broken lenses, his eyes almost burst with blood. He opened his eyes desperately to see what it was. Create. Is Chuang coming? Chapter 679 Welcome the Savior. The heart of the middle-aged man with glasses was in his throat. His only thought now was to see Jiang Lushi end more miserable than him. He didn't care about anything else. The blood mist became thicker and thicker. Facing the rising sun, the middle-aged man with glasses saw a scene that he found unbelievable. It was a giant lizard-like beast with wide wings. Its huge body was like a moving mountain. Boom! Boom! Every step the giant beast takes can cause the earth to shake, crushing lakes and leveling forests. Its body was covered with thick scales, and its thick tail dragged a deep ravine on the ground. God! What kind of monster is this? The middle-aged man in glasses held his breath. In the 3 years since the end of the world, people have seen countless mutant beasts. But the largest mutant beast, which is tens of meters in size, is similar to the giant octopus that ravaged the Aura security zone back then. Even if someone sees a mutant whale in the deep sea, it is only more than 100 meters long and looks like a small island from a distance. This is beyond people's imagination. But the terrifying length of the giant beast in front of me was more than 1 kilometer. And any giant beast pales in comparison to it. And beside this giant beast, there are also Apache helicopter gunships. As the ace armed helicopter of the U.S. Army, the performance of Apache in all aspects is not comparable to that of Wuxi equipped by Huaxia City. But now, these dozens of Apache helicopter gunships are like tiny flying insects next to this giant beast. The behemoth turned a blind eye to these Apache helicopter gunships. Obviously the two were companions. It's Chuang. Chuang must have come. The middle-aged man in glasses was trembling with excitement. Chuang had finally arrived. And Chuang had actually cultivated such a huge mythical beast. This is unbelievable. Not only the middle-aged man with glasses, but the huge earthquake-like vibration caused the people in Huaxia City to wake up early. Many of them walked up the city wall and saw a scene in the distance that they would never forget. The huge lizard beast with wings on its back. Its body was hidden in the morning clouds, and the pores on its body were spitting out red mist. And the red mist dyed the water vapor red, making it seem like it was immersed in the blood cloud. Oh my God! What the H.L. is this? This scene is really shocking. Before the end of the world, even in Hollywood blockbusters such as Pacific Rim, the behemoths they saw in the movies were not as huge as this. This was too exaggerated. One tail could sweep them away. Down the wall. It's the Apache Legion. Chuang's army. Is that lizard-like monster a mutant beast? Could it be that this mutant beast was also surrendered by Chuang? Perhaps they were cultivated by Chuang. Chuang's technology is far beyond our imagination. Since Chuang unified the world, people have seen Chuang's technology many times, including genetic evolution fluids, new high-tech weapons, special metals, flying metal discs, and mind blasters. Chuang has refreshed people's understanding of technology many times. There is no doubt that Chuang has mastered powerful genetic technology. From this point of view, even if it is said that this giant beast was cultivated by Chuang, people will not disbelieve it. Could it be said that Chuang has mastered the technology of using mutant beasts? Thinking of this, people gasped. This apocalypse will break out because of zombies and mutant beasts. Whether Chuang controls this mutant beast or simply cultivates it himself, this means that Chuang has mastered the ability to change the power of the world. In this apocalyptic world, people worship power, and the power of creation to create such a behemoth is really frightening. At this time, Jiang Lushi stood on the roof of the government building, looking at the giant beast towering into the clouds from a long distance away. Sure enough, you haven't stood still in the past 2 years. In 2 years, Jiang Lushi has been transformed, and the speaker has controlled the entire world in the past 2 years. He has concentrated the world's resources, and with the high technology left in the ruins, his strength is bound to grow. But in this battle, Jiang Lushi has no retreat. He will try his best. Just then, Steve burst into the room. City Lord, Chuang's army has arrived, but our armed helicopter refuses to take off. From the moment Jiang Lushur occupied Huaxia City, he had long expected that a war would break out. The army was on standby in shifts 24 hours a day. Although they were a little tired, Chuang's army had traveled a long distance, and they would only become more tired. However, after the giant beast appeared, a mutiny broke out in the army, and these soldiers did not listen even to Steve's orders. If there were only a few people, Steve would kill them on the spot. But if all the soldiers didn't obey the order, it was impossible for Steve to kill everyone, and no one would fly the plane. These cowards! They must have discussed this from the beginning, Steve said angrily, while Jiang Lushur looked calm. This result did not exceed his expectations at all. Originally, these soldiers were timid against Shan Chuang's army. If they were to fight against the Apache, the loss ratio would definitely be tragic. Not to mention the huge lizard that appeared on the horizon. This mythical beast alone was intimidating everyone. That terrifying reminder that just one sweep of the tail can bring down 7 or 8 planes. Hitting an egg against a stone. All soldiers feel this way. And so do they. It doesn't matter. I didn't count on them in the first place. And this situation was also expected before. Jiang Lushur shook his head. He knew very well that both the army and the superpowers were on Chuang's side. The Apache had already flown over the city wall. But on the Huaxia City side, no plane had taken off. Seeing this situation, the middle-aged man in glasses on the top of the city laughed like a maniac. Those who have gained the Tao will get many help. Those who have lost the Tao will have little help. When there are few helpers, they will be surrounded by relatives. When there are many helpers, the world will obey them. Ha 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 ha! Jiang Lushur, have you seen it? This is your end. All your relatives have betrayed you. Die without a burial place. At this time, the superpowers also rushed out, as if they were welcoming the savior, welcoming the arrival of Chuang. Brothers, we are all ready to fight. If someone wants to ride on top of us and dominate us, we must let him know that we are not vegetarians either. Jiang Lushur's power is obvious to all. But if they rush up and fight while Jiang Lushur is being crushed by the giant beast, they will be able to make great contributions. And maybe they will be appreciated by Chuang and given a lot of points. The lives of Jiang Lushur's team are infinitely more precious than those of the guerrillas. If you're lucky, maybe one of the beauties around Jiang Lushur can be captured. That would be really great. The taste of a top-notch woman is so satisfying that I can only dream of it. Attack! The leading Apache has received attack instructions. And the target is the government building. Chapter 680 Air Overlord. From a distance of more than 1,000 meters, dozens of Apache helicopter gunships have locked onto the top floor building where Jiang Lushur is located. At this time, a large number of staff in the government building had fled, leaving Jiang Lushur and Steve almost alone upstairs. Through the windshield, Jiang Lushur's position was clearly detected by the mine blaster. Emission! With an order, dozens of Apaches opened fire together. The crazy firepower of the airborne machine guns and missiles poured out, blasting the river rocks together. Seeing the rain of bullets flying from the sky, Jiang Lushur behind the floor-to-ceiling window looked calm. He gently stretched out his hand, and a silvery gray light shone between his eyebrows. This was the light of the star seed. Today, Jiang Lushur has become the same as the star seed is perfectly integrated. And the star seed is like a part of his body. The energy of the star seed surged into the palm of Jiang Lushur's hand and burst out. Buzz! Powerful air waves rushed in all directions, and a semicircular light curtain appeared in the sky. And all the firepower was poured on the light curtain. Boom, boom, boom! A violent explosion exploded high in the sky, and the shockwave shot out wantonly, hundreds of meters away. The glass of the skyscraper shattered and scattered like a goddess scattering flowers. However, the thin light blocked the government building. The curtain is indestructible. Continue to attack and consume his power. The commander of the Apache team did not expect such an attack to kill Jiang Lushur. His purpose was to make Jiang Lushur consume energy. Anyway, there were many thermal weapons. Chuang inherited a large number of advanced weapons from the American army, so he could do it for free. Of pouring down. As long as Jiang Lushur continues to maintain the protective shield, there will inevitably be some loss. Team 2. As the commander issued the order, heavy fighter jets dragged their tail flames across the sky, and the sharp and ear-piercing roar resounded throughout Huaxia City. This was the huge sound produced when flying at supersonic speeds. It's the F-22 Raptor. Some superpowers have some military knowledge, and they can tell at a glance that this fighter is the most advanced F-22 Raptor fighter in the world. This is also the only fifth-generation fighter aircraft in the world that was put into use before the end of the world. Whether it is supersonic cruise, stealth, airborne electronic equipment, maneuverability, weapon configuration, etc., they are all far ahead of other fighter jets. The F-22 has experienced an exaggerated battle loss ratio of more than 100-0 against the F-15 in aerial exercises. It can be said that it is the overlord in the air and seeks to feed alone, because the cost is too high. The United States, which has deep pockets, also has limited equipment. In addition, the United States strictly prohibits F-22 from flying -22 exit, so that it really can't find an opponent. In normal missions, the F-22 is not needed at all, as long as the next level fighter is okay. But now, Chuang actually dispatched 80 or 90 F-22 Raptor fighter jets at once. With such terrifying firepower, let alone a building, they can completely turn Huaxia City into ruins. Drain his energy! The commander issued the order. And just then, rumble! There was violent thunder in the sky, and dark clouds were rolling in, covering the sky and the earth. The rising sun was completely obscured by dark clouds, and the entire sky in Huaxia City lost its light. A black-haired girl is suspended high in the dark clouds, like a goddess of thunder. This is Jiang Zhuing. At this time, a silver mark suddenly appeared between Jiang Zhuing's eyebrows. This mark was somewhat similar to the mark between Jiang Liusher's eyebrows, but the light was much dimmed. This is the condensation of star seed energy. Jiang Zhuing has gained the greatest benefit from the 2-year practice in the original metal. As long as Jiang Liusher is willing, he can hand over part of the star seed energy to Jiang Zhuing for use. At this time, Jiang Zhuing had received star seed energy, and she had reached her strongest fighting state. With the power of the electric field, she was suspended in the sky, raised her hands high, and swung down suddenly. Thunderstorm. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, hundreds of thunderbolts descended from the sky, and the originally black sky was illuminated by thunder and lightning. This was a thunderstorm. All the people in Huaxia City saw this scene. A girl flying in the air. Her petite body unexpectedly burst out with such powerful power. Is this still human power? Since the end of the world, the power of superpowers has far exceeded that of ordinary people. But people are just people, and superpowers only give people the impression that they are powerful people. But at this moment, this girl is like a god. Kakaka! Planes one after another were hit by thunder raging in the sky. For this battle, Chuang mobilized almost all of the F-22 fighter jets. As the pinnacle of human military technology before the end of the world, it is a well-deserved air supremacy, because the cost is too high. The U.S. Army only has more than 100 aircraft equipped in total. What was destroyed after the end of the world is now coming out in full force. This is undoubtedly the most powerful air combat power in human history. But in the face of this thunderstorm that swept everything, even the F-22 fighter jet, no matter how powerful its performance was helpless. Boom, boom, boom! One after another, the aircraft exploded directly in the air. Whether it was an Apache or an F-22, they were like fragile insects in the storm, unable to withstand it at all. Retreat! Evacuate! Seeing that the shield in front of the government building is impenetrable, and the shadow of Jiangzhou in the sky is like a goddess of killing, the F-22 fighter jet has lost its meaning. Now it is meaningless to continue to be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in the thunderstorm. At this order, the F-22 and the Apache returned together. But at this moment, Jiang Zhuing's hands merged. Crack! The terrifying power grid shrouded the sky, like the big hand of death, shrouding these aircraft. Boom, boom, boom! In an instant, more than 20 fighter planes exploded, and Jiang Zhuing easily fought against the entire legion with one person. Seeing the Apache and F-22 fighter units fleeing in panic, everyone in Huaxia City was shocked and speechless. After the end of the world, human technology has plummeted. Although people are besieged by zombies and mutant beasts in safe zones, and they can only go out with the protection of superpowers. But even so, people still subconsciously feel that if the pinnacle of human technology, and even if we have talent and military strength, we can still clean up these zombies and mutant beasts. People with superpowers will appear stronger. That's because human technology has declined. But now, when they see Jiang Zhuing's terrifying power, they truly understand how far the combat effectiveness of human superpowers can reach. It should be noted that this group of F-22 fighter jets is enough to sweep across the heart of a country before the end of the world. They can easily cross the hinterland of a medium-sized country, launch a military attack on the country's capital, and behead people with one blow. However, Such terrifying power was stopped by a girl named Jiang Juing. Chapter 681 The Beauty of Killing. Seeing the Apache team's planes being shot down one after another, everyone in Huaxia City who was watching the battle felt unbelievable. At this moment, the commander of the Apache team looked solemn and waved his hand vigorously. Buzz! An indescribable sound suddenly came from a distance. Everyone was a little confused at first, but then they all looked at the sky involuntarily. As the sound got louder and closer, a row of dense black spots suddenly appeared on the horizon. And when these black spots quickly enlarged at a speed visible to the naked eye, some people couldn't help but exclaim, "That's a giant bird. There are hundreds or even thousands of them, covering the entire sky. Is this the Yolan pterosaur?" Someone looked at these huge raptors and thought of a creature that existed in the late Cretaceous period. These giant birds are just like the Yolan pterosaurs tens of millions of years ago. And the Yolan pterosaurs are the largest flying creatures in the history of life on Earth. Their wingspan can reach more than 10 meters. This kind of terrifying bird that only exists in museums has now reappeared in the sky above Huaxia City, regardless of whether they are real function pterosaurs. When these raptors cover the sky above Huaxia City, it is still frightening. Chuang actually controlled so many giant birds that he even made them form a flying army. How? Thousands of function pterosaurs suddenly let out a scream and rushed towards Jiang Juing in the sky. Jiang Juing was suspended in the air, his black hair flying and his eyes calm. The silver mark between her eyebrows glowed faintly, and she raised her hands high again. Boom, boom, boom. Dazzling lightning flashed in the sky instantly, and those staring into the sky felt as if they were blind. This girl was able to release a thunderstorm again, and her body seemed to be filled with endless energy. These thunders struck the Yolan pterosaurs in the air, and screams immediately came from the air. One by one, the electrocuted Eolus pterosaurs fell from the sky with black smoke and a burnt smell. But there were too many function pterosaurs. Jiang Juing electrocuted dozens of them, but it had no impact on the function pterosaurs' army in the air. A large group of function pterosaurs still screamed and rushed towards Jiang Juing. At this moment, only the roar of the engine was heard. The clouds in the sky were torn apart, and silver fighter planes roared in. These fighter planes are exactly the ones on Jiang Liusher's air and space aircraft carrier. Knock them down! Jiang Liusher ordered. The information received by Chuang's headquarters was very vague. They only knew that Jiang Liusher had an aircraft carrier that could fly into the sky. They didn't know how powerful this aircraft carrier was. So when these silver fighters appeared, the commander of the Apache team just gave the order to shoot down the enemy fighters. However, when these silver fighters rushed towards the function pterosaur, the result of the battle was shocking. The F-22 fighter jet was already the strongest air combat capability of mankind before the end of the world. But when these silver fighters exploded in power, people discovered that the combat capabilities of Jiang Liusher's carrier-based fighter jets had far exceeded that of the F-22 fighter jets. 22. The original F-35 carrier-based fighter jet has been transformed by Star Seed and is now fully intelligent, unmanned, and can also fight. Silver fighter planes shuttled through the air, and every time they shuttled, dozens or even hundreds of function pterosaurs would fall down with blood dripping on them and screaming miserably. The corpses of these function pterosaurs fell heavily to the ground, and the blood splattered almost dyed the ground in front of Huaxia City red. This was simply a one-sided massacre. Jiang Liusher's side only lost a few silver fighters. Kill that woman at all costs! The commander issued the last order for the function pterodactyl legion. For the function pterodactyl legion, there is no retreat. Even if the function pterodactyl legion is completely destroyed, Jiang Juing must be killed. After receiving the order, the function pterosaur rushed towards Jiang Juing desperately. They were continuously killed by silver fighter planes, but there were still hundreds of function pterosaurs, rushing into the area of 100 meters around Jiang Juing. For the extremely fast-flying function pterosaur, the distance of 100 meters is within the blink of an eye. At this distance, even if Jiang Juing releases another thunderstorm, he will not be able to completely kill these function pterosaurs. As long as one function pterosaur comes to Jiang Juing will be finished. At the city gate, the heart of the middle-aged man with glasses was in his throat. His eyes showed an extremely excited look. Although Jiang Liusher's fighting power shocked his eyes, if he could watch Jiang Juing being torn into pieces by function pterosaur, he is worth it. However, at this moment, a terrifying gust of wind suddenly appeared. For the Eolus pterosaurs, the wind can only serve as their boost. They can ride on the wind and use the air currents. But in this strong wind, there is a deadly murderous intention hidden in it. One by one, the function pterosaurs were caught in the airflow and were suddenly cut into pieces silently. with blood pouring down like a torrential rain. And in this rainstorm of blood, a graceful and beautiful figure appeared. She stood in the strong wind, but the wind only gently supported her body. Her spotless white dress formed a sharp contrast with the bloody killing scene, but it was also full of a strange beauty. At this moment, Xiang Shuai took action. She flew over gently and held hands with Jiang Zhuing. The two girls launched an attack in the air at the same time. Thunderstorms and strong winds swept the sky, and at the same time, there were silver fighter planes roaring in the sky. Soon, when the last Fengshan pterosaur in the sky fell to the ground, people couldn't believe that thousands of Fengshan pterosaurs overwhelming the sky were so dead. In the whole sky, there is no Apache team, and there is no Elis pterosaur legion. At this time, a terrible sound suddenly came from the ground. Boom! Boom! Amidst the wild sand and rocks, a huge figure slowly rose from the ground. It's that giant lizard. On its back, the pair of huge wings flapped, and the extremely heavy and terrifying body actually flew into the sky with the flapping of these wings. Such a giant mountain-like beast flew towards Huaxia City. The people on the city wall even held their breath. This giant lizard beast was covered in blood mist. When it flew into the sky and flapped its wings, the clouds in the sky were suddenly blown away. This is the true covering of the sky. The densely packed Elis pterosaurs had already shocked people before, but this giant lizard made people's souls feel frozen. Even the failure of Fengshan pterosaur seems to be unimportant now. This giant lizard beast is Chuang's terrifying weapon. Its indifferent eyes swept towards Huaxia City, while Jiang Lusher stood on the central government building and his eyes suddenly met the huge lizard beast. Chapter 682, Mutation of Superpowers. Even Jiang Lusher felt his mind tremble when he looked at this giant beast that was as huge as a mountain. This is... Jiang Lusher felt that the pupils of this giant beast seemed to contain the fire of the soul. It was like a gathering of thousands of thoughts, so powerful that it was difficult to look at it. This giant beast is quite terrifying. Xiang Zhuing, go back! Jiang Lusher conveyed it to Xiang Shuai and Jiang Zhuing through Ran Shiyu's spiritual thoughts. The two women were startled. Initially, Jiang Zhuing was eager to try, but after hearing Jiang Lusher's words, she would not resist and flew back. Xiang Shuai followed closely behind. Jiang Zhuing was as fast as thunder. Xiang Shuai was as fast as a gust of wind. The two of them flew towards the air and space aircraft carrier one after the other. At this moment, the huge lizard beast opened its mouth. Its mouth was big enough to swallow a building. The mouth was covered with 2 layers of dense fangs, each with 10 teeth, a few meters long. Shocking. Roar! The giant beast let out an earth-shattering roar, and the terrifying sound waves blew away in all directions. All the glass within 10 miles of Huaxia City exploded, and the more than 80-story government building was the first to bear the brunt. Countless glass fragments fell from it. The top of the building fell down, like a crazy rain of diamonds. The weaker ones, near the battlefield, were even shocked to the point where their ears bled and their eardrums burst. Is this still the power of life? People were terrified. This beast was so huge that standing in front of it, people couldn't even be considered ants. Woohoo! At this moment, a black stream of light appeared in the giant beast's mouth, and a terrifying suction force emanated from it, radiating in all directions. A large amount of air fell into the giant beast's mouth first, forming a strong wind approaching the speed of sound. The wind roared, and a storm broke out. The glass pieces that had originally fallen from the government building were rolled back by this force, and they all rushed towards the giant beast. Devouring power. This is no longer an ordinary suction force, but a force that swallows everything. And the core targets of this swallowing force are Jiang Zhuing and Xiang Shuai, who have already flown to the aerospace aircraft carrier. Ah! Jiang Zhuing screamed, and her body was suddenly pulled by this force. Not only could she not move forward, she was rolled back. Bamboo shadow! Xiang Shuai was shocked. With quick eyes and quick hands, she grabbed Jiang Zhuing. After all, she had wind powers and could stabilize her body with the power of wind. But even so, her speed was slowed down a lot. What slows down Xiang Shuai is not the strong wind. The strong wind has no effect on Xiang Shuai, who is familiar with wind powers. Instead, it helps. What slows her down is a huge devouring force. This force comes directly from the giant. The beast is like the Earth's gravity, but this force is many times stronger than the Earth's gravity. Hoo-ho-ho dash! The giant beast flapped its wings and flew towards Xiang Shuai and Jiang Zhuing, threatening to swallow them whole. At this moment, Xiang Shuai and Jiang Zhuing were almost motionless in the air. Even Jiang Lucier was quite far away from them, making the situation extremely dangerous. Boo-hoo! At this moment, the silver fighter jets attacked the behemoth from all directions. These unmanned fighter jets attacked from the side and avoided the main devouring power of the behemoth. But even so, the silver fighter jets were greatly affected. But it didn't matter at all. In just a few seconds, some silver fighter planes poured all their firepower at the giant beast, then opened full power and rushed towards the giant beast's body. Boom, boom, boom! For a moment, the behemoth was completely engulfed in the flames of the explosion. The modified fighter plane, which weighed dozens of tons, reached twice the speed of sound at full power. This terrible impact was already 10 times more powerful than the missile. Even this huge mountain-like beast was knocked back continuously. Taking this opportunity, Jiang Zhuing and Xiang Shuai got rid of the huge devouring force and flew back to the aerospace aircraft carrier. Roar! The giant beast in the explosion roared again, and its huge wings suddenly opened. 7 or 8 fighter planes were swept into pieces by the wings of the giant beast. Even in such an explosion, this giant beast did not. This kind of endurance is really terrifying no matter what kind of damage is suffered. Otherwise, even a mountain would be shattered by such an attack. At this time, after continuous storms, there were no clouds within 100 miles. Under this blue sky, Jiang Lucier's giant space aircraft carrier was no longer covered by clouds, and its silver-gray hull, reflecting the golden light of the rising sun. This aerospace aircraft carrier is already extremely huge. It blocks the sun and casts a shadow on the ground that covers a large block. But compared to the behemoth in the sky opposite it, the aerospace aircraft carrier appears small. The behemoth, with a body length of more than 1 kilometer, is fully twice as long as the aerospace aircraft carrier, and its wingspan is even wider, nearly 2 kilometers. This gap is like a vulture versus a magpie. Chuang will win! Kill Jiang Lucier! Many people's blood boils with excitement when they see such a sight. Such a huge beast is rarely seen, even in pre-apocalyptic Hollywood blockbusters. It is simply invincible. Killing Jiang Lucier is too easy for him. To make his life worse than death, I will play with his women one by one in front of him. On the city wall, the middle-aged man with glasses said through gritted teeth that what kept him alive now was the overwhelming hatred. However, just when the middle-aged man with glasses was in an extremely excited mood, he suddenly felt his heartbeat speeding up, as if his whole body's strength had suddenly become much weaker. What happened? The middle-aged man with glasses took a few deep breaths and wanted to adjust. But the feeling of weakness became stronger and stronger. He faintly felt that the power in his body was constantly being withdrawn. Although the middle-aged man with glasses has lost his hands and feet, his superpowers are still there. But now he feels that the superpowers in his body are constantly decreasing. What's wrong with me? At this time, the middle-aged man with glasses had sweat all over his forehead. He opened his mouth and tried desperately to breathe. But he felt like he couldn't breathe. It was as if he had returned to his mortal days, and was weak after experiencing a serious illness. Unclothed. My strength level is falling. The middle-aged man with glasses discovered this in horror. In fact, not only the middle-aged man with glasses, but also many superpowers in Huaxia City felt that their power was being taken away. Some of the weak ones simply collapsed to the ground. He lay on the ground and breathed heavily, as if he took less than a breath, he would be suffocated to death. Even those with second-level abilities couldn't hold on any longer. It was difficult for them to maintain their standing posture, and some simply sat down at the base of the wall while holding on to it. What exactly is going on? Chapter 683 Dragon God. Everyone is terrified. As people with superpowers, they are able to gallop around in this apocalyptic world and live a life of masters because of their power. But now, their power is rapidly decreasing, and their strength level is also falling. If this accident is temporary, it would be fine. If it is permanent, it is unbelievable. If they are used to the life of the strong, if they suddenly become weak again, it is better to kill them directly. I feel our power is being drawn into the sky. I see many threads. A spiritual power user said out of breath. People were shocked when they heard this. What did you say? Quick, speak clearly. I saw countless threads connecting us. And the huge, giant beast in the sky. While the mental superpower spoke, he was already sweating profusely. Others were stunned after hearing this. They raised their heads with difficulty and looked at the giant beast that cast a huge shadow in the sky. Their power formed a thread, connecting everything with this giant beast. Could it be said? Their power is being absorbed by this giant beast. Thinking of this, many people's faces turn earth-colored. If such a huge behemoth swallows their power, they will be sucked into human beings very quickly. No! It's impossible. We are all supporters of Chuang. But Chuang wants to harm us, a man said with a trembling voice. Just a quarter of an hour ago, he happily welcomed Chuang's arrival. As if welcoming a savior, they had already planned to fight with Chuang. But now, their power was swallowed by the giant beast. Many weak superpowers could no longer hold on. However, at this time, people saw a 16 or 17-year-old boy. He was only a level C superpower, and he was considered the weakest among the superpowers. But the strange thing is that he stood still, and nothing happened. Why are you not okay? People looked at this young man in surprise. Could it be that he was too weak for the giant beast to look down on? But this shouldn't be the case. This giant beast must be devouring their power indiscriminately. Those who are weak will only be devoured faster, and become less and less able to hold on. The young man was confused. He had no idea what was going on. He only saw the people around him falling down one by one. He was also in a team of superpowers. But he was just a handyman in his team. He usually met other people. He was always bullied. But now, those who were usually very strong seemed to have been reduced to bones, and were extremely weak. I don't know anything. It's none of my business. The young man shook his head in panic. But at this moment, he felt a shadow appear behind him. He turned back suddenly, and was startled. Standing behind him was a man in black, who exuded an indescribable majesty. River. Jiang Lushi. Everyone looked at Jiang Lushi in horror. Jiang Lushi had only taken over Huaxia City for a day or two, and his iron-blooded methods were frightening. At this time, their strength was quickly withdrawn. And when Jiang Lushi appeared here again, everyone was trembling. They had previously threatened to attack the government building with Chuang, and let Jiang Lushi die without a burial place. If Jiang Lushi pursues the case, just a thought will make them disappear into ashes. What are you doing? Seeing Jiang Lushi approaching, a level 2 superpower user's face turned pale with fear. However, Jiang Lushi just passed by him and walked to an open space. In the center of the open space, there was a pool of black-red viscous liquid with a texture like mercury. Then, what is that? Everyone was stunned. They had not noticed where this strange liquid came from. Jiang Lushi gently touched the liquid with his hand, frowned slightly, and then suddenly raised his hand. Call out! A strong gust of wind struck, and the level 2 superhuman who had just spoken was startled. He felt pain on his cheek, and a wisp of blood spurted out. Spare your life! Lord Jiang! Spare your life! I never thought about becoming a rebel. Originally, this second-level superpower user could barely stand. But now, he was so frightened that he knelt on the ground. Although we are in the last days, not everyone is indifferent to life and death. Many people who live a prosperous life are extremely afraid of death. However, Jiang Lushi ignored him at all. With a move of his right hand, the blood spurted out gathered in Jiang Lushi's palm. The other side of Jiang Lushi was stained with the black-red liquid. Is that so? Jiang Lushi's eyes narrowed. The blood of the second-level superpower user was directly burned by the energy and turned into fly ash. But a very small amount of black-red liquid was left behind, which was exactly the same as the large pool of black-red liquid. Seeing this scene, Jiang Lushi had completely confirmed his guess. The large pool of black-red liquid he found was the blood spilled after the giant beast in the sky was injured. Even a giant beast like that would suffer some injuries under the impact of a Starseed fighter jet at 2 to 3 times the speed of sound. It's just that its self-healing ability is extremely powerful. Once a wound appears, it will heal quickly. But the blood was spilled. Jiang Lushi found a component similar to the blood of this giant beast in the bodies of other people with powers. Gene evolution fluid. This is the essence of gene evolution fluid. Right. You dilute the blood of the giant beast and inject it into the bodies of other superpowers. Am I right? Jiang Lushi turned his head suddenly, and in the sky 10 feet away behind him, a tall man wearing a black cloak stood in the sky. His eyebrows were like swords, and his whole person exuded a powerful energy field, like a god descending into the world. He is Speaker. The first person in control of Chuang is also Jiang Lushi's destined enemy. Compared with 2 years ago, not only has he not aged, but he seems to be much younger. He does not even look 30 years old. He smiled appreciatively and said, You are right. You were able to discover this through some clues. You are quite astute. The sudden appearance of the speaker made the other superpowers turn pale with fright. They don't know the speaker, but they can imagine that the other party is probably the top figure in the creation. Jiang Lushi confronted the speaker. 2 peerless masters met here, and they became witnesses. However, at this moment, they did not want to bear witness like this at all. They knew very well that just one thought from either of them could make them disappear into ashes. And just now, etc. What did John Lucier just say? Gene evolution fluid. Essentially the blood of that giant beast. This is the genetic evolution fluid they injected. John Lucier rubbed his hands gently, and the energy of the star seed burst out. The majestic energy, even the blood of the giant beast, was burned into fly ash. He said calmly, "It's not that I saw anything, but that my wife made a detailed analysis. I deduced this based on her analysis." John Lucier was talking about Li Yusen. Of course, Li Yusen, who possesses powerful medical skills, has conducted the most comprehensive analysis of genetic evolution fluid. No other person on the entire Earth can do such a detailed analysis. It's just that I didn't know at the time that the genetic evolution fluid was the blood of a giant beast. Now it seems that because the cell vitality of this blood is so strong, even if it leaves the mother's body, this vitality will not disappear when the blood enters the human body. After that, not only will it not be rejected by the immune system, but it will integrate into the human body and assimilate the human body into a part of the blood. In this way, rather than saying that the superpower injected and absorbed the genetic evolution fluid, it is better to say that the superpower injected and was absorbed by the genetic evolution fluid. This is also the reason why everyone's strength is enhanced after the injection of the genetic evolution fluid, because their bodies have been transformed by the blood of giant beasts. Unfortunately, when they are transformed, their lives no longer completely belong to them, but are controlled by you. It is not even an exaggeration to say that these people have now become part of the body of the giant beast. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are clones. When the giant beast fights in the air and consumes power, it is natural that these people will take advantage of these. The strength is taken away from people, which is why they are weak. John Lucier said these words slowly. He was so sure because when he looked at the giant dragon god at first, he clearly felt that thousands of perceptions seemed to be integrated in the pupils of the giant beast. Now think about it. These perceptions and consciousness, I am afraid it comes from those with superpowers who have merged with the life of the giant beast. These words made everyone turn pale as paper. This is real. They thought they had absorbed the genetic evolution fluid. But in fact, it was the genetic evolution fluid that absorbed them. They have become stronger. But their lives are already under control. Now, their situation is exactly the same as what John Lucier said. You can understand it with your toes. John Lucier is absolutely right. This genetic evolution fluid is simply an intestinal poison. Ha ha ha! Wonderful! Wonderful! The speaker clapped his hands. Your woman is really amazing. And your analysis is not bad at all. Sir, please spare my life. Those superpowers knelt down with a bang. Their whole bodies and minds were shaking at this time. They realized a terrifying fact. They had become bait for the giant beast. As long as the giant beast was willing, they could use there if all the power is swallowed up. Not only will the power be lost, but the lamp will even run out and die. This way of death is terrible. Sir, I have always supported Chuang, and I am willing to be your subject. Please spare me. Some people begged for mercy and pain. At this time, they were already in extreme pain because of their energy being taken away. And when they heard the news, their spirits almost collapsed. I will fight for you, through fire and water. Please don't take away my power. The superpowers howled. In this regard, John Lucier just snorted coldly. Even when death was imminent, he still prayed to the person who killed them without dignity, just for the hope of life that was so slim that they themselves did not believe it would happen. This is the weakness of human nature. Right? You fight for me? The speaker smiled and shook his head. You are just some humble ants. Have you ever heard that humans need ants to fight for themselves? The giant beast you see is my masterpiece. His name is the Dragon God. The speaker raised his head and looked at the huge beast in the sky with a look of obsession on his face. The Dragon God is me, and I am also the Dragon God. My life has been integrated with it. To be precise, it is my clone. As for you, it is just nourishment. I have unified the whole world, and 80% to 90% of the superpowers in the world have been injected with genetic evolution fluid. You will all become part of me. When I gather the power of all the superpowers in the world, I will complete the ultimate evolution of the living body. At that time, you can also live forever between heaven and earth through me, and be able to escape the curse of death. You should feel lucky. The speaker's words were like a bucket of cold water being poured down on the head, and everyone felt despair. From the beginning, they were just stepping stones. It was ridiculous that they worked so hard for the genetic evolution fluid and frantically suppressed the guerrillas who resisted the creation. It was ridiculous that after the exchange of genetic evolution fluid was completely abolished by Jian Lushi, they still gathered in the government building. Parade, ridiculous when Chuang came. They still thought about attacking the government building with Chuang, killing Jian Lushi, and grabbing their points. It's so ridiculous. It's so sad that it has reached this point. Chapter 684: The Collapse of the Twin Towers. The final evolution of life. Jian Lushi took a deep breath. Although he had guessed that the genetic evolution fluid might be the speaker's tool, he did not expect that the speaker's conspiracy was so great that his life had actually merged with the dragon god. After all, the human body is not strong enough and has too many limitations. And now the speaker has merged with the dragon god and used the dragon god as a clone. Jian Lushi, I really didn't expect that you were still alive. You were already dead at that time. I can't think of where you escaped from. But it doesn't matter. You are alive, which is a good thing for me. I know you have secrets, and this secret should be related to the ruins. If I kill you, the secrets in you will be mine. Now not only Huaxia City, but all the superpowers all over the world. Their energy is being used by me. My power is almost endless. There is no way you can beat me. As the speaker spoke, he laughed wildly. His whole body was filled with storms. His black hair was flying, like a devil coming to the world. A black ball of light appeared on his chest, and his whole body was covered with pieces of black armor. Weapon. Compared to 2 years ago, the weapon was very different. It was completely black and had a pair of fiery red eyes that looked like they came from H.L. Jian Lushi, life without an opponent is also a lonely thing. If you can survive, no matter what, I will sacrifice your blood today to complete my path to becoming a god. The speaker suddenly stretched out his hand while speaking, and a long black sword appeared in his right hand. This sword was as tall as a person and looked extremely heavy. However, the speaker held the sword in one hand. As soon as the heavy sword came out, before he could swing it, a huge wave of energy burst out, and the surrounding air was ionized by the energy of this sword. The surrounding superpowers felt enveloped by a powerful energy field. The hairs all over their bodies stood on end. Their heartbeats accelerated. Their blood circulation accelerated, and they had difficulty breathing. Many of the superpowers were already suffering because the dragon god was extracting their energy. At this time, they were enveloped by the force field. Some people groaned and fell to the ground twitching, foaming at the mouth, and the blood vessels on their bodies bulged like earthworms. Bob bang bang! Under the huge blood pressure, the man's blood vessels burst. He was covered in blood and lay on the ground twitching. After a while, he became completely motionless. Died. People saw chills running down their backs. Under the most powerful energy magnetic field, even water molecules would be elongated because they are polar molecules. Human flesh and blood simply cannot bear this terrifying force. Hurry, go quickly! A group of supernatural beings gritted their teeth and rolled and crawled away. Even though they were extremely weak now, they tried their best to crawl out. Who would have thought that when the top management of creation that they had been waiting for day and night would arrive, it would be like this? He was not here to save them, but to claim his life. And at this moment, roar! The giant dragon god in the sky suddenly roared, and the terrifying sound waves exploded like thousands of thunders. The giant dragon god flashed its huge wings and rushed towards the aerospace aircraft carrier. Boom! The dragon god and the aircraft carrier collided together. A brilliant shield erupted from the surface of the aerospace aircraft carrier. The two behemoths fought in the air. The energy surged and the ground shook. Jian Lushi squinted his eyes and looked at the sky. The aerial aircraft carrier, with Ying in charge and assisted by Jian Zhuing, Ran Shiyu and others, should be enough. And his opponent is the speaker. He knew very well that as long as he killed the speaker, the dragon god would no longer be a threat. Jian Lushi, it's our turn, the speaker chuckled, and his long sword suddenly erupted into thousands of black rays of light. The black light did not have any dazzling feeling, but seemed to swallow everything. Die! The speaker shouted loudly and slashed at Jian Lushi with his sword. This sword rolled up like a huge whirlpool. The surrounding force fields were all twisted and converged towards the black long sword. The highly compressed energy exploded in an instant, and all materials melted into millions of degrees. Plasma. Boom! As if a small nuclear bomb exploded. The speaker's sword struck down hard. The terrifying sword energy formed a huge black half-moon. It rushed out of the explosion circle at a terrifying speed of 100 times the speed of sound. Wherever it passed, the air turned into as the plasma expands rapidly. It emits a terrifying sonic boom. Like a series of thunder. The two twin skyscrapers were on the way of the black sword energy. In front of the high-temperature plasma sword energy, the reinforced concrete was as soft as tofu. The two buildings were directly blocked and cut across the middle. The sword energy shot forward into the air. And after a moment of silence, the two buildings began to make loud clicking noises. The traces left by the sword energy were clearly visible. Due to the huge pressure, the concrete here exploded one after another. This collapse was like dominoes, spreading rapidly from the cross-section upward. The gorgeous blue glass building turned into countless collapsing dust in the blink of an eye. It fell from the top and sat down. In less than 10 seconds, it completely collapsed. For a time, billions of tons of concrete hit the ground, and the low-rise buildings near the two buildings were collapsed and broken. Many people with superpowers were directly crushed to death, and wailing sounds could not be heard. The people who survived were in deathly silence. What a terrifying power this was. It cut two skyscrapers in half with just one sword. We are already so different from them. Who else can resist such power? Can Jiang Lushur do it? He ducked. Someone pointed to the sky and shouted with difficulty. Everyone looked up and saw a figure in black clothes hundreds of meters high in the air. He was facing the explosive wind, and his clothes were hunting. It was Jiang Lushur. From the time when the speaker drew his sword, to the blast of the shock wave, to the moment the two buildings were cut in half, it only took a tenth of a blink of an eye. People didn't have time to react and saw the two buildings collapse. But Jiang Lushur, at this moment, flying to such a high place, his speed was faster than the shock wave. Although Jiang Lushur did not dare to block the sword energy, the terrifying speed alone was enough to frighten people. But speed alone cannot defeat the speaker. Ha! You have grown a lot in the past 2 years, the speaker sneered. And he just lifted his body and flew towards Jiang Lushur in the air. The two were facing each other in the air hundreds of meters high, 50 meters apart. Jiang Lushur, I don't know what secrets you have, but I roughly know that your power comes from your car. Now your car is gone, but there is an aerospace aircraft carrier. Is this an upgraded version of your car? Really? It really surprised me. It's a pity that the Dragon God has held back your aerospace aircraft carrier, and you are already helpless. With you alone, I'll see how you can defeat me. Chapter 685 The Peak Battle. At an altitude of 1,000 meters, the two behemoths, the space carrier and the Dragon God, were colliding fiercely. The shield and the Dragon God's giant claws collided with each other, creating a powerful energy storm. In this storm, Jiang Lushur and the speaker they were facing each other several hundred meters away from the ground. Looking up, they saw just two small black dots. However, most of the superpowers had excellent eyesight and could see clearly in the daytime. In this battle, people originally hoped that the speaker would kill Jiang Lushur. But now, they all hope that Jiang Lushur can win. If Jiang Lushur wins, they will still have a chance to survive. If the speaker wins, they will die. But facing the speaker, who could easily sever the twin skyscrapers in half with one sword, it would not be that easy for Jiang Lushur to win. That power no longer belongs to humans. Moreover, even if it is just this slim hope, some of them are destined to lose sight of it, because their bodies have been assimilated by the blood of the Dragon God, and their own energy has been continuously drained away. Many of them can no longer hold on, and are on the verge of death. Even those with superpowers, who could still persevere, have lost most of their power. Their realm has dropped, and they have even become ordinary people. From being a superpower to becoming an ordinary person. This is undoubtedly a huge blow to them. A fight! Someone shouted that all of their hopes were now pinned on Jiang Lushur. Call. Jiang Lushur's figure suddenly disappeared in the storm, as if he merged with the storm. People squinted their eyes, trying hard to see the battle clearly, but they could not see Jiang Lushur's figure at all. Too fast. You actually have such speed. But it just so happens that speed is also my strong point. The speaker's body also moved, and the black armor flashed across a dazzling afterimage. He actually accurately found Jiang Lushur's figure in the storm. Boom! The roar of the air explosion sounded. It was when the speaker's heavy sword slashed out. Powerful energy burst out, forming a shock wave, rushing in all directions. Let's see how you block it! The speaker shouted loudly. This sword hit Jiang Lushur hard like a mountain. But at this critical moment, a blue light fell from the sky. Call out! The aerospace aircraft carrier, thousands of meters above the ground, shot out a ray of silver light. This ray of silver light fell to the ground like a meteor, and its target was the speaker. The speaker was shocked. If he continued to attack Jiang Lushi, he would be hit in the head by the silver light. He exerted force on his wrist suddenly and raised the sword. Click! The speaker's sword suddenly collided with the silver light. It was as if stars were colliding in the sky. Huge storms were blowing in all directions, and the strong wind visible to the naked eye was cutting wantonly like a sharp knife. The speaker took a closer look and saw that the silver light that was knocked away by his sword spun out rapidly, like the propeller of a helicopter. Snapped! Jiang Lushi suddenly appeared and grabbed the rapidly rotating object. Only then did the speaker see clearly that it was a silver spear, which was caught by Jiang Lushi. The barrel of the spear was trembling like a swimming dragon. Huh? Where did you get the weapons? The speaker was surprised. Jiang Lushi sneered. The speaker's weapons came from the ruins. And in the final analysis, the weapons were just the combat uniforms of extraterrestrial civilizations back then. But the star seeds are the star battleships of alien civilizations. How can a battle suit be compared with a star battleship? Although the star seed has not yet completed its complete evolution, it is already a matter of time. Jiang Lushi owns an entire star battleship, which is a super weapons arsenal in itself. This spear was made by Star Seed, and Star Seed is much more than that. You take a hit from me too. Jiang Lushi held a spear. His body turned into a stream of light, and came straight towards the speaker. Drink! The speaker's body exploded, and he fought fiercely with Jiang Lushi. Bang! Bang! Cone-shaped white mist erupted from the bodies of Jiang Lushi and the speaker one after another. The two of them broke through the sound barrier in an instant, and broke through the speed of sound with their physical strength. It only took a few seconds. This terrifying acceleration of nearly 100 Gs is simply unimaginable. And their speed was far more than that. They were still accelerating. And the terrifying air shock waves formed by the sound of breaking through the air at several times the speed of sound roared over Huaxia City. Sharp and ear-piercing. There was a brilliant rain of energy in the sky. Jiang Lushi and the speaker were flying across the sky above Huaxia City. Huaxia City, which spanned hundreds of miles, was like a mud ball under their feet. They killed each other in just a few dozen seconds. Jiang Lushi, I really want to know what happened in the past 2 years. You really surprised me. I didn't expect that you could reach such strength. However, that's it for you. I will go all out to kill you. About you. While traveling at high speed, the speaker suddenly shouted loudly, and the energy ball on his chest inspired a brilliant black light. The speaker's body began to surge with this light. In the blink of an eye, his body grew to over 2 meters tall. The muscles of the body are rising, and it is extremely majestic. Second form of weapon, the speaker shouted loudly, and his voice also changed. Because of the powerful energy blessing, the sound coming from his chest was like rolling thunder, spreading throughout Huaxia City. Die! The speaker slashed out with his sword. The sword energy of this sword was more than 10 times greater than before, and the sword energy changed from black to blood red. The huge half-moon-shaped bloody sword energy is like a blood moon falling on the earth. The bloody divine light rising into the sky can be seen hundreds of miles away. At this moment, even Jiang Lushi's expression changed slightly. He could feel the terrifying power contained in this sword. After all, the speaker has been preparing for more than half a century, obtained all the technology of the ruins, and used the power of Chuan to borrow the power of all the superpowers in the world. Although Jiang Lushi had a star seed, he had only grown up for 3 years. The huge gap in time made Jiang Lushi feel the pressure of death from this sword. Starseed, borrow your power! Jiang Lushi also shouted loudly, and between his eyebrows, the starseed burst out with a dazzling light, like the third eye being opened. Jiang Lushi came up from the bottom, holding a spear, and he and his spear merged into one, moving forward indomitably. The two most powerful people in the world had the most intense collision at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Boom! The terrifying explosion sounded again, and the huge blood-colored half-moon sword energy slashed by the speaker intersected with Jiang Lushi's spear light, and the huge energy shock wave knocked both of them away. The bloody half-moon continued unabated and hit the ground heavily. Flash! Flash! Many superpowers exclaimed, at the critical moment of life and death. Even though the dragon god was extracting their energy, they also stimulated their full potential and fled away from the bloody half-moon with all their lives. Kakaka! Wherever the bloody half-moon passed, there were several skyscrapers hundreds of meters high, and the glass outside their walls was all shattered before the sword energy arrived. And when the sword energy really approached, the solid concrete used to build the skyscraper shattered into powder, as if hundreds of millions of years had suddenly passed, and the entire building had been weathered and turned into gray dust. Clatter! A magnificent building, in full view of everyone, collapsed like a pushed sand sculpture. Billions of tons of dust and sand were so thoroughly broken that they were swept up by the storm and flew into the sky, blocking out the sunlight. And the ground was cut into a deep and invisible gap by this sword energy. The power of this sword is terrifying and terrifying. Jiang Lushur! Jiang Lushur can't be dead. People held their breath. Who could block such a sword? The skyscraper turned directly into the wind and sand. This sword was dozens of times more terrifying than the previous one. Even Jiang Lushur would not be able to resist it. Wait! Wait! Look in the air! Suddenly a person with superpowers screamed, and people looked up and saw an extremely strange scene. A big black hole appeared in the originally blue sky, as if a piece of the blue sky had been pierced. Through this big hole, they actually saw the universe, with stars dotted against the background of the universe. What's going on? People were so surprised that they actually saw stars during the day, as if a god had spliced a piece of the night sky here, which was extremely inconsistent. It's the atmosphere. The atmosphere was torn apart and a vacuum channel appeared, so we can see the universe. A person with supernatural powers, who knew about meteorology, said in a trembling voice that the reason why people see the sky as blue is because the scale of atmospheric molecules is close to the wavelength of blue light in sunlight, and the blue light is diffracted. But if a large area of the atmosphere becomes a vacuum, and there is no air, then there will naturally be no diffraction of sunlight, and this area will become a black background. People can see through this area and see into outer space, to the stars. Could it be Jiang Lushur's shot? People's hearts froze, and a gun penetrated the atmosphere. The terrifying gun light forcibly opened up a channel in the atmosphere several kilometers thick. The huge pressure emptied the air, allowing the starlight from outside the universe to shine down. And they were see. How powerful is this gun? As if to verify the guess of the person with the power who just spoke, the black hole in the sky was getting smaller at a speed visible to the naked eye. It completely disappeared within a few seconds and turned into a blue sky again. This was naturally because of the surrounding air. He added it to cover up the hole. But the afterimage of the black background universe was deeply imprinted on the irises of many people with powers. The scene just now was so shocking. Using physical power to tear apart the Earth's atmosphere is more shocking than turning a building into powder. Is this the power of Jiang Lushur? Gods are nothing more than that. Well, we seem to have regained some strength. Some people suddenly realized this. Just because the sword energy rushed to the ground, they ran away with their full potential. And they didn't think it was anything. Now they suddenly discovered that the speed of the dragon god's withdrawal of their power had slowed down, allowing them to recover a little physical strength. Is it because the speaker is injured? That's why the speed of withdrawing our power is slower. People suddenly realized this, and they all looked to the sky. The speaker is gone, but so is Jiang Lushur. The two of them, even the strongest men on Earth, could not survive the terrifying impact just now. Chapter 686 Jiang Lushur's Shortcomings. Boom! At this moment, a collapsed building suddenly exploded, and with the billowing smoke and dust, a tall and majestic black figure walked out of the collapsed ruins. It's the speaker! The speaker is injured! People saw that the speaker was wearing a weapon armor. But at this time, the armor was damaged and blood was flowing out from it. This armor is actually damaged. What a terrifying attack power this is. Jiang Lushur! He is there! He is seriously injured! People saw Jiang Lushur in another ruins. Jiang Lushur was much more seriously injured than the speaker. His chest was covered in blood. Several ribs seemed to be broken, and there were countless wounds on his arms and legs. If most people were injured so seriously, they would have died long ago. But Jiang Lushur still held the spear tightly. People held their breath. Jiang Lushur was much more seriously injured than the speaker. This situation was not good. It meant that if the battle continued, Jiang Lushur would be defeated. If Jiang Lushur is killed by the speaker, they will all be doomed, and the energy and blood in their bodies will be fused with the dragon god. You really surprised me. You could force me to this point. Unfortunately, you are fighting me with your body after all. How can your body's defense compare to my armor? You are destined to be seriously injured in a head-to-head confrontation. The speaker dragged the black heavy sword, and the heavy sword tip drew deep marks on the ground. The advantage of the speaker lies in the armor. A powerful armor with unparalleled defense. This is Jiang Lushur's fatal shortcoming. Die! The black ball of light on the speaker's chest suddenly emitted a flash of light and shot directly at Jiang Lushur. This light was extremely fast. But Jiang Lushur, who was seriously injured, disappeared as if he teleported. Boom! The earth exploded, and a huge cave appeared in the ground. This black light shot directly into the earth. Even a casual blow from the speaker was so terrifying. Dodged. Although Jiang Lucier is extremely fast, there are still people with mental powers who can barely judge the situation based on mental fluctuations. Jiang Lucier, who was seriously injured, still had such terrifying speed. But it is impossible to win over the speaker with speed alone. Everyone was worried. How many more times could Jiang Lucier, who was seriously injured, launch the attack that penetrated the atmosphere just like that? Even if he can send it out, can he still withstand the impact of a head-on collision with the speaker? Jiang Lucier, I said that your power comes from your chariot. Now your aerospace aircraft carrier has been held back by my dragon god. This dragon god is the result of all my efforts for more than half a century. It is the crystallization of all the superpowers in the world who have been injected with the blood of the dragon god. You are equivalent to one person fighting against superpowers all over the world. How can you win? It's over with Jiang Lucier. Without the help of the aerospace aircraft carrier, you are already a tiger without claws. As the speaker spoke, he walked towards a pile of ruins. He knew that Jiang Lucier was inside, and he was getting more and more injured, and his blood was constantly being lost. At the level of Jiang Lucier and speaker, every cell in their bodies has been transformed by energy, including blood. Bleeding means losing energy. Are you going to hide in that pile of rubble? Like an ostrich buried in the sand? I'm really disappointed. This ruins is your destination? I thought you were someone who could compete with me to a certain extent. Character, I never imagined that you would spend your last moments here, but you would choose this place as your grave. The speaker laughed loudly. He raised his heavy sword and pointed it at the ruins. Although he had less than half of his energy left, it was more than enough to deal with Jiang Lucier. This scene made everyone's hearts freeze. The outcome of this battle was related to their life and death. Crash! At this moment, the ruins in front of the speaker began to tremble, and faint beams of energy shot out from the gaps in the ruins. Seeing this situation, the speaker showed a ferocious smile. He didn't know that Jiang Lucier wanted to sneak attack him from the ruins, but he had already prepared for the attack, and the energy in him was like a stretched bowstring, ready to go. His attack speed was faster than Jiang Lucier's, but Jiang Lucier's injuries were more serious than his. But even so, he would never wait for Jiang Lucier to be ready. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Go to H.L. The speaker shouted loudly, and slashed down the heavy sword in his hand like a collapsing mountain. This sword shocked the world and moved mountains and rivers. Boom! Dazzling divine light shone in the sky, and the speaker's sword turned into a huge bloody half-moon. Half of this half-moon was buried underground, splitting the earth directly. The ruins where Jiang Lucier was located were directly annihilated by the fierce energy. All the gravel, concrete, and steel bars instantly turned into plasma steam and disappeared. The ground turned into a huge ravine, which spread forward at 10 times the speed of sound. Wherever it passed, all obstacles were destroyed by the sword light. Boom! 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 Several consecutive skyscrapers were collided by the sword light and were directly split into two. A large amount of rubble and smoke were taken out from the back of the building by the sword light, and exploded and collapsed. When the sword light disappeared, people felt chills running down their spines when they saw the power of the speaker's sword. A huge ravine more than 10 kilometers long split the Huaxia city from the middle, collapsed the city wall, and spread to the horizon, slowly becoming shallower. The power of this blow can really break mountains and seas, and reverse the world. Jiang Lucier! Where is Jiang Lucier? When people looked at the ruins, there were only huge ravines left there, and Jiang Lucier was naturally nowhere to be found. Did he disappear into ashes? Then we are finished? Many people's hearts sank. Jiang Lucier's biggest disadvantage was that he did not have armor like the speaker. Even though Jiang Lucier's attack power was equal to that of the speaker, his defensive power was not comparable. This was his biggest shortcoming. It is simply unimaginable to resist this sword with his physical body. Huh? What is that? People suddenly saw a blue ball of light floating in the huge ravine above the ruins that had originally disappeared. This light ball is mysterious and beautiful. It is clearly right in front of you, but it gives people a feeling that it is difficult to touch. It is like the blue quasar in the universe that scientists are most obsessed with, and it has been moved here across an infinite distance. Seeing this blue ball of light, the speaker was also startled. The energy fluctuations of this light ball are clearly the same as those of Jiang Lucier. Could it be what was left after Jiang Lucier's lime flew away? If this is the case, then it must be a great treasure. Otherwise it would be impossible to survive such a terrifying sword energy. As soon as the speaker came up with this idea, he saw the ball of light disappearing suddenly, and it went directly into the ground. This scene made the speaker feel suddenly, and an ominous premonition suddenly surged into his heart. The speaker didn't have time to think about it. But at this moment, boom! The ground behind the speaker suddenly exploded, and a dazzling light and shadow rose into the sky, shooting straight at the speaker. That's Jiang Lushi. He held a spear and stabbed the speaker's throat. What happened? The speaker's face changed drastically. He clearly felt that his attack had hit Jiang Lushi. Even if Jiang Lushi was not dead, he was definitely dying. How could he suddenly be killed from behind, with his life hanging by a thread? The speaker had no time to think or fight back. The sword energy just now consumed a lot of his energy. Energy shield! Fully open! The speaker shouted loudly, and the ball of light on his chest burst out with a blazing black light, like a black sun rising in the sky. A powerful energy shield enveloped his whole body. But before the shield could be fully opened, Jiang Lushi's spear light had already pierced the shield. The combined attack of man and gun gathered all Jiang Lushi's power. Boom! The terrifying energy exploded. The world was speechless, and the gorgeous fire became the only one in the world. Kakaka! Cracks appeared in the speaker's shield that had not been fully opened. His body was like a fallen leaf in the storm in the shock wave, as the cracks in the shield continued to increase. Finally, bang! The shield completely exploded into a black rain of light. The speaker groaned and vomited a mouthful of blood. At that moment, even though he was wearing weapons and armor, he felt as if all his internal organs were being squeezed by a mountain and were about to explode. Boom! The speaker directly hit a building, and the powerful impact completely penetrated the building. Then he fell to the ground without losing strength. How so? The speaker stood up with difficulty while holding his heavy sword in one hand. Even after receiving a frontal blow from Jiang Lushi, he was still not dead, just seriously injured. He's not dead! People's hearts dropped when they saw the speaker standing up. They didn't know what happened just now, but they also knew that Jiang Lushi must not have much energy left. He probably paid a high price for hitting the speaker with this blow. But even so, he still couldn't decide the outcome with one blow. Now it seems that the speaker's injury may be a little lighter than Jiang Lushi's, and the defensive power of that weapon and armor is invincible. Even so, can't we win? Everyone felt that Jiang Lushi's hope of winning this battle was getting slimmer. The speaker wiped the blood flowing from the space between the armor's mouth and nose, and stared at Jiang Lushi with a pair of red eyes of the armor. You are really scary. If I give you more time to grow, I will definitely hate you in your hands. It's a pity. I won't give you a chance. I'm very curious about how you did it just now. Could it be that you started just lurking underground? The speaker was puzzled. If Jiang Lushi was hiding underground, what would happen to his senses? He clearly felt that Jiang Lushi was in the pile of ruins. There are Jiang Lushi's energy fluctuations there, etc. A flash of light suddenly flashed in the speaker's mind. Yes, energy waves. The blue ball of light also has the energy fluctuations of Jiang Lushi. They are exactly the same. To put it another way, the energy fluctuations he felt from Jiang Lushi from the beginning were not from Jiang Lushi himself, but from the blue energy light ball. In other words, they were one and the same, regardless of each other. I understand. That blue energy ball is the source of your power. It is in your body, but at the same time, it can also leave your body. After all, the speaker had lived for more than half a century. He suddenly understood what had just happened, taking advantage of the chaos caused by the explosion caused by his attack. Jiang Lushi hit underground, letting the energy light ball leave the body and fall into the ruins. Because to judge Jiang Lushi's position, he relied on the opponent's energy fluctuations. Naturally, he thought that the energy ball was the position of Jiang Lushi's body. As a result, he used his strongest blow to slash towards the ruins. After the attack, the energy ball sank into the ground and merged with Jiang Lushi's body. Then, Jiang Lushi delivered a fatal blow. Physical defense is Jiang Lushi's shortcoming, but the energy ball is not. It has invincible defense and is difficult to destroy. Even his full blow cannot do anything to it. This is how Jiang Lushi delivered that blow. Chapter 687 Not Alone. Hearing the speaker's words, Jiang Lushi smiled and wiped the blood from his mouth. You are very keen. You have guessed so much. Being able to see through your own fighting methods in a chaotic battle situation. This kind of fighting intuition is terrifying. Seeing Jiang Lushi smile, the speaker also laughed. His laughter had a heavy metallic sound. as if it came from H.L. I'm very curious. Why are you still laughing at this time? Although you heard me, you haven't changed anything. Your injuries are much heavier than mine. You also paid a lot for that blow just now. Pay the price. The speaker walked towards Jian Lucier step by step with his heavy sword in hand. I won't give you another chance. The same moves are ineffective against me. But you can no longer withstand my next attack. At this time, Jian Lucier's broken ribs were still oozing blood. In a fierce battle, the fragments of the ribs might even be inserted into his lungs, which would be extremely dangerous. On the other hand, the speaker, although he had consumed a lot of energy, was still confident of killing Jian Lucier because of the protection of the black armor. On one side was the terrifying defensive black armor, and on the other was a bloody flesh and blood body. Whoever saw this scene will all despair. Seeing the speaker approaching, Jian Lucier remained calm and composed. Did you just say that my combat power mainly comes from my car? In fact, what you said is not comprehensive. I never fight alone. Even if you seriously hurt me, what can you do? While Jian Lucier was speaking, a dazzling flash of light suddenly erupted in the sky. Buzz buzz! The world shook, and everyone raised their heads in shock. Such an earth-shattering movement. What exactly happened in the sky? A bright light suddenly appeared in the pupils of their eyes, and then quickly expanded. Boom! A terrible explosion sounded, and a huge smoke cloud instantly appeared in the sky. The smoke cloud was flashing with explosive fire, and it quickly expanded around, covering the entire sky in the blink of an eye. The smoke emitted terrible high temperatures, burning the sky directly into a vacuum zone. Even people on the ground immediately felt the unbearable heat, and their bodies seemed to be on fire. The giant dragon god in the air was the first to bear the brunt, and was instantly enveloped by the explosion. It is simply unimaginable how high the temperature at the center of the explosion reached. The entire sky is like a magical doomsday scene, which is heart-stopping. In such an explosion, no matter how many lives are involved, they will all be annihilated. People's ears were buzzing, their eyesight even briefly blurred, and the violent explosion made the ground tremble. Someone said with trembling thoughts, "Could this be a nuclear explosion?" They have seen videos of nuclear tests, but it is naturally impossible to experience them personally. Will the dragon god die in such a terrible explosion? At this moment, an angry roar came from the terrifying smoke cloud. People saw the figure of the giant dragon god looming in the smoke. It flapped its wings and flew back with its huge body. When its figure reappeared in front of everyone, its body was covered with flesh and blood everywhere. There were vague wounds and a big hole in the wings. The dragon god is injured. Its eyes were fixed on the aerospace aircraft carrier. At this time, on the aircraft carrier, a huge muzzle was emitting billowing black smoke. Like the entrance to H.L. Hope suddenly rekindled in people's hearts. But they also knew that as long as Jian Lucier died, the aerospace aircraft carrier would not be able to stop the joint attack of the speaker and the dragon god. And now that Jian Lucier was so seriously injured, he might not even be able to withstand the speaker's next attack. Is this what you rely on? This attack is indeed astonishingly powerful, but it alone cannot kill it. It is my most perfect work in a long time. How could it be destroyed by you so easily? The speaker showed his coldness. Smile. At this moment, Jian Lucier's figure suddenly rushed into the sky and rushed towards the aerospace aircraft carrier. His speed was so fast that he even left a long white trail in the air. What? Are you running away? Jian Lucier, I didn't expect you to be so disappointing. Do you think that relying on the protection of this aircraft carrier can save your life? The speaker sneered and immediately chased after him. It turns out that the attack from the aerospace aircraft carrier was made by Jian Lucier to give himself a chance to escape. Jian Lucier is running away. People's eyes became extremely gloomy. If Jian Lucier ran away, they would completely lose hope. Now that the dragon god was injured, the energy in their bodies was flowing away even more rapidly. Many people could only collapse on the ground, staring blankly at the two shadows in the sky that were so fast that they were almost invisible. Jian Lucier rushed directly into the space aircraft carrier, and then closed the hatch, blocking out the speaker. The figure of the speaker stopped in front of the aerospace aircraft carrier, with a trace of teasing in his eyes. Jian Lucier, so what if you hide in this turtle SH.L? You will all die in the end. The speaker held a heavy sword and stood in front of the aerospace aircraft carrier in an angle with the dragon god. Huh? The dragon god's wounds are slowly recovering. Someone suddenly said that he is a spiritual superpower. Most people cannot see it, but with his spiritual perception, He can detect that the blood circulation in the wound of the dragon god is accelerating, and the muscles and tissues there are slowly squirming and growing. At this rate, its shocking wounds will recover in about a few hours. The healing of the dragon god's physical body consumes a lot of energy, and this energy naturally comes from superpowers all over the world. Those with superpowers who were injected with the blood of the dragon god and whose bodies were assimilated by the dragon god restore the dragon god at the expense of their vitality. We're afraid we're going to die here. Many people with superpowers feel that when the dragon god's wounds are recovering, the vitality in their bodies is also accelerating. Even if many people's superpowers completely disappear and they almost become ordinary people, this phenomenon has not stopped. If they go on, they will become human beings sooner or later. At this time, on the aerospace aircraft carrier, Jiang Lushur fell directly into the command room. And here, Jiang Zhuing and others have been waiting for a long time. Elder brother! Seeing Jiang Lushur's body covered in blood, Jiang Zhuing's heart ached. However, this was a battle of life and death. No matter how injured he was, he could not retreat. Yusen! Ran Shiyu bit her lip and looked at Li Yusen. In fact, without Ran Shiyu mentioning it, Li Yusen had already arrived at Jiang Lushur's side. The next moment, Li Yusen's whole body was enveloped in white light. In the past 2 years, after the transformation of the body by star seed energy, Li Yusen's medical powers have become extraordinary. At this moment, Li Yusen did her best to save Jiang Lushur regardless of energy consumption. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Lushur's body merged into the white light, and his wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 688. The fish is dead, and the net is broken. While being treated by Li Yusen, Jiang Lushur felt warm all over his body. All the injuries on his body were getting better quickly, and even the fractures were healed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Lushur's injury had completely recovered. While Li Yusen's face paled slightly, her delicate body softened, and she was caught in Jiang Lushur's arms. Yusen, are you okay? Jiang Lushur asked with concern. I'm just a little tired for a while. I'll be fine if I take a little rest. Li Yusen shook her head. Completely curing Jiang Lushur's injury in such a short period of time naturally took a huge toll on Li Yusen. But at this time, Li Yusen couldn't care about herself. She looked at Jiang Lushur worriedly. Brother Jiang, I can only heal your injuries, but I can't help you replenish the energy you consume. That's enough, Jiang Lushur said with a smile. Star Seed can absorb energy from the surrounding space and restore itself. Although it is not as good as its peak state, he is not afraid of continuing to fight. The other girls gathered around Jiang Lushur. They were all worried about Jiang Lushur, but they also knew that it was useless to say anything at this time. This battle was destined not to end like this. All they can do is support Jiang Lushur and fight side by side with Jiang Lushur until the last moment. At this time, the attack on the air and space aircraft carrier by the speaker and the dragon god continued. The speaker's voice resounded through the sky, into the air and space aircraft carrier, and into the ears of everyone on the ground. Jiang Lushur, you been dormant for 2 years just to be a coward now. It's really disappointing for you to be like this. But even if you hide in an aerospace aircraft carrier, what can you do? No matter how powerful your aerospace aircraft carrier is, you can't live without the Earth. I will break your turtle SHL sooner or later. When the time comes, are you going to rely on those women to protect you? As he spoke, the speaker raised the heavy sword in his hand and slashed at the air and space aircraft carrier. The dazzling sword light pierced the sky, as if a bloody crescent moon suddenly appeared in the sky. This crescent moon smashed into the aerospace aircraft carrier, reminding people of the Twin Towers. A sword energy caused the millions of tons of buildings to be wiped out. Not even fist-sized stones were left, and they were directly turned into dust. Such destruction, the power has exceeded the technology that humans can master. No matter how strong the defense of an aerospace aircraft carrier is, it is unlikely that it will be safe under such an attack. But at this moment, call out. A ray of blue light suddenly blasted out from the aerospace aircraft carrier and collided hard with the crescent moon. Boom! There was a sound like the earth was shattering, and two huge energies collided together, forming a terrible explosion. People only felt a buzzing in their ears, and except for the light caused by the explosion in the sky, it seemed that everything around them had turned into darkness. At the same time, a ray of light and shadows streaked across the night sky, heading straight towards the speaker. That's Jiang Lushur! A spiritual power user looked at the sky with all his strength, and he vaguely saw the appearance of this light and shadow. Jiang Lushur appears again. There was a look of shock on the speaker's face. What's going on? Jiang Lushur was obviously seriously injured and unable to fight anymore. But he actually took his sword. Old guy, your attacks don't seem to work anymore. Compared with the previous two swords, this sword is like an embroidered pillow. It looks useless, but is useless. Jiang Lushur was holding a spear, high in the sky, and he stood upright like a spear. Embroidery? Embroidered pillow? Everyone was a little confused. The sword he just struck could easily split the mountain peaks. And the terrifying energy explosion was described by Jiang Lushur as an embroidered pillow. The speaker's face turned completely gloomy. After the fierce battle just now, the speaker's consumption was no less than that of Jiang Lushur. The speaker's advantage lies in the super defense of the weapon, which prevents his body from being seriously injured. But in terms of energy capacity, the weapon is far inferior to the Star Seed. The Star Seed is the core of the interstellar battleship, and the weapon is just a battle suit. It can only barely compete with the support of the Dragon God. Jiang Lushur blocked the speaker's attack. How did he do it? Huh? Where are the injuries on his body? No. Although there is still blood on his body, it is only the remnants of before. His injuries have all healed, and there is not even a scar. Jiang Lushur stood high in the sky. Only those with spiritual powers could barely detect Jiang Lushur's current situation. Everyone else was dumbfounded by his description. Are your injuries healed? Originally, Jiang Lushur had an unknown number of broken ribs on his chest, and the severe injuries to his limbs were so severe that the bones were visible. Such injuries could kill an ordinary person immediately. But he was just fine like this. What's going on here? Did you return the spring water to replenish your blood? Even if you return to the spring water to replenish your health in the game, you will still miss a wave of soldiers. But Jiang Lushur has only returned to the aerospace aircraft carrier for less than half a minute. And now he is back in full swing? His strength is already so abnormal. And he even comes with a mobile spring to replenish his health. Can anyone still fight him? What the heck are you? The speaker narrowed his eyes. Jiang Lushur suddenly appeared intact, which caught him by surprise. At this time, even if he had the Dragon God as his backing, he began to feel weak. How could Jiang Lushur be so strong? He never thought that after he possessed the Dragon God, there would be someone in this world who could stand up to him and push him to this extent. Aren't you going to continue? The attack just now was too weak. Come again! Jiang Lushur spoke provocatively and aggressively. This is not because he is arrogant, but because he completely suppresses the speaker in terms of momentum. Since you won't take action, then let me do it. Jiang Lushur held a spear in his hand, and the blue energy of the Star Seed poured into the gun body again. He is gathering strength. The majestic energy, like a surging ocean tide, surged toward Jiang Lushur from all directions. People saw from a distance that a whirlpool seemed to appear on Jiang Lushur's body. Standing at this moment, Jiang Lushur's figure suspended in the sky has become an indelible mark in people's hearts. When a person is as powerful as a god, no matter whether he is good or evil, people will worship and worship him from the heart. Ah! This is the majesty of the strong. Die! Jiang Lushur shouted. Holding a spear, he fell from the sky like a meteor and rushed straight towards the speaker. At this moment, the other's guns merged into one, turning into a rainbow of light. The majestic energy tore the atmosphere apart, and the sharp whistle formed a shock wave that could pierce a person's eardrum. Boy, don't be pretentious. I don't know how your injury will heal, but it's definitely not going to be good for you. The energy black ball on the speaker's chest glowed brightly. He shouted loudly, holding a long sword, and faced Jiang Lushur from bottom to top. With his sword, he tried his best to burn his life force. However, just when the spear and the heavy sword were about to collide, Jiang Lushur's rainbow suddenly reversed its direction. Speeding meteors and sudden turns make it difficult for people to adapt to such sudden changes. What is this for? People didn't have time to think about it. They saw the speaker's black half-moon sword energy shooting into the sky. But Jiang Lushur reversed the direction and barely avoided the sword energy. He didn't rush towards the speaker. He rushed towards the Dragon God. At that moment, Jiang Lushur's whole body seemed to be on fire. The black spear moved forward fiercely, carrying the power of destroying the world and hitting the hill-like head of the Dragon God. The violent explosion left the world speechless. The skull of the Dragon God shattered directly, and the fierce gun light rushed into the brain of the Dragon God. Ouch! The giant Dragon God looked up to the sky and howled. Its huge body trembled violently. How could a body of flesh and blood withstand Jiang Lushur's frontal blow? You? The speaker did not expect that Jiang Lushur's target of attack was not him from the beginning. Damn it! I'll fight you to the death. the speaker shouted loudly, pouring energy into his hand, and forcefully reversed the direction of the sword. Naturally, it was impossible for his sword to hit Jiang Lushi. The target of his attack was clearly Jiang Lushi's aerospace aircraft carrier. Chapter 689: The Destined Battle. Fighting with one's life. Life and death. The battle between Jiang Lushi and the speaker has reached the final stage. At this time, each other's bayonets are pressed against each other's chests. Whoever shows cowardice first will die first. Jiang Lushi, if you want to fight me to the death, I will help you. The speaker looked like a madman. The dragon god and him were originally one body. If the dragon god was hit hard, he would also be hit hard. But now, he was already at the end of his strength. If the dragon god withstood another blow from Jiang Lushi, the consequences would be unimaginable. And it might cause him to fall down and make his wish for ultimate life evolution come to naught. But now, the speaker no longer cares about thinking about this. When he slashed out this sword, he had already tried his best. But just when the sword light was about to cut through the shield of the aerial aircraft carrier, 5 beautiful figures flashed out from behind the shield. Jiang Zhuing, Zero, Ran Xiyu, Xiang Suihai, Film. Except for Liu Yusen, who had exhausted her energy. The other girls, including Luo Luo, all stood up at this time. Their power is much weaker than that of the speaker. But that doesn't matter. They injected all the energy in their bodies into the energy shield of the space aircraft carrier. The aerospace aircraft carrier was originally built by the star seeds, and the girls' power also came from the star seeds. The two fit perfectly. Now, they just return all the power they have accumulated in the past 2 years to the star seeds. At this moment, the 5 girls, together with Luo, seemed to shine in the sky for 6 days. In an instant, the frontal shield of the aerospace aircraft carrier emitted a dazzling divine light. Crack! The sword light struck the shield without any fancy, and the shield deformed violently. The power of Wu Nu and Luo Luo was drained away almost in the blink of an eye. But at this time, the speaker was not feeling well. Jiang Lushi was ready to attack the dragon god, but he suddenly changed his attack. The original control of such a huge energy put great pressure on the speaker. Coupled with the backlash of the sword standing on the shield, the speaker felt as if he was hit by a mountain, and his internal organs were in great pain. Die! 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 The speaker has gone crazy. Even if his body collapses, he will split the aerospace aircraft carrier in half. He had a strong hunch in his heart that the relationship between the aircraft carrier and Jiang Lushi was similar to the relationship between the dragon god and himself. As long as it is destroyed, Jiang Lushi will inevitably suffer heavy losses. Kakaka! The energy shield of the space aircraft carrier had cracks like spider webs. Jiang Zhuing, who had endured the most pressure, spat out a mouthful of blood. But at this moment, Jiang Lushi let out a roar. He held the spear in his hand and poured all his last strength into it. Pong! With an explosion, the dragon god's skull, which was as thick as a city wall and as strong as divine iron, shattered directly. Jiang Lushi rushed directly into the dragon god's brain with his gun. Bang! Jiang Lushi drilled in from the center of his eyebrows and came out from the back of his head. He brought up a shower of brains and blood, swaying it wantonly. One shot to the head. The momentum of the spear's twisting set off a huge spiral of energy, which directly smashed the dragon god's brain to pieces. Ah! At this moment, the speaker felt like he was struck by lightning. His mental power was connected with the mental power of the dragon god. The dragon god's brain collapsed, and he also received a heavy blow. His body twitched violently, and the long sword in his hand was almost unsteady. The all-conquering sword energy he emitted suddenly dimmed a bit at this moment. Chance. Seeing the speaker like this, Xiang Suihai and Jiang Zhuing, regardless of their serious injuries, rushed out of the energy shield, one on the left and the other on the right. They poured all their life force into this attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! A huge purple electric snake as thick as a bucket, and a 2-story-long half-moon-shaped wind blade. One left and one right. Double attack. Boom! Even though the speaker was wearing a weapon and armor, he was hit hard at this time. His body was wrapped with an electric snake, and he was knocked away by a wind blade. A deep blood mark appeared on his chest. TSK, TSK, TSK. The black ball of light on the speaker's chest dimmed suddenly, and the energy of the weapon was completely exhausted. Even with the help of the dragon god, the speaker still fought until he ran out of gas. It's over! Like the death sentence, it rang in the speaker's ears. In the high air where the energy was turbulent and the sound of explosions echoed, The sound was so clear, as if time had stopped at this moment, just for this whisper. Puff! A blood-stained spear pierced directly from the speaker's chest and penetrated into the black ball of light. At the last moment, while the speaker's body flew backwards, Jiang Lushi used his last strength to deliver the final blow. The absolute defense of the weapon comes from the energy of the black light ball. When the light ball is completely dim, the absolute defense will no longer exist. This is... The speaker's eyes widened, and he looked at the bloody spear point on his chest. Unable to believe what he saw, a gun pierced his heart. He deeply felt that his heart was beating hard. But after being penetrated by the spear, it could not beat at all, and could only twitch in vain. The huge pain of myocardial twitching made people crazy. But at this time, the speaker seemed not to feel it. His eyes widened and his mind went blank. He actually lost. He laid out the plan for more than half a century. Starting from the discovery of the ruins, he worked step by step, and gradually took the most precious things in the ruins into his own hands, and finally reached the situation today. He created the dragon god based on the life technology of the ruins, and integrated the power of superpowers from all over the world, hoping to complete the final evolution. Such a large layout, when it was about to succeed today, fell short. He never expected that in 2 years, his strength had more than doubled, and that he would be defeated by the general he defeated 2 years ago, Jiang Lushi. And in this battle, defeat means death. At this moment, the weapons and armor on the speaker began to disintegrate automatically, and the incomplete fragments of the armor were all absorbed into the dim black ball of light. The speaker lost all support and could no longer float. He only breathed his last breath. It's all over! Jiang Lushi raised his spear and suddenly threw it forward. Whoosh! The spear drew a long arc in the air, flew the speaker's body 1,000 meters away, and shot directly at the wall of Huaxia City. Ding! The spear was nailed directly to the city wall. The tail of the spear was trembling, and the speaker's body was also nailed to it. As luck would have it, the speaker happened to be pinned next to another person. And this person was the middle-aged man with glasses who had previously encouraged the march. His desire to survive is extremely tenacious, and he is still alive today. Me. The middle-aged man with glasses had pale lips and a trembling voice. He didn't know what he was feeling at this time. He never expected that the speaker of creation, whom he had hoped for with his blood and life, would be defeated by Jiang Lushi and even nailed him. Together, he is an ant-like figure, hanging side by side with the speaker on the city wall. This scene is simply a huge irony. And he didn't expect that the speaker's real purpose was to swallow the power of all superpowers in the world and complete his final evolution. Facts have proved that Jiang Lushi is the savior and is destined to go down in history and be revered and praised by countless people. And he was just a clown before the savior, dying like a bedbug. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man with glasses laughed miserably. His hope was gone. There is nothing more sad than death. The middle-aged man with glasses died of anger. As for the speaker, he didn't live much longer than him. His breath gradually ran out. His heart twitched, and his blood dried up. He finally stared wide-eyed and died unwillingly. It's all over. People only felt a lightness on their bodies, and the power that the dragon god blessed them with disappeared. They finally no longer had to bear the pain of being deprived of power. But the power that was taken away before could never be returned. All the superpowers who have been injected with genetic evolution fluid in the past 2 years have all fallen into the realm. It is considered good to fall from level 2A to level 1B. Some even directly become ordinary people. And even worse, his vitality and blood were severely damaged. And he was inferior to ordinary people, and even lost his life. One can imagine the pain of going from being a high-ranking superpower to becoming immortal. Becoming those ants that they usually look down upon. Although they narrowly escaped death, many people did not feel any joy, but looked ashen. Only those who still have some strength left can be more fortunate. Although their strength has dropped, they are still strong compared to others. As for Jiang Lushi, he is a god, and it is meaningless to compare with him. Boom! At this time, the huge corpse of the dragon god fell down, under the deliberate push of the aerospace aircraft carrier. Its corpse fell outside the city. Otherwise, it would have overwhelmed countless buildings and caused unnecessary casualties. It's over. The fateful battle. Jiang Lushi looked at the giant dragon god's mountain-like corpse, feeling filled with emotion. In this battle, he lost most of his life and finally won miserably. Chapter 690 Nirvana. Boom! The aerospace aircraft carrier slowly landed outside Huaxia City, side by side with the huge dragon corpse. At this moment, Not only the superpowers in Huaxia City, but also the superpowers all over the world had the same reaction. Their power was extracted by the dragon god, and they were extremely weak. Brother Jiang, are you okay? Li Yusen jumped out of the aerospace aircraft carrier and ran towards Jiang Lushi. Among the girls, Li Yusen was the least injured. After all, she was just a medical staff and had little combat power. She did not directly face the speaker's attack. She just lost strength while treating Jiang Lushi. Seeing Jiang Lushi covered in blood and pale, Li Yusen was heartbroken, but also happy. She was the best medical practitioner in the world. And she could tell that Jiang Lushi was fine, although he was seriously injured and his vitality was overdrawn. As long as she was around, Jiang Lushi would recover without leaving any sequelae. Every time at this time, she would be very grateful that she would have medical powers, which would allow her to use her own power to treat Jiang Lushi, instead of leaving everything to God and helplessly obeying the death sentence. Yusen, Jiang Lushi showed a knowing smile. In the 3 years since the end of the world, he has never smiled so easily. In the past, no matter what enemies Jiang Lushi defeated, he always had a sense of crisis. Facing the unknown end of the world, he to keep getting stronger. But now, the apocalypse is no longer scary. He knows the cause of the apocalypse and killed the instigator of the apocalypse. The remaining zombies and mutated beasts are no longer a concern. With the aerospace carrier around, these no longer pose any threat. As long as Jiang Lushi is willing, he can spend his time to clean up large areas of zombies and mutant beasts. With the help of others, sooner or later, mankind will slowly defeat this apocalypse and reconquer the world. But Jiang Lushi didn't intend to interfere too much. Not because he was ruthless, but because he slowly realized that this end of the world might be a nirvana for mankind. Formation, residence, decay and destruction, prosperity and decline. The end of the world is cruel and ruthless. But for the human group, it may not be a bad thing. And it may even promote the evolution of human beings in a certain sense. Human evolution has been stagnant for too long. Human ancestors left the forest due to climate change and had to adapt to the gathering life in the wilderness. Those who could not adapt were eliminated, while those who survived slowly evolved. In the millions of years of human evolution, human ancestors were divided into countless bloodlines. They developed individually, overcame various difficulties, and evolved in death. The Neanderthals who could not adapt became extinct. The Pekingese disappeared, and the cavemen did not pass down their bloodline. The last surviving group of Homo sapiens spread and occupied the whole world. This is now humankind. There are many cats, many canines, but there is only one type of human being, the family hominidae, the genus Homo, and the species Homo. Human beings are lonely, not because there is anything special about human genetic evolution, but because modern humans have eliminated all kinds of other human branches in the process of evolution. Survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest. However, after the birth of civilization and the development of science and technology, humans have become the masters of the world. Humans no longer have natural enemies. It is not humans who adapt to the environment, but the environment that is transformed by humans to adapt to humans. For the survival of mankind, forests and grasslands have been turned into high-rise buildings. Dams have been built on rivers and lakes, and bridges have appeared between straits. Human beings themselves are often intoxicated with their own power and lament the splendor and greatness of human civilization. However, only when natural disasters break out, human beings will suddenly wake up and realize their own insignificance in the face of nature. Major earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and flash floods. All of this is unstoppable. But these are just minor disasters in the history of biological evolution. Not even minor disasters. The real catastrophe. Asteroid impacts, great ice ages, closed supernova explosions, gamma-ray bursts from neutron star impacts. Even hundreds of millions of years later, the sun's temperature will rise, and the oceans will evaporate. Humans have never experienced any of this. Our ancestors have only experienced a few small glaciers. In the history of life, there have been several mass extinctions, including the extinction of the dinosaurs. Even with humanity's current technology, there is nothing we can do against asteroids, let alone disasters from the universe. But those things always sound a bit far away. Human life before the end of the world is comfortable and safe. But correspondingly, human evolution has stopped for tens of thousands of years. If there is no change, it may continue to stagnate in the future. But for the human race, and for the history of biological evolution that takes hundreds of millions of years as a time unit, a catastrophe is bound to break out. Under such circumstances, experiencing apocalyptic nirvana in advance and restarting human evolution may not be a bad thing. These thoughts flashed through Jiang Liusher's mind. He had decided that everything would be left to chance. Everyone had their own destiny. He would not interfere. He had been fighting for 3 years, and he wanted to take a good rest. His wish is just to have a small world of his own, and live happily, with the most important girls in his life. And now, it has been achieved. This was also the reason why Jiang Liusher smiled so happily. He just smiled like this, and fell asleep deeply in Li Yusen's arms. The girl's fragrance echoed between his nose. Everything was so warm and beautiful. Jiang Liusher slept for an unknown amount of time. When he woke up, he found himself lying in the master bedroom of the aircraft carrier. Li Yusen let Jiang Liusher's head rest on her lap, and gently massaged Jiang Liusher. His hands were infused with star seed energy. And during the massage process, Jiang Liusher's depleted energy and blood were subtly restored. Jiang Liusher only felt that this power was warm, and made his whole body feel extremely comfortable. He slept so soundly, as if all the fatigue of the past 3 years had been wiped away. Jiang Liusher turned around and looked. Xiang Xuehai and Ran Shiyu were sleeping next to him. One on the left and one on the right. Xiang Xuehai was wearing silk pajamas, her plump figure half covered, while Ran Shiyu was wearing a nightgown. 2 fair, round and beautiful legs are exposed under the skirt, showing endless spring. As for Jiang Zhuing, she slept on another bed. Her injuries had healed, and she slept like a lazy cat. Brother Jiang, you're awake. Li Yusen smiled happily, lowered her head, and kissed Jiang Liusher's forehead gently. There is a faint fragrance coming from the nose. Not only Li Yusen's body fragrance, but also the fragrance of rice. Jiang Liusher turned around, and saw that Ing had prepared a table of delicious food on the dining table not far away. All the scenes in front of him made Jiang Liusher sigh with emotion. And he was satisfied that life could be like this. Brother Jiang, you're awake. Zhang Hai and Sun Kun are waiting to see you. The residents of Huaxia City have been waiting for you outside the city for 10 hours. Chapter 691 to be continued. The central government building in Huaxia City had been destroyed in the battle between Jiang Liusher and the speaker. During the past 10 hours, many residents of Huaxia City had gathered in a large square, looking at the aerospace aircraft carrier in the sky. In the apocalypse, people worship the strong. But when it comes to Jiang Liusher, the word, strong, can no longer be used to describe him. He is a real god. He pierces the atmosphere with a spear and allows people to see the stars in the daytime. This is what concept. Even leaving aside the aerospace aircraft carrier, Jiang Liusher himself, not even the ultimate technology before the end of mankind, could not defeat him. At this time, the aerospace aircraft carrier finally opened a door, and Jiang Liusher's figure walked out of the door. Behind him, Jiang Zhuing, Ran Shiyu, and the others followed. Jiang Liusher was dressed casually, but because of his appearance transformed by star seed energy and his outstanding temperament, as soon as he appeared, people unconsciously felt awe and worship. The scene where Jiang Liusher held a spear, exploded the dragon god's head, and picked on the speaker with a spear has been deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. This is the figure of the god of war, the strongest fighting force on earth. The women behind him are both beautiful and extremely powerful. Their figures also make people in Huaxia City admire them. Jiang Liusher took the girls to the high platform of the square and glanced at the residents of Huaxia City present. Among these people, there are ordinary people, many people with superpowers, and officers in the army, who are also waiting here. I don't know who started first, but a voice gradually sounded in the square. Lord Jiang City. City Lord Jiang. This voice gradually became uniform and echoed over the entire Huaxia City. The voices of those who could not enter the square also rang out in the surrounding streets. The entire Huaxia City was deserted at this time. Everyone came around the square. They all looked at the row of figures standing on the high platform, and the man standing at the front. Jiang Liusher looked at these people quietly, then raised his hand. The square soon fell silent, and the sounds in the streets quickly disappeared. At this time, Steve and the other 5 divine generals stepped forward, stood up straight with a snap, and saluted to Jiang Liusher. Their strength declined greatly after this battle, but they are all commanders of the army, and their power is still there. City Lord Jiang, this time the battle between you and the speaker has been broadcast to all parts of the world through radio. The Chuang everywhere has surrendered. The original members of the creation were willing to be loyal to you. In fact, they were just deceived by the speaker. This time City Lord Jiang fought against the dragon god, and they also fell down, Steve said with a sigh. The speaker's ambition and the existence of the dragon god have frightened all those who once followed Chuang. And Jian Lushi, who killed them all, is not only admired for his power, but also for everything he has done, regarded as the savior. If it weren't for Jian Lushi, they would all have become the dragon god's bait in the future, just like pigs being raised to be slaughtered. All the divine generals and superpowers who once worked for Chuang are now willing to follow Jian Lushi. City Lord Jiang, we sincerely hope that you can lead us to create a new order. This is not only our wish, but also the common wish of the entire Huaxia city, and even the entire world, of all people who have been under the deception of creation. Wishes, another god general said respectfully. Everyone looked at Jian Lushi, looking forward to his answer. Jian Lushi pondered for a while, and said calmly, "It's better to rely on yourself than to rely on others. I won't interfere too much. You have to make your own way in the future." After hearing Jian Lushi's words, Steve and others looked slightly disappointed, while more people found it unbelievable. What a temptation it is to replace the speaker, become the #1 person in the world, and stand at the pinnacle of power? And Jian Lushi, he actually refused? But Steve and others understood that even if Jian Lushi refused, he was still the de facto #1. The aerospace aircraft carrier would bring a powerful deterrent force wherever it appeared. This is the status that comes with strength, even if other people have power. In people's hearts, the #1 person is still Jian Lushi. "Can you tell me why you decided like this?" Steve asked puzzledly. Jian Lushi shook his head. "There is an old saying in China, which is to stand up after breaking down. Human beings have been comfortable for too long, and experiencing the baptism of blood may not necessarily be a bad thing. For human beings, superpower should be a kind of evolution. This kind of maybe it's a good thing if evolution continues. I will establish a new council. Zhang Hai, San Kuan." Jian Lushi looked at Zhang Hai and others. "You will also serve as the president. Wei Feifei, you will serve as the general staff, and you can take care of the rest of the positions." When Zhang Hai heard Jian Lushi's words, he immediately became anxious. He said, "Brother Jiang, we are sitting in the position of the president. It hurts our buttocks. We brothers still know how much they weigh. So we can lead a guerrilla. The team is just okay. How can the leader of the council have this ability? It's hard for us to be the vice president. This president needs you, Brother Jiang. If Brother Jiang is not willing to handle those things, let Sister Feifei handle them for you. Don't worry, Brother Jiang. I will never bother you with small things." At the end of the sentence, he showed a sly smile. In fact, Zhang Hai also knew that now that his biggest enemy had been destroyed, Brother Jiang might have to work hard to make a child. So how could he deal with these things? As for them, fighting is okay. But in terms of management, they are really not the material. They really want to follow Jian Lushi and live freely. But they also know that after the new parliament is formed, they have to keep an eye on Jian Lushi to avoid certain people. Power breeds ambition. "I'm not interested in the position of president." Jian Lushi didn't bother to say any more and waved his hand. "Brother Jiang, president, you must come. Otherwise we won't be able to convince everyone." At this moment, Wei Feifei interrupted. "The whole world is served by Jian Lushi. As long as Jian Lushi gives an order, no one dares to disobey. If Jian Lushi is left aside, then Jiang Zhuing, Ran Shiyu and others also have extremely high prestige, and any one of them can intimidate a party. But to be honest, Zhang Hai, San Kun, and Wei Feifei didn't know many of them at all, so it wasn't easy for them to carry out their orders. Brother Jiang, you will be the president. Sister Shiyu and the others will be the vice presidents. I can participate in the management as your secretary or assistant. Brother Jiang. In this way, what I say will be what Brother Jiang means, so that I can convince everyone." When Wei Feifei said these words, Jian Lushi was stunned for a moment. It was indeed true. In ancient dynasties, the most powerful people were not necessarily those in high positions, but the people closest to the emperor. Wei Feifei was indeed good at management. She's very knowledgeable and her suggestions make sense. Then let's do it like this. I'm just showing up in name. After Jian Lushi finished speaking, he took the girls directly back to the space aircraft carrier. He has already made the most important arrangements, and Wei Feifei and the others will naturally take care of the rest. Jiancheng, President Jiang, we still have many things to report, and we also want to ask President Jiang to give a speech. President Jiang. The general shouted anxiously. President Jiang. People also shouted loudly and were in high spirits. Jian Lucier turned his head in midair with a smile on his face. Thank you, everyone. I don't like to talk about scenes. Besides, I had a fierce battle. All my energy was exhausted. And I slept for so long. I'm a little hungry. Everyone, please go back. The apocalypse is not over yet. The evolution of human beings is also going on. So work hard in order not to be eliminated. After Jian Lucier finished speaking, under everyone's blank gaze, his figure disappeared into the aerospace aircraft carrier. The Big Mac, which was quietly suspended in the low air, suddenly started up with a loud noise like thunder, and then flew high into the sky in front of everyone's sight.